Good morning, everybody. Yes, we are starting close to 10 o'clock. I know that surprises many of you who spend a lot of time with the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee, but we threw you for a little curveball here this morning on this brisk morning, but we're pleased to be with all of you. I understand we are getting some more chairs for those who are standing. We got a nice turnout this morning. So I appreciate everybody being here bright and early. On behalf of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee, we want to thank my alma mater, New Jersey Institute of Technology, for again opening up your doors and welcoming the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. For those who've not participated in one of these public hearings, let me just kind of share some of the ground rules of how we handle these hearings. There will always be some members up here, not the full complement of the committee, but there will always be members here on both sides of the aisle listening to your testimony. All of your testimony, we will call folks up in groups, and all your testimony should be handed over to the Office of Legislative Services, to my right, to your left, in advance. And we ask that when you do come up, you do not read from your testimony, because all of your testimony will be scanned into our website and be available for both the committee members and staff as we go through these budget deliberations over the next few months. So I would really encourage each and every one of you to highlight the important parts of your testimony. Due to the amount of folks that have been signed up to testify here today, we have our little traffic signal here. When the yellow light comes on, that means you have about 30 seconds to begin to wrap up. Please keep to the allotted time of 3 minutes, I believe. It's set for 3 minutes. It's set for 3 minutes. Something else we're going to do a little different today. We have, due to some, and I've been doing this a long time, but remember, the governor's budget message is now out there in the public. It's now in the hands of the legislature, and we're going to go through our deliberative process. So I know there's some groups here, some colleges and other folks, some folks who feel they've have some issues with the budget as proposed and have some concerns. Seeing my friends here from the community colleges, of course. Instead of bringing up people individually, I'm going to bring you up as a panel and have one or two people speak on behalf of the group. And that goes for some of our school districts. I'm assuming we have some school districts, part of the 140 school districts who have concerns with S2 as well. We'll bring you up as a group. And we don't need to hear from everybody. We'll not acknowledge everybody, but we don't need to hear from all of you. As long as your testimony is on record, that is important. And then finally, we don't ask a lot of questions during these. It's not that we're not interested in what you're telling us. We meet often, and we're going to, this group of members and staff are going to be spending a lot of time over the course of the next couple of months together. So it's a lot of days for us away from our home districts and our other walks of life. So we try to move through these public hearings efficiently as possible. But your input is very important to the process, and providing your written testimony is probably the most important. So thank you. Senator Scanlon, would you like, as the ranking member of the Republican side, like to offer some brief comments before we open this up?
Just real quick, it's good to see everyone here. It's good to see everyone participating in this process. And we do hear you, as the chairman said, it's a long day, so we do step down from time to time. But we read everything that comes in, and we hear you. And I do want to say that the chairman mentioned that we're starting right at 10 o'clock, and we've now scheduled enough people. We'll probably end around 10 o'clock, too. So there's symmetry to this meeting as well. So welcome, everyone. We look forward to hearing from you.
With that, I want to welcome to provide opening remarks and thank him for opening his doors for us, President Tech Lim, the president of New Jersey Institute of Technology.
Thank you, Senator Saulo. Thank you for this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be with you today and to welcome all of you to NJIT for this Senate budget hearing. I would particularly like to thank Senator Saulo, a proud NJIT alumnus who is the chair of this committee, and also the remaining of the committee members for their service to our great state of New Jersey. We are extremely grateful for the opportunity to host this meeting at NJIT and to create a forum for constituents from our university, Newark, Essex County, and then beyond to participate in this really important legislature budget process. You know, both the city and this university are critical drivers of our state's economy. As NJIT being recognized nationally and internationally, you know, we have actually rose in ranking the last couple of years on every major ranking agencies. This fall, the Wall Street Journal ranked NJIT number 19 among all colleges and universities nationwide. And if you just count public institutions, we're number 2 in the country. We are ahead of schools like Michigan, Cal Berkeley, Georgia Tech, UCLA. Only Florida is ahead of us. And last year, the New York Times college ranking tools ranked NJIT number 1 public schools in the country. If you take 3 factors into account: alumni earning, economic mobility, and also academic profile. So needless to say that, you know, NJIT is on a path to ascension, and we're here really to serve the state of New Jersey students who are interested, talented students, to provide opportunity for them to have an education and then to be an impactful members of the society. So one final thing I wanted to say, and then I'm going to hand it back to Senator Saulo. As we prepare to launch our new strategic plan, I've only been here for 2 years, and for those presidents who are among us today, you know that when you join, you're asked to put a strategic plan together. As we launch our new strategic plan, which enable NJIT to become a nexus of innovation, that is, we are bringing together physical and intellectual focus to ideas, action, and people, focusing on innovation and entrepreneurship, including researchers, learners, entrepreneurs, partners from government, industry, and the community. We look forward to working with our state government as I move forward, me personally, as in this presidency, to expand NJIT impact throughout this region. We are here principally on 2 things. We are here as a workforce development and also an economic driver. Just to point out again that a third of all engineers working in New Jersey today actually graduated from NJIT. Obviously, Senator Saulo is one of them in the stats. Well, again, thank you for all of you for joining us here this morning, and to the members of this distinguished committee, thank you for being on NJIT campus. Thank you.
Thank you. And to the members, around 12:30, the president is going to have a little presentation in the back for the members and key staff. So at 12:30, I'll make sure I've seen it, so I'll stay out. Some of the members can make their way back around 12:30. Let me just say one thing about NJIT. NJIT, from the day I graduated to where we are today, is a whole different look as you walk around this amazing campus. That doesn't happen without the support of legislators over the years, members on both sides of the aisles for the last 2 or 3 decades. That doesn't happen without the support of these folks up here. So one thing about this place, and you read a lot about it now, what it costs is to educate a child when they graduate with all the debt they have, and can they find a job or not? I think you made a very important part. You see many students graduating from NJIT and immediately finding a job with a salary, $70,000, $75,000 a year to start as an engineer. It's pretty exciting and pretty cool, actually. So they're doing it right here, but they're doing it right because of the support of the state legislature. So thank you. First testimony will be from Bergen County Executive, my good friend, Bergen County Executive Jim Tedesco. And he's the last person we could clap for. We don't need to clap for the rest of the way. Thank you.
Good morning, Senators, Chairman Sarlo, committee members, and my name is Jim Tedesco, as the Senator said, and it's my privilege to serve as the Bergen County Executive. I thank you for allowing me to testify this morning. I'm here regarding the proposed state budget, which includes a $20 million decrease in the funding for community colleges. This proposed slash will impact all community colleges throughout the state and students in each of your districts. I urge you and your colleagues to restore it when you pass the budget this summer. For many, community college is the only affordable way to attain a quality undergraduate education, and this budget hinders that vital opportunity. As the county executive, I've worked in close partnership with New Jersey's top-ranked community college, Bergen Community College, and have seen firsthand how they provide ladders of opportunity to thousands of students annually, increase the equity of our educational system, and positively benefit our workforce and economy. For Bergen Community College specifically, this proposed 12% decrease would result in approximately $1.8 million. This cut will more likely force Bergen Community College and others across the state to raise tuition, negatively impacting our students who sometimes already have to choose between paying for dinner or paying for a textbook. Tightening the state's fiscal belt at the expense of community colleges is not right and negatively impacts not only our students, but the entire state. If these proposed cuts are passed and tuition rates are increased, students will likely take fewer classes or drop out of college. This could cause a ripple effect, leading to a decrease in attendance, which is then passed on as a cost to those students who are able to stay enrolled. The loss of revenue for community colleges punishes students who want to better their lives through higher education. In the most recent study of two-year college contributions to four-year degrees published by the National Student Clearinghouse, 45% of all bachelor degrees awarded in the state of New Jersey came from community colleges. That is an impressive figure and proof of why we need to continue to invest in our community colleges. There are community college graduates, some of whom are in the current room. This is my public information officer, Amanda Karpinski. She started at Bergen Community College and has continued her education to be able to go on to get her master's. And some of you may have used or may have had community college experience. That's how many people start their post-secondary education, who know firsthand that opportunities that community college provide for students, opportunities that have a positive impact for the rest of your life. We need to continue that investment and legacy of possibility that community college offers. In closing, in order to build a prosperous and productive workforce and prepare our future leaders for tomorrow, we must continue to invest in our community college. I recommend the legislature's leadership. I commend the legislator's leadership for making a record investment in community colleges last year. I'm here today to ask you to restore the 12% cut in funding in the proposed budget and further build upon last year's historic pledge with an increase in funding. Thank you, Senators, for allowing me to address you today. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, County Exec.
I'll
County
be glad
Exec-
to take questions.
County Exec Tedesco and County Exec Joe DeFincenzo from Essex County probably have rewritten a book of how to be a very effective, practical county exec, and they are not afraid to stand up when they feel their county is being slighted or not getting their fair share. So thank you for being here and being an advocate for your county. Any questions for the county exec?
And Senator, it was great to hear as you started the presentation about how important an education is, and you got a great education here. But many people that come here started in community colleges, so thank you.
That is a very well said. More of our four-year colleges need to continue to work with our community colleges.
Thank you, Senators. Have a great day.
Okay. Our first panel up is going to be community college leaders, followed by the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce. So just bear with me. I am not sure who is speaking It's been rapidly changing all morning of who's speaking, who's not speaking, but let me introduce the folks that I'm aware of who are here from our community colleges, and then I'll turn it over to Aaron Fichtner, who is our president. Aaron Fichtner is the president of the New Jersey Council of County Colleges, and I'll let him sort of quarterback this panel. So Aaron, if you come on up. I'm not sure who else is coming up with them, but I'm going to share with you the folks that are here. Augustine Boyke, president of Essex County College. John Conley, president of Sussex County Community College. Eric Friedman, president, Bergen Community College. Mary Ann Van Dersen, vice president, Warren Community College. Tony Iacono, president, County College of Morris. Steve Rose, president, Passaic County Community College. And Nicholas Chevroletti, vice president, Hudson County Community College. And then I believe we have 4 students. Kaylee Quezada, Bergen Community College student. Shamia Superville, Hudson County Community College student. And Samira Scantling, Essex County College student. So, Aaron, I'm going to turn it over to you. I know you said the whole panel needs about 10 minutes, so that is helpful. And I'm going to turn it over to you, sir.
We will be efficient, I promise you. Chairman Sarla, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to
If
share.
we commit to 20 million now, I guess the panel's leaving?
We can leave. Well, after County Executive Tedesco, perhaps we should also leave. But we appreciate the County Executive's excellent testimony and support for our cause. So I'm Aaron Fichtner, president of the New Jersey Council of County Colleges, and I'm joined by, as you know, quite a few people from community colleges in the audience and on this panel. I'd just like to ask everyone from a community college, students, faculty, staff, others, just to raise their hands so you can see all of our interested folks that wanted to be heard today. We are here to share with you the important and essential role that community colleges play in our communities and in our state, and also to discuss the impact of the proposed $20 million cut in operating aid to these important institutions. Our colleges serve 230,000 students across the state of all backgrounds, all ages, and our graduates power the state's economy. I'd like to thank the legislature and this committee for increasing state investment last year from $149 million to $169 million in last year's budgets. Our colleges have used that much-needed investment of $20 million to strengthen services to students, to expand programs to prepare students to pursue family-supporting careers, and to ensure that tuition is affordable for all of our students. The proposed budget strips away that much-needed increase and returns state funding levels to a level that would be below funding from 2002, 22 years ago. The proposed 12% cut in funding will lead our colleges to make a large number of very difficult decisions. So I'd like to turn it over to President Rose, and then we'll go down the line for some quick remarks. Or President Boyacci, do you want to start first?
Good morning, and thank you, Senators. My name is Augustine Boyacci, President of Essex County College here, and we serve over 10,000 students each year. I'm deeply concerned that the proposed cut of $20 million will force Essex County College and the other 17 community colleges to make difficult decisions, such as increasing tuition, as well as cutting programs and services, and will push us backward as compared to the previous years. Community colleges are essential institutions and deserve significant state investment and not otherwise. We change lives by providing low-cost, high-quality, lifelong education to more than 230,000 residents, many low-income and from populations underrepresented in higher education. We create access, empower students, and unlock their potentials, ensuring equity for all. Emphatically, this proposed cut of $20 million would put additional stress on students. This is what we are trusting you to help us avoid. Thank you for your attention.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Sarlo and all the members of the committee. I'm Eric Friedman, president of Bergen Community College. I'd the largest community college in the state of New Jersey, serving over 20,000 credit and non-credit students a year in programs as diverse as cybersecurity, nursing, and advanced manufacturing. We're proud of the work we do across many sectors to provide much-needed help for workforce needs. My college is what stands between, on the one hand, a young person pumping gas, or on the other hand, having a meaningful career as a pilot, a surgical technician, or a teacher, on the other hand. My students come from every possible background. Some are blind. Some have intellectual disabilities. Some come from backgrounds that would make you cry. I can get all of them to graduation, but it takes extra supports, advising, and supplemental instruction. Cutting our operational funds means cutting a lifeline. Please, you can make a difference for me helping to move all of our constituents up and forward. Thank you.
Chairman Sarlo and other members of the committee, thank you very much. My name is John Connolly. I'm the president of Sussex County Community College, one of two community colleges that are in a rural environment represented here today. Rural environments are slightly different, and one of the most important things is the economic development. Our economies are sort of razor thin based upon small businesses and a very, very few larger ones. One of the great benefits of the increase in funding in the last cycle was that it sort of solidified a new program that we were creating in optics technology. Optics technology is the very thing that operates your cell phone, for example. It represents all advances. I don't need to tell anybody here at NJIT the critical role that optics technology plays in the advancement of basically our society and the national economy. We now have an optics technology program at Sussex County Community College. That's made possible by the advancement of last year. And again, we're going to be facing very, very difficult decisions about who is going to be leading the program and how it's all going to function if this particular funding is removed from us. An essential portion of our economic development in Sussex County is being essentially taken away by this cut, and we hope that you will give that consideration. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Mary Ann Van Derzen, Vice President of Academics at Warren County Community College. First, let me thank you for your service to your respective constituencies. It is very much well respected and honored. And thank you for hearing us today. You know, I serve Warren County Community College, also in a very rural section of New Jersey. We are one of the smallest community colleges in New Jersey, serving only about 1,000 credit students, and the same for our non-credit population. And so these cuts will hinder our ability to serve our communities of interest by providing students opportunities to learn and become prepared for what the communities of interest need them to do out there in the workforce. We're very, very proud of our newer programs, which are helping the farmers in Warren County with our precision agriculture programs, our unmanned systems programs. These are new innovative programs that are unique to Warren, and without the funding from the state, our operational costs will definitely be affected. So thank you so very much for your consideration, and I applaud you for respecting our wishes.
Good morning, Chair Sarlo, Senators. First of all, I want to thank you for the support you showed to us last year of a $20 million increase. For schools like mine, I think every president would testify, that allowed my board to not raise tuition this year and continue to take care of our employees and meet the students' educational expectations. Some of you have been on my campus. I know Senator Sarlo, Senator Testa visited our manufacturing center, right? We are, as many of the manufacturers say, the reason they're able to stay in and around Morris County. We're that pipeline. More recently, one of our hospital executives called and said we're going to need over 2,000 more nurses in the next few years. Can you do it? My answer was yes, and 3 days later I found out that we are potentially facing a $20 million cut. My answer would be no. We produce over half of the nurses, 90% of the radiography therapists, and 90% of the respiratory therapist assistants as well. My college, and I think my colleagues would say the same, has a $484 million economic impact on Morris County alone. So when you think about $20 20 million, you multiply that out, these community colleges are the lifeblood of healthcare, of technology industries, of manufacturing industries, hospitality, culinary. We're also, in a big way, one of the major arteries feeding tremendous schools like NJIT, because hundreds and hundreds of students from my campus, and you can multiply that out to thousands upon thousands from the 18 colleges, come here. And they might want to be here first, but for many reasons, financially, family obligations, and all kinds of other things, they start on our campuses. They get a solid foundation, then they're able to move on here so that they can become the next generation of engineers, of doctors, of machinists, or whatever their passion is. Our goal is to keep them here in New Jersey. And what our students are figuring out is it's cheaper to leave New Jersey and pay out-of-state rates. We don't want that. We want them to stay right here with us, because when they leave, they don't come back. We're not asking for increases. We're asking to just hold us steady with that 20 million so we don't have to make increases on our students, so that we can continue delivering the quality that we've been known for, move these students on to outstanding schools such as NJIT and Rutgers and others. I don't want to forget your Senator Testa. Move them to Rutgers also. But we want to do the right things for our communities, and with your help, we can continue to do that. Thank you.
So I had the opportunity to testify before this committee 20 years ago, and at that point, my college was getting $6.4 million. If this cut goes through next year, I will get $6.4 million from the state. We are going to be dealing for the next decade with the remnants of the pandemic. Students already are entering our colleges more deficient in math than they were previously. It's programs that we are going to have to support these students probably for the next decade, because today's third graders are behind. And I know the schools are doing everything they can to catch them up, but that's not going to happen. And we're going to need to support these students, again, for a long time. A cut like this is just going to make that much, much more difficult for us to do. So we thank you.
Okay. Before you leave,
Just real quick, that stat that I heard about half of our nurses coming through community colleges, is that a statewide stat? That's amazing, because we have, if in case the governor didn't notice, we have a massive nursing shortage. So this cut it's a real problem. You all have made the point. Just last year, there was bragging going on about how valuable the additional 20 million was, and now we're cutting it. This almost schizophrenic budget messaging is a real problem. So really appreciate you all being here.
Well, before I release the panel, we have 4 students who are going to speak, right, on behalf of the
Three students.
3 students will speak, and that'll conclude our community college presentation. Clearly, we all know why you're here. We appreciate it. We have great respect for each and every one of you. And please know, though, the last few years, coming out of the pandemic and the federal dollars that came into the state, we, as a body, directed a lot towards our community colleges, right? 20 million increase last year. The community college opportunity grants that some of us were concerned about, can we sustain them or not for the long term. So there's been great support here for our community colleges. We're entering a new era of budgeting a little bit here. There is definitely a slowing of the economy, a correction as maybe as a better term. So we'll work with you through the next couple of months on this issue. Senator Testa?
Thank you, and I really appreciate this panel. And Dr. Iacono, you and I have had numerous conversations about community colleges in our state, and the County College of Morris is really an example of what a community college should look like, and what with your manufacturing program, so much so that I want to imitate it at Rowan College of South Jersey. And, you know, to piggyback on Senator O'Scanlan's comment about how this budget, as it pertains to community colleges, seems somewhat schizophrenic. We give you a $20 million increase last year, then we do a $20 million decrease this year. It really begs the question as our priorities in this state. And, you know, you also mentioned meds and eds, as it's commonly referred to. You know, Rowan College of South Jersey, in my hometown of Vineland, is now really taking the reins there. But here it is, in the last few years, we've given approximately, over $50 million for a potential French museum in Jersey City. when in fact, what would our community college system be able to do with that? Just $24 million last year. It kind of almost fits perfectly in that piece of the puzzle that is now being taken out of our community college budget. And it's really perplexing, and that's the nicest way that I can possibly put it. So thank you for being here.
Senator Ruiz?
Thank you, Chairman, and my apologies for joining all of you a little late. I was in the back. I did hear my president of Essex County College, and interestingly enough, I was having a discussion with one of the members of staff here talking about students of color who come into the specific science programs. At the time, I don't know which president was talking, but you were really capturing exactly what I was sharing. Our county colleges are places where foundations get stronger for a lot of our students who want to explore spaces that perhaps they were not exposed to in their, pre-K through 12 setting. And for whatever reason may not have those strong science backgrounds or math backgrounds. And our county community colleges, outside of everything that you've heard, are also those spaces for students to continue to grow academically, which having kind of a safe passageway into a four-year institution like NJIT, and we'll hear the statistics later, whose average graduate makes a nice chunk of money in their first year of employment. And that's precisely what we all have been focused on. I know the chairman and I have talked about this on multiple occasions. Slightly different, but almost the same. The way we budget for school systems in the state is just completely doesn't make any sense. That is not helpful to all of you for planning, certainly not helpful for our pre-K through 12 systems, and something that we have to look at. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Will the three students who are speaking on behalf of the community colleges please come forward? State your name and what college you're attending, and provide your brief remarks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Shamaya Superville. I'm from Hudson County Community College.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Kazala, and I am the president of the Student Government Association at Bergen Community College.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samira Scantling, and I am the president of Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society at Essex County College.
You guys hear us? Speak up? Okay. Okay.
All right. So my name is Shamaya Superville, and I am the president of Phi Theta Kappa. I'm also the president of ITSANUS, and I am a representative on the President's Advisory Council of Student Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Today, I stand before you, sit before you, representing students who are disadvantaged, student parents, students like myself who have to pay their own tuition to go to school. My story is not very different from many students at Hudson County Community College. I pay my own tuition, and I feel like this cut would cause other students to have to pay much more than they have to experience the benefits that community college has to offer. The clothes that I have on today comes from the current closet that my very own college has. The food that I eat on most days is from the food pantry that my college has. I feel like this cut would cause so much things it would affect students negatively. And I don't think that it should be something that should happen to students. Additionally, I am also a nursing student, which puts into perspective that it gave me the opportunity to explore my career choices. It also shows me that I can excel as a student just through going through community college.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Sarlo and Chair Greenstein and the entire committee for letting me testify today. My name is Kaylee Kazala, and I am a full-time honors student majoring in political science and serve as the president of the Student Government Association at Bergen Community College. Today, I stand before you to voice my opposition to Governor Murphy's proposed $20 million budget cut. If implemented, this decision will disproportionately impact low-income students like myself and create barriers for prospective students who are motivated to complete their degrees. Community colleges, such as Bergen, are not just educational institutions, but serve as gateways to professional growth and personal success. I chose to attend Bergen Community College after graduating high school because I recognized early on that I did not want to incur debt and worsen my family's financial instability. Given these circumstances, I called Bergen Admissions and spoke with an officer who reassured me that attending community college would be one of my best life decisions. Indeed, Alex Schaefer was right, as I was able to receive a quality academic education from professors who deeply care for their students, and I also had access to resources such as a food pantry when feeling hungry after class or after track practices, emergency funding for bus passes, mental health counseling, advising for transferring, and free professional clothing to represent Bergen as SGA president and an intern for Congressman Gottheimer. I truly believe that if it weren't for this assistance, my story is just one. If it weren't for this assistance, I wouldn't be here today. My story is just one among many success stories at Bergen Community College. Countless students across various programs have achieved remarkable success and have often relied on these programs. How will they cope with rising tuition costs, or where will they turn if assistance programs are unavailable? Investing in New Jersey community college students is vital, and I urge you to reconsider the proposed 2025 budget cut and restore the $20 million funding to ensure that community colleges don't have to choose between eliminating resources or increasing our tuition fees. Community college students are beacons that impact the future of New Jersey, and we are worth the investment. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Samira Scantling, and I am a student attending Essex County College, where I'm studying business administration. I would like to start by thanking the entire committee for allowing me to testify and share my thoughts as it pertains to the $20 million budget cut in the state of New Jersey for community colleges. I am currently serving at my college as the president of the Phi Theta Kappa Honor Society's Alpha Theta Theta chapter. I am a student who benefits from the following resources provided by my college: academic support, career advising, mentorship, and mental health services. I am asking that you respectfully restore the $20 million cut in the proposed state budget. These budget cuts will mean students like me will have to pay higher tuition, possibly more fees, and may not have access to the support and services that I have depended on. Thank you all for your time and consideration.
Yes. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, I am Senator Burgess, and I am out of Essex County, 28th Legislative District. And I won't be long because I know we have a lot of testimony, but I just want to say I am a proud product and a student of Essex County College, where I graduated. So I know how essential and important it is for us to do everything we can to make it happen and to continue to maintain funding for our students. And I just want to say I commend the students up here that are giving their testimony. As myself, I was one that had to pay my own tuition because at some point in time, my parents couldn't afford it. So I had to work full-time and pay tuition. So I just want to say you are not alone, and I'm quite sure each and every one of us up here is understanding what's going on with your stories, and we'll work together to do the very best that we can. And I'll save my questions to the end. Thank you.
Brennan, come on up, President, CEO of Chamber of Commerce in Southern New Jersey.
Wait a second. Chairman Mike Eganton, Executive Vice President with the State Chamber. I'm going to defer my time to our President and CEO, Tom Bracken. Tom?
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. This budget is bad for the business community. I will say again what I said a few weeks ago. This is a nightmare scenario for business. The New Jersey CPA Society agrees, as most recently they put out a poll of their members where 77% of the CPAs in the state of New Jersey said the proposed budget would leave our state economically marginally or significantly worse. Why? Many reasons, highlighted by the fact that our largest employers, who are also our biggest corporate philanthropists, are being saddled with a completely unwarranted tax increase, the dollar amount of which is more punitive to those than the recently expired CBT surcharge. It is simply a more egregious and expensive extension of that surcharge. Also, one of the fastest growing segments of our economy, the logistics industry, is being slapped with what can only be described as a nuisance tax, begging the question why. In addition to that, several state agencies that have helped business over the many, many years, the New Jersey Economic Development Authority, the New Jersey Business Action Center, and the New Jersey Small Business Development Centers, all are having their budgets cut. Add to all that, there's an absence of any substantially new or renewed budget allocation for business in this budget. The biggest threat to our state right now is the future of our economy. Right now, revenues are trending down, expenses are trending up. Yes, we have had several rating increases with with our bonds. Yes, we have jumped to 19 in the CNBC Best States for Doing Business, but none of that has been produced by a strong, growing, vibrant business climate. It was accomplished with federal COVID dollars and bond proceeds. What do we need to do? We need to look no further than what the bond rating agencies have all said in the closing parts of their bond rating documents. That is, that to create a recurring, we need to create a recurring, reliable, organic, growth-oriented source of income in our state to maintain the economic prosperity of New Jersey. The only way to do that is through a growing, vibrant, and attractive business community. This budget is opposed to all that. It begins to reverse the economic momentum we have. It hurts our reputation as a business-friendly state. It also creates a lack of confidence for our business leaders that the state will not follow through on commitments previously made, and it makes our state more expensive and less competitive. Here are my suggestions. Restore and add money to the EDA, the Business Action Center, and the SBDCs. Regarding the $6 billion surplus we are sitting on, that we need to invest that and not having it sit idle. We need to use the money before we need to use that money before we add any new taxes. Regarding the corporate transit fee, the $1 billion that is being proposed from this fee, we should find in our $56 billion budget, which you can if you do a surgically deep dive into the budget that has been proposed. Regarding the bucket the bucket truck tax, eliminate it. It's a $10 million rounding error in a $56 billion budget, and it hurts one of our growing industries. Get rid of it. Our economic future needs to be addressed in this budget. As currently stated, it is void of that. This is an opportunity we cannot waste, as we will probably never have this opportunity again. You need to pivot to create a stronger economy by addressing our asks, which we have been asking for many years. The business community needs to grow, but you cannot grow the business community unless you feed it. This budget not only does not feed the business community, it starves it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. My name is Christina Renna. I am President and CEO of the Chamber of Commerce Southern New Jersey. And as always, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. I, of course, want to echo every single thing that Tom Bracken from the New Jersey State Chamber of Commerce just said. And I really see this budget as a four-prong attack on the business community. What our chamber has been warning against over the past few years, given the enormous growth in our state budgets and the total spends, enormous growth, is that one of these budgets are going to come along and we're going to have to increase taxes or cut things that are important to lots of people in this room, including the business community, and we saw that reality this year. So the four-prong attack that we see, of course, is that corporate transit fee. You know, simply fixing New Jersey Transit on the back of businesses is not good policy, but also when you look at here in South Jersey, we don't have reasons for for fixing New Jersey Transit or where this money was going to go. One was to increase ridership that was lost during COVID. That has nothing to do with South Jersey. We didn't contribute that. And then the other is infrastructure improvements. Had he said new infrastructure, my eyes may have perked up and said, okay, but no. So not only is this an unfair tax on our large businesses in South Jersey, but it's also taxing us for something that we don't really have much access to, even though we desperately want it. The second thing, of course, is the warehousing and dollar truck fee. None of us seem to have a lot of details on this, but what I will say is that it's confusing to me when we have our governor, when we have Choose New Jersey, the retention and expansion advocate for this state, when we have NJIT all touting our state as a distribution and logistics center point as one of our growing industries, to then tax that very industry makes very little sense as we look at positioning New Jersey as a place to bring business and grow your business. And again, distribution, logistics, and warehousing is something very critical to South Jersey's economy, representing that area of the state, a major concern. Tom also mentioned cuts to EDA and NJ the Business Action Center. Not only are these cuts bad for business, but I want to point specifically to the Main Street Recovery Program that's being cut in this budget. In fairness, the administration has done a great job with that program since COVID, allocating tons of money to small Main Street businesses, your mom and pop businesses. 40% of that funding goes to women and minority-owned small micro businesses, and it's being cut in this budget. Unacceptable in a climate where we want to help prop up our entrepreneurs and small businesses. And last but not least, as Tom also mentioned, is the cut to the small business development centers. $1.5 million is being cut from their budget, which allows them to no longer have that federal match. I cannot tell you how many of our chamber members in South Jersey I refer to the small business development centers for free counseling services, webinars, etc. This is impacting our innovation economy and something that we would love to see restored. With that, I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Stay tuned. Senator Zwicker, before you go, I just want to get prepared. Lenape Regional High School District, that group could get ready to make their way up. Thank you.
Just quickly, you mentioned $1.5 million cut is proposed to the small business one, but did you say numbers for the other two? Do you have those numbers?
I know that it's approximately a 45% cut to EDA in totality, and I know that the budget lists certain programs that are being cut, the Main Street Recovery Program being one. Not sure, unless one of my colleagues knows, the exact cut to the New Jersey Business Action Center, but I do know one is proposed.
Senator, I think the cut to the NJEDA is somewhere in the $8 to $10 million level for grant funding. The cut to the Business Action Center, I believe, is approximately $500,000.
But proportionally, that's still pretty significant.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah.
Yes.
And the three of you are experts, as are others. I mean, this is money that goes back into the economy.
Correct.
It creates
Absolutely.
jobs, economic activity, et cetera.
Yep.
So we
Yep.
do have to look very carefully at this. Thank you.
Absolutely.
But I'll leave that up to you. They're going to be followed by the New Jersey BIA, and they're going to be followed by Ed Jimenez, University Hospital.
Thank you, Senator Sarlo, and the rest of the senators here on the Budget Committee, and good morning. I am Dr. Carol Birnbaum, and I'm the proud superintendent of the Lenape Regional. I'm Dr. Carol Birnbaum. I'm the proud superintendent of the Lenape Regional High School District, and we are responsible for educating about 6,500 students, high school students, across 4 large comprehensive high schools in 8 different townships across Burlington County. And I'm honored to be here today with 2 students from our school district, Sam and Dan, who will formally introduce themselves when Sam delivers their joint testimony after me. And I say after me because after 31 years in education, I have learned to go before students because all of our students are certainly hard acts to follow. If you have not heard, our school district has made the top 25 biggest loser list for the percent of state aid reduction across New Jersey. Now, we're used to being on the losing side of S2, but S2 was predicted to make gradual reductions to state aid so school districts could make gradual cuts to their budget, which we have done. The S2 reduction this year was supposed to be $337,000. So you can imagine our shock and our horror when that $337,000 turned into $4.69 million. So on a handout in front of you, you will see in yellow that we have trimmed everywhere possible for the past several years. And all of those reductions we did with the goal in mind to preserve our students' positive high school experiences, which they deserve and they expect. We're faced with a budget hole in the millions, and we're told the sharp increase this year to the reduction in state aid was due to a local fair share calculation, which is a township's ability to pay for their education. We understand that the state's resources need to go to the less affluent districts in our state, but what we don't understand, and what no one can really answer, is what good is it to take state aid away from any school district when a school district doesn't have the ability to access their township's local fair share or relative property wealth? We need restoration aid, and we need it now. Our timeline is at odds with your timeline. We can't wait till July 1st because we want to make sure that our staff leaves this school year knowing that they can return, because those cuts that we've been making are going to have to be even deeper now, and they're going to impact student programs and opportunities. So I thank you for your time, and I'm excited to announce Sam Levin.
Good morning, and thank you, members of Senate's Budget and Appropriations Committee, for this opportunity. My name is Sam Levin, and I am speaking on behalf of my best friend Daniel Leonard, who's sitting right here, and the entire Cherokee High School family. We are both very active members in our school, as we are presidents of the class of 2024, presidents in DECA, captains of the boys basketball team, leaders of our student section, and No Place for Hate members. The mantra this year's senior class went into, and that was also displayed on our student section shirts, was "Why not us?" It did not say "Why not some of us?" It also did not say "Why not me?" And this is because at Cherokee, we are all one town, one tribe. Every student and every staff member plays a vital role in making Cherokee the family we know it to be. Over the past 4 years, I have fallen in love with being at my school. While this may sound a little bit crazy, Dan and I show up to school 30 minutes early every single day to just get into the atmosphere. That is how much we love it. This love that we have for Cherokee is a direct result of staff members and programs within the school, as this is how the family atmosphere is created and maintained. The person that I am today is very different from who I was 4 years ago, and I credit that to the unbelievable teachers around me. Whether it be a younger staff member or a teacher with decades under their belt, all teachers make an incredible impact on our community. I appreciate talking to the 24-year-old teacher because we can relate to each other with ease. Simultaneously, I love talking to my 60-year-old economics teacher because he provides me with wisdom and lessons only learned through experience. My point is, within the Cherokee community, the diversity of our staff enables every student to connect with a teacher. Beyond the educators, the essential programs that are provided at our school is what made me realize what I'll pursue in the future. Dan will be attending Boston College in the fall, and I will be attending Penn State University, where we'll both be majoring in business. Without the DECA experience, which is an after-school club offered through the school, I do not know what I'd be majoring in. Additionally, we both have fond interest in political science because of the way we learned to conduct our government in our school through student council. Looking back, our passions were only found because the opportunity was presented to us. From a young age, children are taught to follow their passions. The most important part of following the passion is an avenue to follow it. On a grander scale of the entire student body, the essential co-curriculars that are offered are what the students look forward to each and every day. I've talked to countless students about getting involved, and once they did, they couldn't have been happier. They feel that their learning and social experience exponentially improved once they got involved with opportunities that Cherokee has to offer. What made me incredibly sad and quite frankly frustrated is that when I graduate in June, the school will not be the same. The school that Dan and I have worked extremely hard to keep a positive and inclusive environment will be drastically changed in just a few months. And why is that? It is because the School Funding Reform Act, which was put into action in 2008 when I was only 2 years old, it is indicating that our state aid needs to be reduced by 20% this year. The funding formula needs updating. To make this point clear, the SFRA after next year is going to be older than all the students in high school. Now is the time to give the students of the future what they need to succeed by restoring state aid. Every day, Dan and I see the future generations of Cherokee Chiefs, their siblings, neighbors, teammates, and friends. I know they're all ready to pursue every opportunity given to them. I know they're ready to chase whatever their heart tells them to go after. I know they're ready to be the future of our world. A lack of action today will deny these bright minds the future. Is that what we want to do, or do we want to give our future the opportunity to follow their dreams? I would like you all to think about our school community as Jenga pieces. As there's 3 columns to the game, there are 3 pillars to our school: staff, students, and programs. As we are trying to stack our tower higher to keep making it better, the state is pulling away pieces from under us. As you know, if you played the game before, when you start pulling pieces from the tower, it starts to fall. Likewise, when you pull programs and teachers from our school, we collapse. New Jersey has one of the best educational systems in the country. Why are we funding it like a game? I want to leave with this final thought. Alumni, staff, and current students live by the saying, once a chief, always a chief. And there's a reason for that. We take great pride in our school and are grateful for all the opportunities. As the biggest school in Burlington County, there is something for everyone. The school, like all high schools in our district, is second home to thousands of students. From everyone at Cherokee and the LRHSD, please do not dismantle the pillars of our school. I ask you to reconsider the impact of the drastic cuts and restore our funding. Thank you.
I'm assuming you've had some real estate fluctuations. What was the impact? It was higher value?
$17 million over the last 2 years was our local fair share increase. And, you know, you can't really drill down into it. You don't know what's coming. You don't know why. But the problem is, you know, we can't even tax, 2% tax cap levy doesn't even cover operational changes from one year to the next. The local fair share,
We've tried to fix that and went into some opposition, but that's. Okay, Senator Zwicker, comment, and then we'll move on.
This would be for you, but for all of the S2 losing districts. So I was a bit late because I was meeting with the new Commissioner of Education on this exact topic, along with Senator Gopal, the chair of the Senate Education Committee. We understand fully a couple of things. One, that your budget cycle is not aligned with ours, and so time is very short. The final budgets are due in 4 to 5 weeks for all districts across the state. To Chairman Sarlo's point, there's a couple of different things that we need to look at. One is whether or not we have the ability to do a special appropriation like we did last year, and that's going to be with discussions among a variety of different members of leadership. And second is what you just addressed, and there is a piece of legislation that we're looking to quickly get in place, knowing the deadlines, so that you and other districts like you are not in a place where you have to make the drastic cuts that the students talked about. So time is short, but we're working quickly, and hopefully we will have good news for you in the weeks ahead.
I appreciate that information. Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator Sanders, comment.
Sure. So thank you for your testimony, but it's okay. I'm not going to ask a question, but I'm going to make a comment based on it. And I know we have a batch of other folks
And
here
this
to
will
talk
apply
about
to all of the school districts.
all the S2 districts that are being crushed by
There's
these
about
cuts.
140.
And there are, yes. We should have fixed the school funding formula 5 years ago. We should have remade the school funding formula. It is policy malfeasance that we did not. We missed a golden opportunity to rework the formula. We could probably easily have given more money to the school districts that deserved it while eliminating the cuts or reducing the cuts of those that were arguably overfunded for a period of time, but made you whole so you weren't being crushed now 7 years into this. We could have done all that and maybe saved $1 billion a year every year going forward. It is a golden missed opportunity that, again, is policy malfeasance on the part of the Murphy administration. That's not political. That is factual. It It is tragic that this administration and the legislature hasn't done it. Republicans, to our credit, have been calling for this for years. The fact that you don't know what's coming every year, the fact that you can't plan for it, you can't make up for it within the 2% cap. The state of New Jersey did overfund you, no question, for a period of time. It also forced you to intertwine that money into your budget. You can't unravel it. It's not that easy. So again, tragic. I apologize on behalf of the state of New Jersey, and I'm deeply saddened that we missed this golden opportunity.
Because we have a bunch of school districts. I will just say this, whether it's the 140 districts, it could be a decrease in enrollment, as Senator Ruiz has raised in the past, increase in property values, which have some, like some of the ones along the waterfront. But S2 has also worked, because there was many school districts, my entire district, 36 and 38, were always underfunded for years. For years were underfunded, based upon the previous formula, and now have been leveled off. So there needs to be fixes. This formula is coming to an end, and we need to make the tweaks to it to even out those 140 districts. Thank you. Next up is Chris Emicoltz, Chief Government Affairs Officer, and Michelle Sierka, President, Chief Executive Officer of NJBIA. They're going to be followed by the Monroe Township Board of Education, that panel. So,
thank you.
3 minutes. Please,
Good morning.
Keep it to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good morning, Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity on behalf of NJBIA, the state's largest business association, to share some comments with you this morning on the fiscal year 25 budget. You have our very comprehensive written testimony before you. I saw it passed out. I'm going to focus specifically on one item, which is the corporate transit fee. And the reason being is that that aspect of the budget is the gate through which the business community must view this budget. Reason being, failure to reconcile this new an unnecessary 20% tax on New Jersey's largest and most innovative job creators is not only not sustainable for this budget, but it creates and gives New Jersey even a less chance at competitiveness and affordability as we go forward. The corporate transit fee is just another name, as we know, for the corporate business tax that just sunset. It just sunset 11 weeks ago. Those companies were banking on getting that money back to commit into their workforce, their facilities, and their communities. But instead, what we have done is we have turned around now and we've done a 360. I heard schizophrenic policy before. This is another great example of that. This is so important because at the time of the sunset, there was a recognition by our policymakers that the reason why we were letting it sunset was because New Jersey is an expensive state within which to do business. And in fact, Governor Murphy, just 2 weeks before he presented the budget and this new tax, stated that when it came to sunsetting the corporate business tax, we needed to be cold-blooded about our economic development policy because it affects our competitiveness here in the state of New Jersey. So we must ask what changed and why is this important? Businesses make long-term investment and decisions based upon predictability and certainty for the environment within which they're operating today. They were making plans based upon the promise that that surtax would sunset. And now what happens is we have uncertainty. A roller coaster tax policy and changes in the 11th hour cause businesses not to make investment, and more so cause businesses on the outside looking in not to consider coming to New Jersey. I want to reiterate, we thought we'd have the opportunity to invest that $1 billion back into our workforce, our facilities, and our communities. Now that $1 billion is going to sit in surplus because it's not even needed until next fiscal year. And we say it's going to be dedicated to New Jersey Transit. However, absent a constitutional amendment for a dedication, we can't be guaranteed that will happen. So today we pull a 360 on the tax policy. Please, a year from now, when $1 billion is sitting in surplus that could have been invested in our communities today, let's not pull another one and use it for some other purpose. This further erodes what is already an unrelenting tax environment here in the state of New Jersey. You can't look at this as a vacuum. New Jersey is the only state in the nation that ranks in the top of 4 critical taxes, that being corporate business tax, individual income tax, property tax, and sales tax. That affects competitiveness. And when we talk about competitiveness, we need not look any further than our partner and neighbor to the west, Pennsylvania. They are on a multi-year trajectory to take their CBT down to below 5%. multi-year, bipartisan, and they just passed a bipartisan budget supporting their mass transportation, not on the back of their business community. We ask you please to reject Governor Murphy's new 20% tax on the largest job creators in the state of New Jersey. We're asking you do better for business. Thank you very much for your time today. No questions. Wonderful. Thank you.
Monroe Township Board of Education, Christine Skirb, Matt Gorham. Are they here? Monroe? Come on up. They're going to be followed by Ed Jimenez. Ed, you here? Okay, Ed, so please make sure you hand your paperwork in and start to move towards the front. And they're going to be followed by the South Brunswick School District, followed by Donna Custard from the Jersey Chamber of Commerce Foundation.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, Chairman Sarlo and Senators. My name is Chrissy Skirby, and I'm the Board of Education President for the Monroe Township School District. The Monroe Township School District is a K-12 school district with approximately 7,000 students. Our community for the last decade has been advocating for the state funding formula to be looked at and adjusted for the inherent flaws that affect districts like Monroe Township. The budget before you this year is a historic increase in school funding, an increase of 8.4%, which is an increase from $900 million to $11.7 billion. Governor Murphy said in his budget address that we need to cultivate the potential of every student any way we can, whether they live in Cranberry or Camden. I am here today to ask you to please cultivate the potential of the students in Monroe Township. This year, our district has faced the challenge like many other districts. We can no longer stay under the 2% property tax cap levy. We have had to cut from our budget courtesy busing, athletic and after-school club busing, athletic supplies, the design of a much-needed roof replacement at one of our elementary schools. We had planned to expand our special education programs by hiring additional staff that now has to be cut from the budget. Additionally, Monroe Township is one of a handful of districts that cannot offer full-day kindergarten. To bring that to our school district would cost approximately $15 million because we would need to address the spacing issues that we have limiting us from offering a full-day kindergarten program. When the state of New Jersey was offering districts grants for these programs to bring full-day kindergarten to their district, Monroe did not qualify because we did not have a large enough percentage of students on free and reduced lunch. Now the state of New Jersey is moving on to the next phase and funding full-day pre-K. Monroe Township cannot even begin to think about full-day pre-K when we cannot even offer our students full-day kindergarten. Every child should be offered full-day kindergarten. It should not be tied to the wealth of a community. Monroe Township has a very large 55 and older community that lives on a fixed income. We have had 3 referendums in the last 5 years fail because the community cannot afford any more large tax increases. Our district has entered into shared services agreements with our municipality to fix one of our elementary schools that had a leaking roof for decades and an ancient boiler and HVAC system. No child should have to go to school where they don't know if they have heat in their building on a day-to-day basis. But this is what we are facing because of the lack of state funding coupled with a tax cap levy that has made it impossible for us to continue operating. In closing, I'm requesting the 2024-25 school budget appropriate $2.7 million to the Monroe Township School District to be able to maintain what we've had in our budget last year so that we don't have to cut these important services to our students that will create safety issues. Additionally, I'm asking that you please appropriate money for districts like Monroe to implement a full-day kindergarten program. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today.
Thank you on behalf of the Monroe.
Thank you.
Ed Jimenez, come on up, sir. President and CEO of University Hospital, followed by the South Brunswick School District. Make sure your testimony is handed in, followed by Donna Custard.
Good morning, Chair Sarlo, and good morning, Senate Majority Leader Ruiz and the rest of the committee. Thank you for having me. My name is Ed Jimenez. I'm the president and CEO of University Hospital. Employees at the hospital, community members, for several years, if not a decade, have been asking for a modern facility. And I think we've picked the wrong word. I think we just want what everybody else has. It's fairly straightforward. A hospital that doesn't leak, a hospital that doesn't break, a hospital that is befitting of the talent, the world-class talent of the Rutgers, New Jersey Medical School, physicians, dentists, nurses, and staff. It's clear to me that we've muddled the conversation along the way by using this word modern. We've certainly complicated it, and along the way, we've likely made it a bit of a pipe dream. Last year, the year before, and the year before that, this wonderful legislature and the administration has given us funds to get started so that it's no longer a pipe dream, so that we can begin doing right by the community we serve. We've started our expansion of the emergency department. For those of you that are local to Newark, you know that it's an amazing resource. For those of you across northern New Jersey, you know that we are the only New Jersey certified level 1 trauma center for the northern half of the state. So it serves more than just the city and this county. We've also started to vacate what we call, colloquially, the temporary trailers. For those of you that have been in Newark a long time, they were temporary in 1968. It's the first step forward to be able to clear the building so that we can build replacement administrative buildings and medical office buildings where we deliver care to our community on an ambulatory basis. Rest assured, and we'll prove it to you, we're spending your investment in this community and in our state wisely at our trauma center, at our ER, and in the campus that we're trying to make current. We've begun without all the dollars in hand because we remain optimistic that we will try to figure it out together. But we can't get over the finish line without funding. That's pretty straightforward. We could take on some serious debt at some astronomical rates, but I don't think that would be wise. We also have the day-to-day things to keep the hospital going. I mentioned the floods, I mentioned the breaking. It's a daily, if not weekly occurrence that we're running some sort of fire drill. Thankfully, most of them are small. At times, they're larger. We believe we have this role here. We're going to provide great care to this community. We're going to provide great care to our state. We are going to train the next generation, and we're going to help take science to discovery. It's a few that have decided to do that, and we do that every day at University Hospital. We've impacted the state in so many ways. The state has helped us in so many ways, but we just need to get over to the next part of our journey. In 1968, a predecessor legislature and a predecessor administration made a promise, codified in something we call the Newark Accords. And that promise was fairly straightforward: provide facilities and care that was adequate. A study commissioned by the EDA not that long ago pointed out very clearly that our facilities are functionally obsolete. Having this external validation makes it both awkward, strange, and exhilarating because we know better times are ahead. I don't think anybody would disagree with our facilities that we're not fulfilling a promise, but we can do better. Thank you for your time. We rely on your support. I welcome questions.
Thank you, President, for your testimony. Just what municipality are you located in?
We are in Newark, New Jersey.
Are you a state hospital?
We are the only state hospital.
Only state hospital.
We are the only state hospital in the state of New Jersey.
Thank you. Are you the largest provider of charity care?
We are the largest provider of charity care in the state of New Jersey.
I don't understand how we get amnesia from 125 West State Street to a zip code here in Newark, and we forget that the building, while it sits here and provides the most vulnerable of residents emergency health care and beyond, because I've said this consistently at every budget. Unfortunately, if you get struck by a car or if you get shot, the place you want to go to is University. But when you're scheduling for long-term surgery needs or for care, you schedule it outside. So there's only an influx of a certain payer mix. And until we provide a hospital, precisely as you said, we're not even looking for bells and whistles. We're looking for a place so that the next time I go to visit there isn't a hose attached to the ceiling into a garbage can to deal with the leak that just propped up that morning.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
If I call you, please move off to the side so we're ready to go. I'm not sure who's here and is going to speak on behalf of the team. You can introduce those who are here. Please keep it to 3 minutes, and we'll introduce your team. They're going to be, South Brunswick is followed by Donna Custard, and then following Donna Custard, I know we have a lot of volunteers, and I want to move them along from CASA. So Liza Kirschenbaum from CASA.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Sarla. My name is Scott Federer, the Superintendent of South Brunswick. With me is Mark Lifland, our SBA Union President, along with Om and Ishan, two of our students, and our Business Administrator. We're going to be brief. You've heard a lot of this before. I want to just go point one thing out. I brought little charts today that I think will help explain part of the issue with what's happened to a district like us with the formula. And I'm sorry, Mark, if you're behind there. In 2018-19, we were not an S2 district. In fact, we got $1 million that year. The next year, our town value went up $1.3 billion. Now, the reality of that is that caused a $16 million difference in local fair share. My question as we go through this, and I know, and I heard everything Senator Ruiz said, looking forward, trying to do this, and everyone knows schizophrenic, Declan scale, schizophrenic, we can't plan minute to minute, let alone year to year. But what happened is we sold warehouses that were valued at $3 20 years ago and now sold for $30 a square foot. That has nothing to do with neither collected tax, collectible tax, or students. It has absolutely nothing. We're using a formula that has nothing to do with collectible tax, not even just because of the 2%. Forget that. Do you think a district would have been able to go up by $16 million just because a warehouse or a few warehouses sold? It has no correlation. And we just want to say that so you can hear that again. But that is the issue. This is the exact issue. $8.6 billion in 18-19, we're getting $1 million. The next year, $1.3 billion of monopoly money. It's not even monopoly money. At least there's paper involved. This is really just on paper. That has nothing to do, and that's the cost. So it goes through it, and all the districts keep going due. You can see it. Then you can see the issue. Let me go one more over here. Then every year, you're seeing the same with the 2% tax. That, of course, is an impact. You can't say it's not an impact. It allows us to only get a portion of the need to cover. So when you do the 2%, merge that with the S2, South Brunswick, as of right now, is operating 6 years later with $30 million less money. It's not possible. And I know we all know this is not possible. I know all of that. The other day on Thursday, Senator Gopal invited me to be one of the speakers on the Senate hearing. Senator Ruiz, you were there for a little bit. You were there for a long time. I appreciate that. But unfortunately, I was at the very end. And Senator Zwicker, you missed me as well. The one thing we're looking for right now, of course, anything you can do in the now. I am right now looking at, we are preparing and spending all of our time. Sorry, we are right now cutting we are in the process of how we're going to, the best we can do to cut $6 million worth of humans. That's where we're going. As of May 15th, we will make those cuts if nothing changes. That's not pretend, it's not scary, that's the reality of our situation. We've cut everything else over the years. The one thing I did say, and this will be my last voice, whatever we do going forward, we need help now, but going forward, please, we need, and I say this, bipartisan. This is not a partisan. Kids are not partisan. Kids are not red and blue. They're not Republican and Democrat. This needs to be a work together, all students. And I know that's what everybody wants. Let's get a committee and do whatever you guys need to do. I'll give you whatever time you want, and I'm sure every one of my people like me will do the same. We need you guys, so thank you very much for listening today.
The NJIT engineer me, great testimony. Best testimony we've had so far, but I like the spreadsheets. Best testimony
Is
we've
that
had
worth
today.
6.2 million to you, Senator?
Good job.
You can keep them.
So I really appreciate the graphics, and obviously, you know, this isn't a partisan issue. It's not even a bipartisan issue. It's a nonpartisan issue. I want to be clear about that. What I'm hearing from some of the schools that are facing cuts, and I'm asking you about this, are any of the extracurricular activities on the chopping block at your school and in your school district?
Senator, it's a question. So what we do, if I'll try to be brief in the response, it isn't as simple as a yes or no. We prioritize. And right now, when we look at prioritization, we have academics, we have safety, we have mental health, and we have extracurriculars. If I'm doing it by myself without asking anybody else, extracurriculars is right up there with academics. You know, it's got me through school, playing golf. I wish I was still playing. But that, all I do is budget now, so I don't play golf anymore. But that's what kids need. Thanks, man. It's a must. So as of today, when we look going forward, if we have to do 6.2 million, it absolutely will reduce the number of extracurricular activities, which includes sports and clubs. We have a very robust music program that will be impacted. Those are real things that are about to happen come May 6th when we adopt the budget and May 15th when the pink slips go out.
I really appreciate your answer, because extracurricular activities are what got me through high school as well.
Yeah.
I mean, between tennis and the other clubs I belonged to, it was extremely important. When I hear schools are thinking about cutting music or any of the other extracurricular activities, to me, that's really unacceptable. And again, I'll give credit where credit's due to my colleague, Senator O'Scanlan. That, you know, with a schizophrenic type budget, there's no way that any school district can properly plan. I think he's gonna trademark that. But thank you for your testimony and for the graphics. I greatly appreciate
You're
it.
welcome. Thank you very much.
Chairman, just quickly.
If you could just provide brief.
Yeah.
Is everybody speaking here or no?
Three more, but we'll be fast.
We gotta be
Promise.
fast, please.
Promise, we'll be fast.
With the messages, we understand the issue at
Thank
heart.
you.
Go ahead, Senator Zwicker. I thought they were done. No, okay, you want to make a comment? Go ahead. I'll do it at the end. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Sarlo. My name is Mark Liffland, and I'm the president of South Brunswick Education Association. I'm here today to represent the voices of SBA members and to thank Senator Zwicker for his leadership regarding his bill S2434. As previous speakers have highlighted, that bill will benefit our students by ensuring they have the resources they need. Frankly, S2 is causing undue stress in an already demanding profession. Both non-tenured and tenured teachers face the reality of losing their jobs next year. And I don't have a chart. If I did, it would have two numbers on it, 170 and 100. In my district, as we speak, over 170 non-tenured teachers face the real fear that they may not have their job next year, while over 100 who recently earned tenure are wondering the same. Many members have told me that if that happens, they will leave the profession. And honestly, it is completely unnecessary and avoidable. The constant threat of job cuts due to budget constraints imposed by the S2 formula disrupts careers and creates a high degree of uncertainty. This discourages people from earning or entering or remaining in teaching. We already are facing a teacher shortage, and this only worsens the problem. The morale in our district, like many others, is at an all-time low. How can that stress not have an impact on students? When I entered the profession 21 years ago, teaching offered perks like affordable health care and a fair pension system. Over time, these advantages have eroded, while job demands have only increased. It is no surprise, then, that some are considering leaving the profession. The predictability of a public sector job, once an advantage over private sector, has vanished. If teachers face constant uncertainty, the higher pay and benefits of private sector jobs become more attractive. Additional funding to districts harmed by S2 and the passage of S2 2434 makes it possible for districts to have a mechanism to adequately fund the school district and to stem the tide. We appreciate your consideration of this bill, though by itself it will not solve the systemic issue of a flawed funding formula or a teacher shortage. It will help us next year when the state considers reviewing the current funding formula. We urge you to pass this bill and keep working towards a more equitable and predictable school funding system for New Jersey.
Good morning. My name is Om Janmanchi from South Brunswick High School. I'm a senior. So today, my friend and I, Ishan, we're here on behalf of our schools and all our students. So we have the great big cards with the numbers. Whereas we don't want to shed light on the economic implications of it. We're here to talk about the student perspective, the real world perspective. So, for instance, imagine in the hallways of South Brunswick High School, amidst all the everyday life, there's an undeniable spirit that unites us all. It's a spirit of teamwork, camaraderie, and the pursuit of knowledge that emanates from our sports teams, clubs, and advanced placement classes, which is the very fabric of our high school experience. As you know, South Brunswick has faced budget cuts, and we've weathered the storm, but the impact has been grave. Our sports programs, clubs, and AP classes are not just extracurricular activities to us, but they are the heartbeat of our high school experience as a whole. Imagine the chess team fighting for victory, the marching band echoing school spirit on the field, and the thrill of going to every Friday football game. These are not just sports, they are lessons in teamwork, discipline, and perseverance that extend far beyond the field. If we don't have the money for them, we're missing out on so many of these experiences. Thank you so much.
Hello, good morning. I'm Ishan Sinha, a senior from South Brunswick High School. And I want to continue talking about the clubs that form our school, which provide students with more than just the soft skills like perseverance, but also allow a more diverse and inclusive environment where more students are able to connect with our school and other members of our student body. Whether it be something like the robotics team or the cooking club, each club provides its members a home, making them proud to be part of our community. As I graduate in the next few months, I leave behind not only friends in younger grades, but also my younger sister, who will be attending SPHS. I want her and all coming students to make similar and valuable memories to those that I have made in my 4 years at the school. The economic burdens over the last few years have forced cuts threatening to cut off many of these experiences. But S2434 presents a light at the end of the tunnel, a method to preserve the soul of South Brunswick High School. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. The district and speaking, and we know we need to get this fixed, and I understand the short term as well. Thank you.
And Chairman, just quickly, since just very quickly, since this is my hometown where my 3 children also received a outstanding public education, I recognize that the charts and struggles you talk about with South Brunswick or the other schools that are here today is just across our entire state right now. That there's the 100+ districts dealing with this. Echo what you said. This crosses across all partisan lines. This is something we need bipartisan solutions for. We need them quickly. And to the students, I can simply say, go Vikings.
Thank you all.
Folks, I'm going to ask everybody to stay to the 3 minutes because I won't be here at 10 o'clock tonight, but Senator Scanlon will be here at 10 o'clock tonight. So,
You ready?
ready.
Great, thank you so much
3
for
minutes,
the
please.
opportunity.
Thank you.
Yes. I'm going to paraphrase my testimony before you. You have a written form in a packet, hopefully in front of you. I do represent the New Jersey Chamber of Commerce Foundation, which is the nonprofit arm of the State Chamber of Commerce, and we run the Jobs for America's Graduates New Jersey initiative. It is a national initiative in 39 states that helps students of great promise, formerly known as at-risk youth, to stay in school through graduation and prepare for post-secondary education and the workforce. The very students that are attending the community colleges will not have that opportunity if they don't graduate prepared. So I want to thank Senator Ruiz in particular for her support of the program over the years. And I'd like to share with you a little bit of data, which is also in your packets. Last year's appropriation enabled us to expand our program by 50%, serving an additional 300 students. But this year's 86% cut in our budget for fiscal year 2025 is going to force us to cut at least 6 programs we were planning to expand in 2024-25. to an additional 3 programs, but we have to cut those 3 programs and an existing 3 programs from either Passaic, Newark, Carteret, New Brunswick, Camden, Plainfield, Little Egg Harbor, Atlantic City, or Vineland. And we do hang our hats on our K-12 system in the state of New Jersey. We have over 100,000 seniors every year and a 90 to 91% graduation rate. Even if you take out the special needs students who stay in school to the age of 21, that leaves at least 9,000 seniors, that doesn't include underclassmen, who are not graduating each year. These are students who are predominantly from low-income communities, underrepresented students, students of color, and there are significant taxpayer dollars that are being spent for their high school educations. On page 3 of your packet, the bottom chart will show you in just a select group of 7 high schools where we have JAG programs. There were 546 seniors that did not graduate in the class of 2022, which represents nearly $34 million of lost opportunity because those students don't have a high school diploma. Meanwhile, the JAG program, our students graduate at a rate of 93 to 100%. We pull kids that have the highest barriers and the highest risk of dropping out, and we get them across the finish line successfully, prepared for post-secondary education, military service, and the workforce. So I would urge you to please put forth a budget resolution to reinstate the $350,000 appropriation in support of JAG New Jersey so that we can continue to support New Jersey's most vulnerable youth. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I apologize for my phone number.
That's all right.
I know we overbook these public hearings, but we also try, Office of Legislative Service does a great job and try to get as many people as possible into one day.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. It's my privilege to be here to testify on behalf of CASA, Court-Appointed Special Advocates, and to thank this committee for its overwhelming support over the years. We are extraordinarily grateful for last year's appropriation and are asking simply that you maintain the proposed CASA appropriation of $4.175 million throughout the budget process. This amount will help us maintain our services to children and families, will build capacity to serve all abused and neglected children within 3 years, and implement a number of important initiatives around child well-being, equity, and inclusion. CASA is an integral part of the state's child welfare system, a model public-private partnership, and the only entity authorized by state statute to help the court and child welfare systems by advocating for abused and neglected children. Maintaining the $4.175 million proposed budget will strengthen this partnership with you and will help build CASA capacity and quality and eventually help us reach more children. Please read my written testimony about our request and what we do, because I'd like to cede the rest of my time to Emily.
Hi, good morning. My name is Emily McHale, and I'm here to speak to you about my experience with the Court-Appointed Special Advocates. My case with the Division of Child and Protection Permanency began in April of 2019. Before that, I had struggled for the large majority of my adult life. I struggled with childhood trauma. I struggled in a domestically violent relationship. I struggled with depression and undiagnosed anxiety and PTSD. I struggled with substance abuse and at times homelessness. I came in contact with the system many times, and many times the system kept me alive. But I couldn't figure out my way out of the system. So when DCP&P came into my life, I was hoping to get the help I needed for me and my newborn son. My hope was quickly shattered. The division came down hard on me, and while I very much applaud the work that has been done in the last several years to create a system that lends itself to reunification, the truth remains that the division was my adversary in the case. I couldn't go to them and be vulnerable. I couldn't get to a place where I could be honest with them and help them help me get what I needed. That's why CASA is so important in these cases. I needed to have somebody in my corner. I needed someone to cheer me on. I needed someone to look out for my son so that I could focus on doing what I needed to do for me to create a better life for us. I needed an independent eye on my case, and I needed someone to tell me when to push and when to wait. I can confidently say that it's because I had a CASA worker on my case that I had such a favorable outcome. Now, nearly 5 years from my initial contact with the division, I'm the mother of 2 wonderful, beautiful, well-adjusted, safe children who thrive in my custody and care. I'm a wife and dependable family member and friend. I'm a licensed attorney in the state of New Jersey, and I spend my days helping women, children, DV victims, and other people just like me. I can do this today because CASA did it for me. So I'm asking you here in many capacities. As an attorney, I advocate for a CASA on every case. As a taxpayer, I need you to put a CASA on every case. But as a mother who's been through the system, I ask you to give other families the same chance that I had. And the best way to do that is to provide CASA the funding they need to get a court-appointed special advocate on every case in the state of New Jersey. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you for sharing your personal story with us and the importance of CASA. And I know we all feel the same. CASA is an important part of our state budget, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the volunteers who came out. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you. Okay, moving along here. I'm going to call up College of New Jersey. The panel from the College of New Jersey, Jennifer Keys Maloney, Associate Vice President for Government Community Relations, will speak on their behalf, and she'll introduce those who are coming up with her. They're going to be followed by Valerie Wilson, School Business Administrator, Newark Public Schools, followed by Catherine Chin, ABCD.
Good
Are you
morning.
folks with?
Yep, so this
So
is,
they could slide, you could slide in behind, so if you guys want to take a picture, or, I get it.
we're going to speak after them immediately, Sam.
Okay.
Trying to make this
One
efficient for you guys.
person will speak on behalf of the union, right?
We're 3 minutes together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
We timed it.
It's timed.
Let's go.
Appropriately
3
timed.
minutes up for the first group.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Please.
Awesome. No, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Jennifer Keys Maloney from the College of New Jersey. I am going to be very brief, add some numbers. 1616 is what we are less per student than our fellow institutions around the state, $1,616. What that means to us in terms of making that more equitable is 192 instructional positions. That's what we're seeking in terms of fringe support. Some deferred maintenance for a 90-year-old campus in terms of our STEAM system as well as our fire safety system. And last but not least, our business building. And so with that, I think you need to hear from the folks that are most affected, our students. I'm going to hand it over to Jared.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo and honorable members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Jared Williams, and I'm here testifying before you today because without TC&J, my story is not possible. I'm the son of a mother of immigrants who was the first in her family to attend college and the son of a father who sacrificed everything that he had to ensure that he gave the best life possible for his children. Going to TC&J was my way out and my way to make something of myself, and it was always the way to obtain higher education that I could repay my family for all of the sacrifices that they made for me, and all of the sacrifices that they made for me to sit in the seat that I do today. With the help of TC&J, I've been able to intern with the likes of Senator Cory Booker, Governor Phil Murphy, and Congresswoman Bonnie Watson-Coleman to serve New Jersey and statewide. Growing up in a predominantly black community, I didn't know what my future would end up because it was known for crime and violence. I didn't know where I would be today, and I certainly didn't think that I'd have the opportunity to intern for such honorable officials, but TC&J provided me that opportunity. I've been able to also have the high privilege of serving as the Executive Vice President for Student Government, all while maintaining a 3.9 GPA, so I can give back to my family. But TC&J made my path bright and showed me what my future could be, and I know the story is the same for every TC&J student. And TC&J continues to create brighter and better futures for our students in New Jersey, and to continue that, TC&J needs your help. We need your help to cover fringe benefits for 109 state employees, TCNJ employees, as this will give the college the room needed to expand and significantly enhance the student experience. We need your help so TCNJ, a state school, can continue to do what state schools do best, which is cultivate the brightest and best minds of students, which are the students of the great Garden State. Finally, we need your help so other students who look like me with similar experiences can continue to make a positive and palpable impact on their state, communities, and families. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared, for that lovely speech. Hi, my name is Dylan Nguyen, and my story is not too different from Jared's over here. College is not a blessing but a curse in my family. When many people think of college, many people think of advancing in life, but for my family, it's been an absolute struggle. My family's relationship with college has not been positive, and we've never been able to make it past that mountain. My mom never went to college, my dad dropped out of college, and my older brother dropped out of college. With all the odds stacked against me, I should have dropped out too. But TCNJ gave me a home away from home, and they stepped up to the plate. The only reason why I'm graduating from TCNJ this coming May is because it's retention strategies which are currently on the line. TCNJ, due to proposed budget cuts, TCNJ has been in talks of possibly shortening our library hours, shortening our academic databases, cutting student center hours, and shortening days for Welcome Week. All of these items have been critical for student retention and success. I owe my entire college career to these facilities and programs. I know about these talks because I've been involved in these conversations within my role as the executive president of student government. TCNJ's graduation rate is at 86%, which places us at the top in New Jersey and 8th in the nation for public colleges and universities. This is no coincidence, and it's all thanks to our current model. TCNJ needs your help to allocate funds to allow students like myself to graduate on time and contribute back into New Jersey. Acquiring much-needed funding for our facilities and general maintenance will allow TCNJ to retain New Jersey talent, which is something we are very, very proud of. Finally, thank you so much for your time and consideration. We look forward to hearing from you.
Great job, all of you. And you're mentioning the ending of retention programs is critical, because if retention, we've tried to get graduation rates up for years now, and you need to do that. If you have students come into school, build up debt, and don't get a degree, it's wasted, and they end up in a worse position than they could have been had they not gone to college at all. So you're absolutely right about that. And again, getting back to the schizophrenic nature of today's budgeting in this state, those are critical programs that we need to make sure are maintained. Great job, guys. And you know, you can intern with some Republicans too. We'll talk.
I whispered to Senator Zwicker if you had indicated what communities you lived in. I said, I hope not Newark, because you can run against me, and clearly, just kidding. I would always support the next bench. It's great to hear from two dynamic New Jerseyans to join us today. Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Valerie Wilson, Business Administrator, Newark Public Schools. I am so sorry. I apologize. The teachers are up next. Val, I'm sorry. You can hang.
So we're here from TCNJ AFT. We're representing the union. We're the other half of the TCNJ contingent. So the students are going to speak first, and then I'll go.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Euro, and I am a junior at the College of New Jersey, majoring in special education, elementary education, and history. When looking for colleges to attend as an aspiring educator, I chose TCNJ for its amazing teacher preparation program, academic rigor, and all of the close connections that could be created with faculty and professors at the college. I have been able to get to know my professors on a personal level, even collaborating with some on extensive research and other extracurricular activities. It is these close connections that ensure TCNJ's high graduation rates. Our four-year graduation rate is 79%. To give this percentage some context, other state colleges have 6-year graduation rates of 35%, 42%, 46%, and 49%.
Good morning. My name is Samuel John. I'm an undergraduate history major at the College of New Jersey. It is through the faculty and staff's constant investment in my career that I have gained induction into a National Honor Society, have been able to do an internship with the Historical Preservation Society, and conduct research at the National Archives. But weak state funding is hindering such student experiences. Between 2014 and 2023, all of New Jersey's other four-year public colleges have seen 30 to 196% increase in state funding. TCNJ, on the other hand, has only seen an 8.7% increase. To function with this budget, our school is gutting library resources, student services are underfunded and understaffed, and our professors are being asked to take less face-to-face time with their students. As a result, we are appealing to you to provide more funding for the College of New Jersey. For without it, it cannot continue to provide the high quality and personalized education that produces the next generation of student leaders and professionals like myself.
I'm Dr. Dina Boero, and I've been an AFT member and professor at TCNJ since 2017. Our professors and our professional staff at AFT are proud of our work at TCNJ. TCNJ graduates desperately needed teachers and healthcare workers that enter the workforce in 4 years rather than 6. Our nursing students have a perfect pass rate for the licensure exam. We graduate underserved student populations at the same rate as traditional college students. These sorts of achievements are unheard of for public colleges across the country. And our student success comes directly from the time our faculty and staff spend with our students. But this is the big takeaway I need you guys to hear as the union vice president. The faculty and staff cannot continue to deliver TCNJ's success with anticipated budget cuts. We've been doing more with less for 10 years, and we can no longer sustain this practice. We simply need more money in our operating budget. I ask you to authorize the 192 state-funded positions, that's the same ask as the previous contingent came with, as well as increase our salary allocations by 3.5% to offset contractual increases. TCNJ is at a turning point, and we need the state to help stabilize the college's budget and preserve this excellent educational experience for the residents of New Jersey. Thank you.
Members, around 12:30, feel free to go back and we're going to continue through lunch, and the NJIT president has a very brief presentation to share with the members. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo, and a special hello to Senator Ruiz, our senator from Newark. The rest of the committee, good morning. I am Valerie Wilson, and I am the School Business Administrator for the Newark Public Schools. I'm joined by our Chief of Staff, Javier Nazario. Newark is here this morning to speak about a topic that is central to its budget, not about funding in particular, but actually our facilities. Newark has been a beneficiary of the S2 legislation, and we want to say that we are appreciative and thankful for the funding that has occurred in our district. We are a district of over 44,000 students, which is comprised of over 11,000 bilingual, I usually speak loudly, 11,000, bilingual students, and 7,000 special needs students. We have seen an increase of 3,842 students since 2018. That is what made us eligible to be funded by S2. So we deeply appreciate that funding and have used it. In the SDA strategic plan, it lists 2 new school replacements for Newark, and indicates that they are most urgent projects to address high priority needs, to address serious deficiencies. These projects would provide an additional 1,800 seats in our district. Many of our buildings in Newark are aging facilities, and many are in serious disrepair. The SDA strategic plan lists any pre-1920 school building in Newark among the state's aging infrastructure based on their age and condition. I am happy to tell you that Newark has 29 such buildings, 29 of 66, with no capital budget and a very limited maintenance budget that comes out of the operating structure. In 2012, we performed a comprehensive review of Newark school facilities in partnership with New Jersey Institute of Technology. That study, utilizing industry standards, characterized the condition of 26 of Newark's school buildings as very poor or poor. Let me share one example with you. And, you know, simply because of their age, many of our buildings' aging facilities are literally falling apart. We have aging facades that are crumbling, causing widespread water intervention. Decades-old windows are loose, requiring extensive recaulking, or in many cases, replacement. So let me share with you an example. Lafayette Street is the oldest continually operated school in the state of New Jersey. It was built in 1848 with additions in 1863, 1881, and 1904. It is located in the densely populated western edge of the Ironbound neighborhood, which is increasing in population. Its 2023-24 enrollment is 1,240 students in pre-kindergarten through grade 8. In 2012, Lafayette Street school facility condition was rated as very poor. Can we imagine what it is today, some 11 years later, without significant repair and upgrades? We are trying to bring our schools into the 21st century. I'm going to wrap up, I promise. I'm going to keep to your time. But I want to share with you one closing statement, and I appreciate your being kind to me. The district is funded below adequacy. We need additional operating funds. Our operating budget is especially stressed by the fact that we have to cover facility improvements. We need many new and renovative buildings to bring our schools into the 21st century. The SDA has been unable to cover all the facilities that the state is obligated to cover. We have received many fewer buildings. We actually asked for 40 in the 2007 facilities plan. We got 10, right? Then we need. And because the SDA is underfunded, the new authorization for the SDA to provide funding and loans to charters in SDA districts will only put more strain on its funds and therefore ours. We need district schools which serve all students residing in the district to be a funding priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Wilson, can you describe to the budget members how preschoolers go to cafeteria or for gym?
Many of our preschoolers eat in their classrooms because they don't have adequate space in their cafeterias. In some of the areas where they are, I still actually have schools that do not have a kitchen. Avon Avenue was built in 1906 and does not have an actual kitchen. We service schools through sending and receiving relationships for meals. They also have to participate in activities within their classroom for the gym portion of their class.
If they were going to access those facilities, they would have to cross Lafayette, correct?
That's right. Oh, you were speaking about Lafayette.
Lafayette particular, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Lafayette School actually has 3 locations. We have 2 annexes. We are currently renting from the Archdiocese of Newark, which are remote from the main school. And yes, they would have to cross Lafayette Street School in order to access the cafeteria and the gymnasium.
3- and 4-year-olds. Just for the members of the panel, the last time that we went out for school bonding as an entity in the state was the year that I was elected to office, so it's 16 years. And I will tell you that as for as much discussion that we've had with the SDA, we also have to start looking, Chairman, at districts that can show the capacity to build on their own, that we give them that freedom to do it and the funding so that we don't become a bureaucratic obstacle in making sure that a building that was built before Abraham Lincoln took office doesn't get a new facility.
Thank you.
School construction program. Catherine Chin, Alliance for Betterment of Citizens with Disabilities. Catherine's going to be followed by Sean Spiller from NJIT.
Okay.
Good day, Chairperson Sarlo and members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Kathy Chin, and on behalf of ABCD, thank you for this opportunity. Our thanks to the governor, whose proposals will keep us moving forward and on track, despite the resource challenges, by annualizing the January 2024 wage increases for DSPs and supervisors, enhancing training for DSPs, expanding New Jersey workability and income limits to PAD and Senior Gold, ensuring a monthly minimum and enhancing security in SNAP, incentivizing the creation of ADUs, and ensuring that the professional licensing processes are completed in a timely manner. However, the path-breaking policies over the last few years of this legislature and administration must not become an anomaly. One, prevent marginalizations of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Despite 75% of our programs reporting that PT, OT, and speech therapies are needed to help individuals attain, keep, and improve functioning, only 12.5% can offer them because of the rates. An ABCD petition signed by 1,048 individuals, parents, and guardians support increases to make reimbursement competitive with the market for these professions, which would total less than $2.1 million in state dollars. Please give individuals a better shot at living independently and expanding their opportunities. Two, prevent a de facto rate reduction for all DDD community providers. Despite last year's unprecedented across-the-board increase of 3.25%, thank you, there is no sign of negative inflation to counter 2023's whopping 8% inflation rate. Please consider an across-the-board inflationary increase of 3%. In addition to conforming to our holistic service culture, which was integral to our positive outcomes during the pandemic, this policy is the next step to better enable agency executives to provide strategic and operational leadership, manage services and support, and guide employees. And three, prevent and minimize permanent disability. The last year's increases to early intervention enabled agencies to provide life-altering therapy to 17,000 disabled and developmentally delayed infants and toddlers in calendar year 2023, thousands more than in years past, and reduced the standby list by 73% in just 7 months. Despite increasing demand overall and a need for services in low-income and underserved communities, staffing pressures to employ licensed rehabilitation therapists, a national problem, forces agencies to slow their growth. Please help us to continue the positive trend that you began and prevent a de facto cutback by the inclusion of a 3% inflationary increase for EI providers. The culture of poverty in our social service organizations must not be an acceptable norm. Our rates must not inadvertently perpetuate IDD's marginalization. Our executives must have resources to lead and deliver, and the future potential of our infants and toddlers must be maximized, no matter the numbers in their zip code or their family's bank account. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee. I'm Sean Spiller. I'm a high school science teacher and president of the New Jersey Education Association. Thank you for your time today. I first want to start out when we look at a budget that has full school funding, again, meets the state obligations with a fourth consecutive full pension payment. I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you because you guys are a big part of the reason why we have the #1 schools in the nation, along with our great educators and so many in the school community. So I just want to start with that. I want to note, though, as we see so many of those students, as you've heard earlier in testimony, who leave our K-12 and then move into our community colleges, to see a $20 million cut to our community colleges after over a decade of flat funding, that's really problematic. It's going to lead to less courses, longer times to graduate, higher tuitions, all problems for so many students moving through that system. And again, we ask that you not only restore that $20 million that was cut, but quite frankly, add $10 million more. I noted it was over a decade before they'd seen anything, and we'd love to see support there as well. Moving to our K-12 schools, first I want to note, just would help all districts across the board, transportation funding. Those transportation costs have gone through the roof, so any dollars that can be invested there, really important. Like you've heard from so many before also, we want to note the impact on our S2 districts. Again, not only are there cuts, but sometimes unpredictable, the amounts that they're losing. That is certainly very problematic, and we need to see dollars that are put there as well. In addition to districts you heard from, there's districts such as Long Branch, Asbury Park, Cherry Hill, Hillsborough. You know, again, they're thinking they're losing a few $100,000, they're losing $2.7 million, right? Those are challenges that no district can prepare for. But I'll also note it's not just our S2 districts. When you look at Runnymede, which is losing 57% of their state aid because of some quirks in the system, that's devastating, over $4 million. So we asked that there's a short term, the dollars that are needed to support those, but we asked for a $2 million investment as well to look at the school funding formula. As you noted, right, this is something that was supposed to be reviewed. I will note, it's lauded throughout the nation as one of the best funding systems that there is. The Supreme Court has looked at it, constitutional, but it was supposed to have tweaks. It was supposed to be changed. It was supposed to, have review, and it hasn't. So we ask that you dedicate some dollars so that there can be a group that comes back to this body to give you recommendations on how we can make some changes to that. So we certainly would support that as well. And lastly, I just want to say one of New Jersey's schools, the School of Conservation, they're seeing a reduction in their budget up in Sussex County. They do great work in terms of supporting students, social emotional needs, environmental education. We'd love to see their budget increase to $3 million, again, state-owned, and certainly the reductions. I'll end where I started, though. I just want to say to all of you, and certainly as a parent of 2 young kids, I want to thank you for your continued investment in our children in the state, and certainly we see that in the educational space time and time again. So thank you all. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Jersey, Julie here. Come on up. Followed by the Lacey Township School District. Lacey, you're up next. Please make your way off to the side.
Good afternoon. I'm Julie Borst, Executive Director of Save Our Schools New Jersey. You have my testimony in front of you, or you will in a minute. As usual, we're here to ask for districts that are receiving ridiculous cuts. And by the way, this is not an S2 issue or just an S2 issue. There is a district in particular who I work very closely with, and that's Red Bank Borough, which is a K-8 or a pre-K-8. And they're losing over $2 million this year. They're supposed to be on the receiving end of S2. And this is just not just a matter of losing a few students over the last few years. It's a lot more than that. So I hope we're really looking carefully at what this looks like. We were also part of the Senate education hearing earlier this week. So I want to thank Senators Wicker and Senator Ruiz for sitting in on that. We very much appreciate that time. I'm happy to share that testimony with you. It was based on the special education funding formula, which I personally have been asking for a change for at least 10 years now. Save Our Schools has been providing testimony to this committee for, I think, for the last 12. So it seems like we're always here asking for the same things, but I want to just put a couple of things on your radar, and that first is to thank Senator O'Scanlan and Senator Ruiz for your stewardship for the School-Based Youth Services Program. This is an incredibly important 30-plus-year-old program. It needs to be expanded. There's nothing more important than expanding this, I think. I did finally get an answer from the front office yesterday, so that extra $1 million that appears to be missing was put in by the legislature last year, and I want to thank you, Senator Ruiz, for being on top of that this year. We have become so used to scarcity that we've normalized this. We have to stop doing this. You've heard from students today who are telling you that what they have been able to experience, what they've been provided in New Jersey's great public schools, are not going to be there for the kids right behind them. And this is not okay. And I want to ask this body in particular, there does not seem to be enough advocacy from your body to our federal delegation. There is money in the U.S. Department of Education's proposed budget. So this includes an increase in $200 million for Title I, $200 million increase in IDA, which is incredibly important because this is what funds special ed and specifically extraordinary aid, which, by the way, $420 million for extraordinary aid is not enough. It needs to be at least, I don't know what, $100 million more than that probably. $50 million for full-service community school grants, so now that grant program is going to be $200 million. New Jersey needs to be involved in that. Nobody except Patterson is going to be able to access that because they are only providing that now to states where the states are actually involved in the community school process, so we hope that you will do that. And then also there's a bump up for services for school-based mental health program, and so I'm hoping that New Jersey will be going after some of this money. We send so much funding to the federal government. We get not enough of it back, and this would be a great way to get some of that back. So I thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Okay, next up is Mary McElroy, Archdiocese of Newark. Mary here? Come on up, Mary. James Curtin, Ascenda here? You'll be second. I'm going to just stay over here.
Good afternoon, Senator Sarlo, Senator Ruiz, members of the committee. My name is Mary McElroy, and I'm the Associate Superintendent of Schools for the Archdiocese of Newark. And I come today to talk to you about the needs of the families in those schools we represent in the Archdiocese, the counties of Bergen, Essex, Hudson, and Union, and we're part of the over 150,000 non-public school students throughout the state. In all of the needs for education, we certainly appreciate the committee's care and response to the non-public school community throughout our state. And we have two asks in the budget this go-around. We're asking for an increase in nursing services and in transportation. In nursing services, 31 years ago, when the legislation was enacted for nursing services in non-public schools, the allocation was $60 per student. It's really only been about a $3 increase per year since then. And so we are now asking for $160 per pupil for nursing services. There has been a continuing shortage of nurses, we know, throughout the state in education, and our non-public schools have been hit hardest by that. And that is because the salary that is offered through state funding, which is managed by third-party providers, cannot keep pace at all with what is offered in the public school system. So in competition for nurses, nurses generally will choose the higher paying job, which certainly makes sense. And within our schools, our nurses are first responders. They're the ones that respond to whatever emergencies happen in schools, which sadly we all know, and non-public schools are not immune, that there are many instances and incidents that happen that go beyond cuts and bruises and a broken arm from falling off the playground equipment. Nurses are a vital service and they're needed, and we're hoping that this increase will help us to reach our goal of having a full-time nurse in every non-public school. In regard to transportation, the transportation aid, we are asking for just the CPI rate of 5.81 to be fulfilled, so that would bring the transportation to $12.33 per student. The aid has not kept pace with the amount of expenses, particularly the shortage of school bus drivers has driven up the cost of transportation. Non-public school routes are the last routes that are ever bid, and they're not economical for providers who can make more money running a public school route. This leaves parents in a terrible situation. Since transportation is the lifeblood of our schools, it makes it increasingly hard for parents to be able to exercise their choice in choosing a non-public education. So we thank the committee for the work that you have done in the past, and we ask for your assistance again. Our families are counting on it. Thank you. Yeah, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
James Curtin, Ascenda Integrated Health. Let me just, if James coming up, is Troy Brindle here? Troy? Okay, is Terrell Myers here? Terrell Myers? Elizabeth Drobit Blair? Okay. Matt Binder? You'll be up next. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chairwoman Greenstein, and members of the committee. My name is Jim Curtin, and I serve as the Chief Business and Government Relations Officer for Ascenda Integrated Health, whose mission is to provide world-class prevention, treatment, and wellness services to those requiring behavioral health services. We served 20,000 individuals last year in our programs from Morris to Cape May counties. We're headquartered in Glassboro, and I'm here to speak on their behalf. The mental health system in New Jersey is failing our children. The youth of our state and their families cannot wait any longer for life-saving care. I'm pleading with you to provide $65 million to the Department of Children and Families in additional funding to combat the youth mental health crisis in New Jersey. This increase equals a 7% increase across Department of Children and Families programs. Right now, there are hundreds of children and young adults confined at home or deteriorating in our emergency rooms because the waiting lists are over 3 months long for services. Most tragically, some will die by suicide because they couldn't get the care they deserved. This is not an exaggeration or hysterics. Children and adolescents are not receiving the care they need because our system cannot meet the demand. The reason for these record wait lists is because authorizations for intensive care have increased by 43% since 2019. But the total number of available beds for services has decreased by 41%. There are simply not enough beds in the system to serve children in need of intensive behavioral health services, and new beds cannot be opened because there is insufficient funding to pay for those services. Although there were a record number of calls to the state in 2023 for youth mental health assistance, and a record number of children are waiting for care, the state fiscal year 25 budget before you provides no additional funding for youth mental health services. What makes this even more disappointing is that the governor's platform during his tenure as chair of the National Governor Association was strengthening youth mental health. The legislature has an opportunity to fix this and do what the administration did not. Please provide the New Jersey Department of Children and Families an additional $65 million in this fiscal year so it can immediately provide sustainable services to children in crises. We recognize there are a lot of competing requests for resources in this year's budget, but none are as critical as providing life-saving care to our youth. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, Matt Binder representing Easter Seals. Is Lisa Williams here? Okay. Ross Whitening, you'll be up next. Helen Kiaki. Kellen? Good.
Hi, I'm Matt Binder from Easter Seals, New Jersey. We serve 3,000 adults across the state in a wide variety of mental health and disability services. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, for holding this hearing today and giving me the opportunity to testify. This year, our message is simple. Access means success. There are a few small items in the budget right now that do that. $20 million to annualize direct support professional wages. That increase, $5.25 million for additional direct support professional training, and $4.1 million for increased hotel and motel placement rates. That will keep people off streets. But by and large, as a few of my colleagues have noted, funding is flat in this budget, and with inflation at 3.1% in real terms, that represents a cut. This year, our most critical need is in partial care and intensive outpatient services for adults. That program, we receive from Medicaid $19.89 per hour. Our cost of care is $27. If that program goes away, thousands of people in the state will lose their care. They'll be rehospitalized at much greater cost to the state. We were moving people to a lower level of care due to a change in funding model recently, and many of those individuals thought, how would they care for their kids? How would they, stay in the community and out of the hospital? The other program that did this in our county shut down, and now it's just us left. And so on top of that, we also need to add $60 million in state and federal funds for the Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse, a 6.5% rate increase for DDD, and we also need to raise supported employment rates in the Department of Vocational Rehabilitation Services to $84 at parity with the Department of Developmental Disabilities, and restore Access New Jersey's $4.9 million in grant and aid that's been cut. In summary, access means success, and access can only be accomplished if investment meets the need, and every year, like so many other parts of the budget, it rises with inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. If I call you, please make your way to the front row. Please don't stay where you're at as we try to move along. Members, there is some food in the back, lunch, and there is a quick presentation by the NJIT president. Feel free to go back there. In the next 5 minutes or so, I'm going to continue to work through making sure all this testimony gets heard on and put into the record for Office of Legislative Services.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. First, thank you to this committee for convening this hearing and for the opportunity to testify. A special thank you to former Senate President Sweeney, Senator Gopal, and Assemblywoman Lampert, who have supported past budget resolutions for the Clayton Model Pilot Program that is proudly located in Gloucester County. I am Dr. Ross Whiting. I'm an educational evaluation and organizational development specialist and president of Dogwood Consulting. I'm also the former principal investigator and current strategy and communications consultant for the Clayton Model Pilot Program. The Clayton Model Pilot Program is a flexible, proactive, trauma-informed, elementary school-based social-emotional learning program established by the New Jersey Department of Education that improves students' readiness to learn through behavior supports provided by direct SEL specialists, including social workers, child life specialists, and behavioral therapists. The governor's budget currently includes $2 million allocated to the Clayton Model Pilot Program. I am here today to request an appropriation of $2.5 million in fiscal year 25, which is consistent with the prior 2 years of funding. Since the start of the pilot, 1,213 students have received specialized supports via small group activities and coaching, while another 1,046 students have received individual supports, including counseling, behavioral supports, and individual support coordination. Student supports range from grief counseling and emotional management to self-harm reduction and the coordination of external social, emotional, and mental well-being supports to ensure that all of New Jersey students are engaged and thriving in schools. The Senator Walter Rand Institute for Public Affairs at Rutgers University Camden is currently engaged in a rigorous evaluation of student and school outcomes for the pilot. In last year's research report, caregivers indicated statistically significant reductions in emotional problems, hyperactivity and inattentiveness, peer problems, and overall difficulties, and a significant positive impact on students' lives. Teachers reported statistically significant positive overall impacts on student lives and significant positive impacts on their classroom management skills. School systems report active, collaborative integration into school processes and positive impacts on school-wide events, classroom dynamics, and school staff decision-making processes. Succinctly, these results are far better in only year 2 of 5 than we expected for the pilot program. However, our data also continue to demonstrate the need for expanded social, emotional, and mental well-being supports for students in New Jersey. Finally, as we begin planning for the conclusion of the pilot program in 2026, we also support a $300,000 appropriation for SEL for NJ's Youth Mental Health Collaborative to engage in a landscape of youth mental health services across the state as we seek to create proactive, coordinated, accessible, and effective youth mental health services in the state of New Jersey. I ask you to continue to invest in the future of New Jersey's children through the Clayton Model Pilot Program. Thank you for your service and for your time.
Thank you. Ellen Diakis, did I say that correct? No, you help me out on that one. Representing Camden Coalition. The next panel after that is going to be Improved School District, Millville Public Schools, Tony Trongone.
Chairman, Mr. Trongone texted me. Unfortunately, he got ill last night.
Okay, Mr. Trongone won't be here. Okay. We'll come back to that.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Helen Kiokis. Close. I'm the policy manager for the Camden Coalition. The Camden Coalition functions as one of New Jersey's 4 regional health hubs. Kim Birdsall of the Health Coalition of Passaic County will be speaking later on today, and she'll share a little bit more about how the regional health hubs serve as strategic planning partners to state agencies to advance our shared goals of eliminating health disparities. Our regional health hub model was recently recognized by the White House in their playbook to address social determinants of health. We're extremely proud of our ability to shine a national spotlight on New Jersey. And I want to reiterate the request for a $3.25 million appropriation for the 4 regional health hubs and $125,000 for the Camden Coalition for Data Analytics. I'm also here to advocate for the restoration of funding for the Coalition's Housing First program. The Camden Coalition recognized early on that housing is healthcare. We launched our program in 2015 with cross-agency support, 50 housing vouchers, and a $500,000 appropriation. 10 years later, we continue to provide safe housing, extensive care management, and other social supports to Camden area residents experiencing housing instability. Care management and tenancy-sustaining services are critical to ensuring our program participants do not lose their housing, because for people with complex health and social needs, simply giving them a housing voucher is not enough. And I want to share 2 stories that exemplify what's possible when we pair care management and social supports with stable housing. Mr. M recently celebrated 6 years in our program. His alcohol use disorder cost him his job and housing, and he was living on the streets in Camden. In the 2 years prior to joining our program, he had 48 emergency department visits and 15 inpatient admissions. In the 6 years since joining our program, he has had 11 ED visits and only 1 inpatient stay. Mr. M now focuses on his sobriety and on repairing his relationship with his daughter. Ms. Barbara qualified for our program in 2016 due to a history of homelessness and multiple chronic conditions. Since moving into housing, she's developed a strong support network, has reduced her health system utilization by 84%, and reports great improvement in her quality of life, including time that she now has for crafting. Funding for our Housing First program has remained flat since 2015, while program costs have increased year over year. The governor's proposal now reduces our Housing First budget by half, which jeopardizes the program's future at a time when homelessness rates are increasing and we find ourselves amidst an unprecedented housing affordability crisis. We're requesting that our Housing First program be fully funded at $750,000 to secure the program's future. This investment impacts downstream reductions in spending elsewhere, such as ED usage, emergency shelter stays, and costs associated with incarceration. So again, on behalf of the Regional Health Hub Network and our Housing First participants, thank you for your time and for the opportunity to present this testimony.
Okay, thank you. Shlomo Shore here. Come on up, sir. Representing the Advocacy Israel of America. Nikki Baker. Nikki, you'll be second. Is Vivek Kumar here? Vivek Kumar? Prad Dandekar? Okay. Bina Mehta? Bina Mehta? Okay. Is Nathan Duguid here? Nathan, come up. You'll be after. Make sure you, please, in advance, if I call you, turn in your paperwork and your testimony to Office of Legislative Service.
Good afternoon. Good. How are you? Yes, for all of us. Thank you, Chairman Sarlo and the members of the committee. I'm here before you today to address the non-public school auxiliary service allocation and the non-public school transportation funding in this year's budget. Thank you. State-funded non-public school auxiliary services began in 1997 with the stated goal of ensuring all school-aged children should be assured the fullest possible opportunity to develop their intellectual capacities. In 1998, the legislature determined that in order to fulfill this mandate, an appropriation of $995 per student was necessary, and the recommended amount of compensatory and remedial service needed was 45 minutes twice a week. That number has slightly increased to $1,070 over the past 10 years, despite wage and administrative cost increases. $1,070 today cannot provide what it was able to do 10 years ago. Despite the recommended 45-minute class time, most children only receive 25 minutes per week with a larger class size. The results have therefore been weakened across the board. In addition to the minimal per pupil allocation, the budget appropriation remains stagnant, even though there's been an increase of eligible students. For example, in the fiscal year 24 budget, an additional $2.5 million was added to Chapter 192, bringing the total for those services to $46 million. In addition, in that budget, the language indicated that the per pupil amount for these services should be $1,070.33. However, due to the Department of Education's calculations of need using data from 2 years prior and limited funding, DOE prorated the per-service amount to $899, which was 84% of the original per-service amount included in the budget. This has been highly problematic for the field because the average cost to provide these services is closer to $1,300 to $2,700, depending where in the state, based on a survey that DOE themselves conducted in 2021. Children eligible for these services are the most vulnerable amongst our students. These children deserve, as the statute says, quote, the fullest possible opportunity to develop their intellectual capacities. Keeping these funds stagnant does not afford these children the opportunity, and we therefore implore you, the members of the legislature and this committee, to increase the per pupil amount from $1,070 to at least $1,300. Also, non-public school transportation is a lifeline for non-public schools. For 17 years, the non-public transportation was frozen, and we're still trying to recover from that freeze. In 2003, legislation was enacted to provide an increase of non-public school transportation equal with the CPI index. If prior administration's legislation would have fulfilled this legislative obligation, the per pupil amount would be well over $1,300 per student. Attached is a breakdown of the number of eligible non-public school students who are transported compared with the number of non-public school students getting aid in lieu. It is a disturbing fact that once again, more non-public school transportation is fulfilled via aid in lieu payments than the number actually transported. Aid in lieu is helpful to non-public school parents if only transportation cannot be provided. Tens of thousands of children in the state are entitled and mandated to receive a means of transportation are being shortchanged. We implore you, the members of this committee, to ensure a safe means of transportation for eligible New Jersey students as required by state statute. In order to do so, we respectfully ask that the per pupil allocation be raised to a minimum of $1,233 per pupil so we can match the CPI increase of 5.1%. Thank you.
Thank you. You're good? Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Nikki Baker. I serve as the organizer for the Healthy Schools Now Coalition, and we are now over 130 organizations statewide which advocate for public schools throughout the New Jersey state for facilities funding. We believe that all students, all children and school employees should work and learn in safe, healthy, and modernized school buildings, regardless of zip code. We are encouraged by the significant amount of money towards education in this year's budget address by the governor, but sadly, facilities funding has been lacking for decades. We are appreciative of the $350 million that's been set aside for the last several years. I know it's continuing, but to get through the SDA's purview of 50 aged buildings that are on its list currently, we're asking for $500 million for the FY25 year to at least start building on that money to bring current this current list of 25 buildings that they have already identified, 50 that are still not funded. And they also need money to provide a new buildings need assessment for the several buildings that have not yet been identified on their purview, but that we do know throughout hearing all of the districts, and the district's long-range facilities plans that they've provided. Trying to keep this without reading, but you've heard so many stories about students and educators in buildings where windows don't work. It's raining in the building, outside and inside, leaks, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just
Need an
encourage.
umbrella in both places,
yeah.
right?
So I would encourage everyone to just consider that, to get this moving and to increase funding for SEA. Thank you.
Thank you for your personal experiences and testimony.
Good morning, Chairman Sarlo and members of the committee.
I'm here to continue our psychotherapy for this schizophrenic budget. My name is Nathan Duguid, and I am a high school senior at Great Oaks Legacy Charter School, located right here in Newark. Great Oaks Legacy Charter School is a public charter school system in Newark, New Jersey, educating students from pre-K through 12th grade across 7 campuses and with strong historical college matriculation and FAFSA completion rates. Thank you for letting me testify today on the impact of the state budget on public charter school students like me. Every day, public schools in the city of Newark are overcoming challenges and making a difference in our community, and I sit here as proof of that. As president of our high school's Advocacy Club and Student Government Association, I've helped to lead voter registration drives and planted trees in the neighborhood with Senator Cory Booker. We plan to distribute supplies to the homeless, build bridges between teens and neighboring communities, and advance positive solutions to address crime in our central ward. And I want to pursue a career in education right here in Newark. It is because of my opportunities at Great Oaks Legacy that I'm able to speak here before you today about our challenges. Public charter schools in New Jersey lack state funding for school facilities, and this is not a new problem. Across New Jersey, public charter schools spend an average of $2,000 per pupil on facilities needs, with over $1 billion in needs statewide over the next decade. Like all public schools in Newark, finding space is a huge challenge. Our high school that I go to is located in a renovated historic police stable, and every time the boiler or air conditioning breaks down or when a pipe bursts and it causes a flood, it can take time and resources away from the classroom. As the student representative to our school's Board of Trustees, I know this challenge firsthand. Great Oaks Legacy has $1 million in emergent needs and is currently paying $4.3 million annually in lease expenses on multiple facilities. We recently had to fix the fire alarm systems and the exterior of the high school for $20,000 each, and updated the vestibules for temperature control. In a given year, we can spend $100,000 for just one campus location of our 7, just on maintenance alone. In a given year, we can, unexpected issues. I have 2 requests today. First, please restore last year's funding levels for emergent projects and capital maintenance aid for public charter schools. And while the legislature created the public charter school facilities loan program last year, it has unfortunately gone unfunded in the governor's proposed budget. Please consider public charter schools for a proportional share of any facilities funding added to the budget this fiscal year and beyond. And please treat all students in New Jersey fairly. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great job, great testimony, thank you. Got everything on video, so we're good. Bina Mehta? Okay, all right. Going to continue to move along, folks. Remember, you have 3 minutes. We're midway here. The yellow light comes on. That means you have about 30 seconds to wrap up. James Gonzalez, President and CEO of Broadway House for Continuing Care, has been sitting up here very patiently. Nicole Morella, followed by David Pringle. I see he stole a seat from the press. Followed by Peter Chen. Please make sure you turn in your paperwork and your testimony in advance. Thank you.
Chairman Salo and members of the committee, my name is James Gonzalez. I serve as the president and CEO of Broadway House for Continuing Care based in Newark. We have served as New Jersey's only statewide 78-bed long-term care facility for people living with HIV and AIDS and other complex medical conditions for over 30 years. Our reputation speaks for itself. We have earned numerous state and national awards for the comprehensive care we provide and recognized as one of the best nursing homes in Essex County. The people we serve are the most vulnerable residents in our state: poor, homeless, and underinsured. Their AIDS diagnosis is layered with complications brought on by drug addiction and psychiatric illness. They have no other reasonable alternative for care other than occupying an acute care hospital bed at a cost several times that of our daily rate. The impact of COVID-19 has taken a toll on the healthcare system as we once knew it. The economic reality of the goods and services driven by inflation and higher interest rates has forced upon our facility an undue burden affecting our operations. But the greatest challenge that keeps me up at night is finding skilled nurses, certified nursing assistants, and other patient care staff who desire to come to work on a full-time basis. There has been a fundamental shift in the mindset of the healthcare workforce. Individuals are focused on seeking higher hourly rates, customized work hours, and want to dictate the job responsibilities that they will and will not do. Caring for medically compromised individuals 24 hours a day, 7 days a week requires employees with a sense of commitment and dedication. As a result, hiring and affording to pay a qualified and motivated healthcare workforce has become much more difficult given the existing reimbursement structure. Despite our best efforts, staffing shortages are nothing less than a crisis in long-term care. At Brewery House, we have increased our salary rates and benefits, yet we continue to struggle to fill open shifts with agency personnel. I'm here today to seek collaborative solutions to address this crisis. The New Jersey Department of Human Services is undergoing an evaluation of a new cost-based reimbursement system to accurately address the true costs of providing long-term care. Approximately 99% of our residents are insured by the Medicaid program, and we have no private pay or commercial insurance to offset our losses. The department must help sustain the New Jersey safety net facilities that solely rely on Medicaid reimbursement. It is my hope that the legislature, healthcare associations, and the departments of Health and Human Services can find common ground to support safety net nursing homes and avert the further closures of financially distressed facilities that are critical to the aging and disabled residents of New Jersey. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your testimony. And we agree on the shortage of nurses. Nicole Morella, followed by David Pringle. Peter Chen. Peter Chen here.
Good afternoon, Senator Sarlo and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Nicole Morella, and I'm the Director of Policy and Prevention at the New Jersey Coalition to End Domestic Violence, which is a statewide nonprofit with a membership of 34 domestic violence and culturally specific organizations, providing a range of domestic violence services for victims and their families in all 21 counties. These programs, along with the coalition, are partially funded through allocations in the state budget to the Department of Children and Families Division on Women. While we are pleased to see that Governor Murphy has proposed to continue funding for domestic violence housing and abuse intervention programming in his budget, we are disappointed to see his proposal to decrease funding for domestic violence services from the current funding level. Domestic violence programs saw a 7% increase in the number of victims they served in 2023 compared to 22, yet Governor Murphy is proposing to decrease funding to domestic violence programs by 8.7%. The need for domestic violence support and resources continues to increase across systems. The Administrative Office of the Courts reports that domestic violence-related family court filings are up 14%, and the Office of the Attorney General Justice data demonstrates that law enforcement have also responded to an increased number of victims of domestic violence. In addition, the Attorney General Directive, which went into effect January 1st, establishing a statewide non-fatal strangulation protocol, has expanded domestic violence response teams' reach to include all hospitals in addition to police departments. Meanwhile, funding to domestic violence response teams has decreased by 20% since 2018, and our state is expected to experience a 40% cut in Victims of Crime Act VOCA funding, which will further impact victim services across our state. Funding domestic violence services ensures that advocates are able to meet the needs of survivors seeking services directly through their programs and to be an access point to victims as they engage with our courts, police departments, and hospitals. Investments in domestic violence programs helps us to reach victims in every single community. Funding cuts mean programs will have to cut back programming and their reach in their communities. Now is not the time to limit domestic violence programs' capacity and reach. We are grateful for the continued support to housing and abuse intervention, but we can't reduce much-needed funding for other domestic violence services. We are asking the legislature to restore funding for domestic violence services to the fiscal year 24 level of $26.16 million, and to add on $2 million to support domestic violence response teams' expansion to respond to victims of domestic violence strangulation. We appreciate the legislature's support of domestic violence victims and ask you to ensure that our programs have adequate funding in the fiscal year 25 state budget to meet our community's increasing needs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David Pringle, Power, New Jersey, followed by Peter Chen, followed by Katie Katz. Katie Katz here? Katie Katz, okay. Matt Hirsch. Matthew Hirsch, are you representing Matt? Okay, make sure you, please turn in your testimony real good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, David Pringle representing Empower New Jersey. We're the state's largest climate coalition, over 100 faith, community, environmental, and progressive groups, and hundreds of thousands of New Jersey members and activists. We're committed to moving New Jersey off fossil fuels to protect our health and climate and property, grow the economy. Clean energy creates more better jobs than dirty gas, and achieve environmental justice by rapidly and equitably transitioning to 100% truly squeaky clean renewable energy economy consistent with the science. We're also a member of the For the Many Coalition. You'll be hearing from many other members today, including Peter right after me. I'd like to make two basic points. First, to state the obvious, the state faces massive needs, not just Empower New Jersey's focus, which is transit, clean energy, and climate, but also education, health, housing, and so much more that you're hearing so eloquently from so many people already today and continuing. On our priorities, New Jersey Transit is essential to getting people to and from work, medical appointments, grocery stores, and the like. It faces $1 billion operating fiscal cliff, even after taking into account the annual raise to its operating budget from its capital program, which is already underfunded. The Clean Energy Fund provides essential support to the low income and to grow the economy, yet it is also underfunded, and even before, again, taking into account the annual raise it's suffering from that goes to the state's general fund. DEP is a shell of its former self. For 3 decades, there's been a trend of cutting and underfunding DEP. It's 25 to 30% of the size it was in 2005, both in terms of direct state services and dollars and in staffing. What does that mean? Permits delayed, modern rules stalled, drinking water projects not funded. That's not good for not only the environment, but it's not good for our economy. This legislature and this governor keep demanding DEP do more and keeps giving it less. Second, for those reasons, we're very supportive of the proposed partial restoration of the corporate business tax / transit fee. Mega corporations with net profits of tens of millions of dollars must pay their fair share, and that should be dedicated to transit. But you must still do better. Here are 6 very quick suggestions in no particular order. 1, fully restore the CBT, without which corporate executives and shareholders that net over $1 million a year in profit, that's net, not gross, aren't paying their fair share. That would bring in at least a few $100 million more a year. Speaking of schizophrenia, Senator O'Scanlan, stop making electric vehicles more expensive. You just voted yesterday to add $1,000 to electric vehicles, and the governor has proposed an additional $2,000 to $3,000 fee on electric vehicles a few months after he said we have to be on only selling electric vehicles by 2035. Is that my beep? Did I get beeped?
Yeah, you got to be. You're empowered to get up now.
All right, I will really sum up.
Empowering you to get up.
Restore the sales tax. That's about $700 million a year, with a graduated EITC to make it fair. Stop the fare hike. Don't spend $1 billion a mile on 10 miles of road on the turnpike. Think of what you could do with that $10 billion instead. Direct DOT to spend the gas tax on transit and fix it first. And I'm summarizing. In conclusion, you have a lot of needs. We have a lot of needs. You have a lot of resources. It's up to you to ensure the state raises and spends it wisely. Past budgets and governors have not done that, beyond a reasonable doubt. raise more revenue more fairly, spend it more wisely, increase the bang
David,
for your buck.
thank you.
Investing in clean fuels means good jobs and better economy, which means your budget in the future is going to be better. Thank you, and apologize for taking too long.
Peter Chen? Followed by the Housing Community Development Network of New Jersey. Amy Goldsmith here. Amy, please make your way to the front. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Solo, members of the committee. Thanks for having me, as always. I just want to start with the first point here, which is about our sort of broad budget context and where we find ourselves now. The economic recovery from the pandemic has been rapid, but many of the gains have been increasingly concentrated in a few corporations and in corporate profits. Corporate profits have seen a 50% increase since pre-pandemic. That's adjusted for inflation. I haven't seen a 50% pay increase since then, and neither have most people. Wages have not kept pace with that growth in profits. And as wealth becomes increasingly concentrated in a small number of corporations and in a small number of individuals, states and governments are trying to figure out how to better get at this pot of wealth and all of the wealth that's generated by an economy to ensure that we have an equitable society as a whole. And thus far, we have failed to effectively obtain a fair portion of those profits that have been soaked up by some of the world's largest corporations, like Amazon, like Walmart, like Wells Fargo. And the corporate transit fee is an important step towards getting at that pot of money and making sure those corporations pay what they owe to the states that they generate their profits from. We heard the business family talk about a 20% tax. This is not a 20% tax. This is a 2.5% tax that essentially replaces the surtax in a seamless manner for most corporations that would be subject to a fee. Now, it's still not enough, right? We're talking about $800 million. That still leaves $200 to $250 million on the table from the previous surtax that's not coming back. With $250 million, that's $100 million for S2. That's the entire community college cut and a little bit more. And there's still plenty left over. So if we think about what we need to do to have revenue to ensure that we're getting at this pot of money effectively, we need to think about restoring the full surtax. The point here is the math is real. Budget cuts are coming to programs that we care about, and they're going to happen because we don't have the revenue to support them. We've worked with structural deficits in the past, and it's led us down this path of underinvestment to where we are now. The cuts that are coming to programs are human beings, and that's going to harm primarily communities of color, communities like Newark, where I live.
You have to wrap up, sir. You got 30 seconds.
Yep. And the last point I want to make here is that we know what a robust revenue plan could mean for the future, right? We know about the programs that can reduce poverty, that it can increase economic opportunity. I'm talking about fully funding Work First New Jersey's grant so that people can actually rise out of poverty rather than being stuck far below the poverty line. I know this is something that Senator Ruiz, you've worked on extensively with Work First. I'm talking about expanding the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, money in families' pockets to make life affordable in New Jersey. That's what we need. That's what stable revenue can provide. And that's what the state needs in order to be successful in the long term. Final note I want to make here is I just want to push back on the term schizophrenic to refer to something as in a stigmatizing manner. People who have a mental health condition, people who have a mental health condition should be referred to with dignity, and that means not using terms around their health condition in a stigmatizing manner. If we mean that the budget is unpredictable, inconsistent, etc., we should say that and not a term that's stigmatizing. Thank you.
Budget, which does help a lot of people here in New Jersey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo and committee members. My name is Barbara Dunn, and I'm the Director of Advocacy and Global Engagement for Morris Habitat, headquartered in Randolph, serving the greater Middlesex and Morris County, as well as greater Plainfield. Morris Habitat is one of 16 Habitat for Humanity affiliates throughout our state, representing every county. We're also a member of the Housing and Community Development Network of New Jersey, which is a statewide association of nearly 300 nonprofits and others that support the creation of housing that is safe, decent, and affordable to all New New Jersey residents. Mars Habitat is here today to support the network's policy agenda in two main areas: full funding of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund with no diversions, and doubling the Neighborhood Revitalization Tax Credit Program. The first, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, is the most dedicated source of funding for the creation of affordable home ownership. While there are many sources of funding for rental property creation, home ownership for sale property is harder to fund. For a state with a $300,000 racial wealth gap between black and white households, it's imperative that minority households have the opportunity to become homeowners and benefit from the equity building opportunities that others have enjoyed for decades. The Neighborhood Revitalization Tax Credit Program, the second item that we're advocating for, has a proven track record of being a highly successful tax credit program because it takes a holistic approach to community improvements while leveraging public funding with private investment. Mars Habitat currently works in 2 NRTC neighborhoods, bringing both affordable home ownership as well as critically needed home improvements and aging-in-place programs to underserved communities. Our state faces a 200,000 unit shortage of housing that's affordable to moderate and low-income residents. And this impacts our ability to attract and retain essential workers in our communities. Also, 1 in 6 New Jersey households spend more than half of their income on housing, which drives up inflation and drags down the spending power of our residents. We need creative approaches to tackling this problem. I am encouraged by the housing investments that you have made in the 2025 budget with such innovations as funding accessory dwelling units to the dependable down payment assistance. In conclusion, a Southern California Chamber of Commerce with a real estate market similar to Northern New Jersey recently wrote about how housing development impacts the economy. And they cited studies from home builder associations that report for every $1 spent on residential housing construction, over $3 is generated in economic activity in the local economy. Housing investment, particularly new construction, means the creation of both short and long-term jobs, revenue for local businesses, and a boost to property tax revenue. As you discuss the state budget, housing investments are a proven, strong return on investment, and we look forward to being part of the housing solution our state must provide as we all seek a thriving New Jersey. Thank you for your time.
Action.
Is Jesse De La Cruz here? Come on up, representing Land, Latino Action Network. Christine Vespi? Here. Okay. And is Misty Weiss here? The two of you can come up together. That's okay. And Kimberly Birdsall. Hi, Kimberly. How are you? That will complete our first kind of session.
Chairman, I'm John Mahalo.
Okay. We'll take a look.
You ready? Okay. My name is Amy Goldsmith. I'm the New Jersey State Director for Clean Water Action. We have 150,000 members in the state. Budget should reflect our values and our priorities. Clean Water Action's priorities should be budget priorities should be grounded in corporations and wealthier individuals that can afford to pay should pay. Government should protect people, workers, and communities from harm, polluters, and other wrongdoers. And the state should foster programs that train and put people in union jobs by reducing climate impacts. With that in mind, I have several comments about the budget. We should not use $10 billion to do the turnpike expansion. We should dedicate the corporate transit fee, which is a good first step, but we should actually restore the entire corporate surcharge. The 15% transit fare hike must be prevented for people who need to ride it. The Clean Energy Fund allocation, $70 million, should be dedicated to capital and specifically electrification if we're going to get to the 100% electrification of buses over the next decades. The electric car sales tax exemption and incentives should not be sunsetted at this time. I would never have been able to buy an electric, my Chevy Bolt, and While it is important for electric cars to pay their fair share of the road usage, they also have the societal benefits of climate reduction impacts. The warehouse truck tax is not an effective tool to trying to get to, certainly not to zero emissions, and not addressing the warehouse problems that plague our communities. In energy, we support the grid modernization, which has both state and federal matching dollars. In water, the increase in drinking water infrastructure is encouraging, $342 million from the $300 million, but we have a $7 billion shortfall, and you should know that not just lead service lines need to be replaced, but the next issue is going to be our forever chemicals with PFAS, which not just 80 drinking water systems, but hundreds are going to require filtration in the future, creating ratepayer shock. We are pleased to see the federal and state match for emerging contaminants, as I just mentioned. In terms of the Department of Environmental Protection, the state parks need more staff and money. As I said before, we should be reinstating the entire surcharge for the corporate business tax. We should be evaluating fees and fine collections and enforcement. And one last point I want to make is that drayage truckers and trucking companies are not paying their fair share. Trucking companies are treating drivers as if they're independent owner-operators when they should be really treated as employees, and therefore should be paying their fair share of payroll taxes to the coffers of the state budget. The state has been taking legal action against not the drivers, but the trucking companies. They should continue to do so that they get the protections they need as workers and the state gets revenue that it duly deserves. Thank you very much.
For Land Latino Action Network Foundation?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dr. Jesly De La Cruz, and I'm with the Latino Action Network Foundation. We're here to specifically speak to our program, the Hispanic Women's Resource Centers, that was cut by 75% in the current budget. We served over 4,000 Latina women last year to provide not just employment and training services, but quality mental health services and wraparound services, including, we are one of the few programs in the state that provide not just the GED preparation in Spanish, while also providing ESL classes to that person. And with additional funding, we opened up a freestanding mental health center in downtown Freehold to provide mental health services to survivors of domestic violence. We opened up doors to our employment and training services, not just in the urban centers, but in the rural parts of New Jersey as well. We serve women as far north as Sussex County and as far south as Vineland. Lakewood, Hamilton, Cumberland County, we're all over the state. We're not just in the urban centers, so cutting this program, it's not a partisan issue, it will literally decrease funds going into all places where Latina women are living and working. So I'd like to introduce some of the women here with me today who are serving Latina women in Morris County, New Jersey, Morris County Organization for Hispanic Affairs.
Hello, my name is Marcela Leno. I'm the Executive Director of Morris County Hispanic Affairs in the Morris County area, and I'm here with Maria Colon.
Hello, my name is Maria Colon. I am the Assistant Director and Case Manager for the Hispanic Women's Resource Center at MCOA. I really want to express the urgency of having this budget allocation for the Hispanic Women's Resource Center. This center has been a pillar of guidance, support, overall empowerment to the Hispanic women in Morris and Sussex County. We offer, like Dr. Jesly De La Cruz said, we offer support groups, vocational training. It plays a pivotal role in addressing a unique need for that population. These Hispanic women in both of these counties have barriers such as language barriers, cultural isolation. A lot of these people come crossing the borders, they come alone, they don't have a community they can rely on, and this Hispanic Women's Resource Center makes them have that community, it builds that community. We also address financial disparities and healthcare access challenges. Despite our unwavering dedication, the demands of our services consistently surpasses the capacity. We also provide internship opportunities for college students, so that has been something very important for our organization. I was one of the interns in the Hispanic Women's Resource Center, and I ended up working there, so that shows how amazing the need is. Therefore,
If we could begin to wrap up for land, that'd be
all
great.
right. So I'm here to introduce Luisa Ochoa, who she's one of our clients. Luisa is here to give her testimony.
Hola. Hola, mi nombre es Luisa Ochoa. Tengo 56 años. Tengo 2 nietos. Soy madre y esposa, abuela también. Vengo aquí.
My name is Luisa Ochoa. I'm 56 years old. I'm a grandmother of 2 children and a wife and a mother.
Estuve 8 meses con depresión, medicada 3 veces al día. Sufrí de ansiedad, sufrí de miedo, falta de dormir y sin comer por casi un mes entero. Y pude soportar.
For 8 months, she lived with and suffered from depression, struggling to be medicated throughout the day to manage her symptoms with anxiety and depression.
Hasta que conocí el centro de Macoa, donde encontré oportunidades de estudios en inglés, computación. Estudié las clases de ciudadanía, ahora soy ciudadana americana.
She came until she found the Hispanic Women's Resource Center at the Morris County Organization for Hispanic Affairs, where she was able to enroll in ESL classes and participate in their programming.
And became a citizen.
And become a U.S. citizen because of the support that the center was able to provide them.
Y muchas gracias al centro de Macoa. And then I want to say thank you so much, senators, for giving me opportunity to listen to my story. Now I'm speaking English because Macoa is the center to support myself and all women at the center. Thank you so much.
And I just want to say one thing. We did a study last year of 64 women, focus groups of all our centers, and all the women said that their main goal is to learn English and to practice English so that they see that as the main way for their economic prosperity. And without the women's centers, they wouldn't be able to do that because we provide childcare and the wraparound services for them to actually be able to participate in the programming.
You guys do a nice job. Land does a nice job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question. What was the last time that you saw budget line items like this in the budget?
Budget line items cut like this, 75%. 2010, we were cut. We were eliminated in 2010. And since then, we've been increased to serve thousands of women throughout the state. Until now, yeah. So we haven't seen a cut like this since 2010, Governor Christie.
Thank you. The next panel is Christine Best, representing Shamong Township School District, and Misty Weiss representing Woodland Township School District, followed by Kimberly Birdsall, and then Mr. Mahalan, I apologize, and Maura Collingscrew, and which? New Jersey Center for Tourette's. That'll complete, we'll go in that order, and that'll complete our first session. Folks, we've been given a lot of latitude here, so please, everybody try to stay within your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for providing me with the opportunity to share my concerns with you regarding the school funding allocations for fiscal year 2025. I will echo what you've heard from many of my colleagues and school leadership say this morning. I am Dr. Christine Vesby, the superintendent of the Shamong School District, a pre-K through eighth grade district, and ascending district to the Lenape Regional High School District in Burlington County, which you heard from earlier this morning. Our district was identified as an S2 district and has been receiving significant reductions in our state funding over the past 6 years. While S2 was originally intended to provide for a gradual decrease in state aid, this has certainly not been the reality. The initial figures provided to our district outlined a state aid reduction totaling just over $1.1 million for the 7-year reduction plan. In actuality, we've been cut over $2 million. Over the past years, we've worked diligently to adjust and reduce our budget costs, and yet still find a way to provide for the outstanding education that our children deserve. Our community will not only feel the impact in our schools, but then again at their regional high school. This also realized a devastating cut to their budget.
For fiscal year 2025, our district was slated to receive a decrease in state aid of $274,000, and we were prepared to make necessary reductions to afford this cut. However, our reduction in aid was over 2 times that amount, resulting in a cut of $574,000. This number equates to 1/4 of our total $2 million total loss over the 7 years. So this was not gradual, as you would agree. With budget cuts of this magnitude, the education that we are able to provide to our children will now be further impacted by the additional loss of teachers, staff, and programs. It's hard to understand how anyone can make the statement that education is fully funded when you have successful school districts practically being dismantled to provide extraordinary amounts of funding to other districts. Special education costs continue to rise, yet we are not fully funded for the needs of our most vulnerable population. How is this fair? That so many school districts are left dealing with the devastation that these cuts in the state aid have left on their district, and what I find most troubling is the negative impact this will have on our children now and in their future. Thank you again for your time today.
Good afternoon. My name is Misty Weiss, and I am the superintendent and principal of Woodland Township School District in Burlington County in the heart of the Pinelands. I represent probably one of the most unique school districts in the state where we have a very small student population, but we cover a little less than 90 or a little more than 95 square miles of township property. So very unique. My district is one of the S2 districts over the last 7 years that we have prepared and planned for these cuts. When the cuts were started, we were slated to lose about $160,000. With this budget presented coming up, we will be losing over $650,000 in those 7 years. This school year coming up alone, or the budget presented coming up alone, our state aid was cut by 50%. The state aid that we will receive in 24-25 will cover our transportation and maybe 1 teacher for that school year. During each of these years, we have done everything we can to cut costs, to share services. The district right next to us, we share our business administrator. We've done all of the things that we can do, and as well as survive COVID, as well as all those other districts. We've been creative in every way possible, and I implore you guys, as you've said before, you understand everything that we're dealing with to try to make these decisions faster than possible, faster than available right now, because these things are affecting us. We are in an educational crisis where teachers and educators are leaving quicker than we can replace them, and we need to fund our schools properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So thank
Yes,
you.
we did. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the way from the Pinelands.
Kimberly Birdsall, Executive Director, Health Coalition of Passaic County, followed by Mr. Mulholland, behind by Citizen Action, and followed by the Tourette Syndrome.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, Senator. Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, members of the Budget, Senate, and Appropriations Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of the New Jersey Regional Health Hubs. My name is Kimberly Birdsall. I'm the Executive Director of the Health Coalition of Passaic County. Here today with me are colleagues from the New Jersey Regional Health Hubs, the Camden Coalition, you heard from Helen earlier, Trenton Health Team, Greater Newark Healthcare Coalition, as well as the HCPC, or Health Coalition of Passaic County. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to thank you first off for your leadership and financial support of the New Jersey Regional Health Hub program. As you consider and finalize the budget for FY25, we are asking for your continued support for New Jersey Regional Health Hubs through a $3.25 million allocation, which represents a modest increase of $500,000 across all 4 RHHs. Additionally, we're requesting $125,000 for the Camden Coalition to sustain regional health hub data analytics work. So in total, that will be a commitment of $3.375 million and will enable the regional health hub program to continue to advance health equity across our state. In 2020, New Jersey took the opportunity to lead the nation in developing a transparent and accountable model for population health with the regional health hub program. Since that time, the structure has helped countless individuals with complex health and social needs, and also helped to navigate our communities as well as the state through unprecedented challenges. Your collective commitment to funding the RHH program is not only inspiring, but as Helen mentions has provided an example to states across the nation on how to coordinate person-centered care through a network of trusted nonprofit organizations and state agencies, all working together to reduce health disparities and improve health outcomes. This is evidenced by that New Jersey RHH program being highlighted in the White House U.S. playbook to address social determinants of health. So our organizations function as strategic partners to state agencies in many different ways. We serve as a bridge that connects the state agencies to clinical partners, community, faith-based organizations, but most importantly, members of the community, so that we can work together to advance health equity, as well as achieve New Jersey public health and social service priorities. One example would be our work in the New Jersey redetermination post-pandemic under the Office of Medicaid. Collectively, we've contacted directly over 140,000 New Jersey households across the state who had not yet returned their Medicaid redetermination packages, and this has helped to answer DMAS's call for an all-hands-on-deck approach to redetermine the Medicaid eligibility of more than 2 million New Jerseyans. So as the U.S. playbook to address social determinants of health points out, effectively addressing identified unmet social needs requires a well-coordinated system of health and social care. The New Jersey Regional Health Hubs are really a model of this well-coordinated system, and we respectfully ask the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee to continue to prioritize this funding in the FY25 budget. Thank you so much.
You went with the community colleges for some reason, so I apologize.
I completely understand. Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo, Vice Chair Greenstein, and honorable members of the Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is John Mulholland, and I'm the Executive Director of ASSA. Our nonprofit association serves over 90% of the 135 state-approved specialized schools that serve students with disabilities, or APSSDs for short. As you know, APSSDs partner with public school districts to educate disabled public school students with complex special education needs pursuant to a referral contained in an IEP. Students in New Jersey and across the country are dealing with an increase in mental and behavioral health challenges. It is reported with frequency that an increasing number of students are being diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, or ASD. Students are also increasingly diagnosed with other developmental disabilities. There is also a noted increase in behavioral disabilities. Many students have physical disabilities still, and some of these students are medically fragile. Crucially, when students are being diagnosed with educational disabilities, the acuity is trending greater, and they are often being diagnosed with co-occurring conditions. As this body is aware, the earlier that a student or any individual receives a needed intervention, both the likelihood of a positive outcome and the quality of that positive outcome increases. As a result of this, we are very concerned that the level of funding for extraordinary special education aid contained in the governor's budget proposal is for the second straight year being maintained at $420 million. Just 2 years ago, school districts were receiving 90% reimbursement for their eligible expenses. They will only receive 72% this school year, and absent an increase, will receive far less next school year. This past year, public school districts had expenses eligible for reimbursement in the amount of $586 million. While ASSA sincerely believes that the best course of action is raising extraordinary special education aid to $586 million in order to fully match the amount of expenses that were eligible for reimbursement last year, a significant increase of any amount would not only benefit students with special needs, but all New Jerseyans. For the reasons suggested in earlier testimony, it needs to be at least a $100 million increase over the budget proposal to be significant. Simply put, we must ensure school districts are provided with the resources to appropriately support all of their students, consistent with federal and state law to provide a free and appropriate public education. Thank you again on behalf of the over 10,000 public school students with special needs that are served by ASSA schools for the opportunity to provide this testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Sarlo and members of the Budget Committee. It's good to be here to give our initial response. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at New Jersey Citizen Action. And in addition to our policy and advocacy work, we do and deliver a lot of direct services, things like healthcare enrollment, housing assistance, tax preparation, financial coaching, which happens, a lot of it, right down the street from where we sit here today. We serve around 18,000 New Jerseyans every year, and it is with them in mind that I make these comments today. I'd just like to note there are several things in this budget we do support, one of them being the full payment to the pension that supports our state workers who serve so many of the families that we service. Increased funding for affordable housing, and thank you to all of you on this panel who voted yes on the very important affordable housing bill yesterday. Food insecurity, education, health care for children. We have now record enrollment for children across the state of New Jersey, thanks to our Cover All Kids program and the work of many individuals here in this room in helping to promote that. All of these things require revenue, and today our message is we appreciate the fact that the governor has reversed course and is now calling for a corporate business fee to help fund transit. We are asking that you make sure that we bring back the corporate business tax so that we are not leaving any money on the table. You heard from previous partners and for the many coalition that we are leaving somewhere between $200 and $250 million on the table. This is a way, by reinstating this tax, that will enable us to stave off cuts to essential programs and services, many of the concerns you heard here today, and to continue to help low and moderate income New Jerseyans. So that is our primary message here today. We appreciate the work that has expanded many of the programs that low and moderate income New Jerseyans rely on, but there is much more to do, and we ask your consideration to ensure corporations are paying their fair share. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Aguera, Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome and Associated Disorders. They'll be followed by Jacob Kaplan. Jacob Kaplan, you here? Okay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for allowing us to be here today. My name is Lisa Aguilera. I am the Youth Development Coordinator for the New Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome. I'm also here with Hillary Krichawi, who is our Development Director, and I have the privilege of working with youth who advocate on behalf of those who suffer with Tourette Syndrome. And I'm honored to introduce Sarah Freeman today, who is going to speak on behalf of NJCTS.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Freeman, and I am a youth advocate for the New Jersey Center for Tourette Syndrome and Associated Disorders, or NJCTS. This year, NJCTS is celebrating our 20th anniversary. To this day, we remain the only organization in New Jersey serving the Tourette Syndrome and tic disorder community. My family and I are members of that community. NJCTS is an organization that has truly changed my life. When I was first diagnosed with TS and I was struggling in school, an NJCTS youth advocate came to my school and gave a presentation. This helped me immensely as my classmates and teachers could better understand what I was going through. As I got older and became more involved with their youth programming, I saw the organization's effects on many. NJCTS has provided me with the opportunity to meet other kids with Tourette syndrome, something most affected by TS cannot do. I have become a better leader and have had the opportunity to speak to so many incredible people about my experiences with TS. NJCTS is a safe haven for so many to take, be themselves, and share their struggles with others. That is why I'm proud to represent them today. Did you know that in 2022, the Center for Disease Control reported that 1 out of 50 school-aged children have Tourette syndrome, or persistent tic disorder? In addition, 83% have at least one additional mental health, behavioral, or developmental disorder, such as OCD, ADHD, anxiety, and depression. With the funding we receive from the state, NJCTS has provided referrals for medical diagnosis, and treatment, training to school and medical professionals, opportunities for kids and teens like myself to develop advocacy and leadership skills, family programs, including our annual Camp Fantastic, and support for research, including cutting-edge genetics work into the causes of TS being done right now at Rutgers University. In fact, last year we were able to educate nearly 1,000 teachers and present to over 3,000 New Jersey students about Tourette syndrome, helping to increase awareness and break down stereotypes. We also increased programming to reach adults who were adversely affected by Tourette syndrome. Sadly, a recent survey by the Tourette Association of America found that 48% of adults with TS have considered suicide at some point in their lives. There is still more to be done to ensure more individuals with TS are empowered and accepted. As the fiscal year 2025 budget process begins, we hope you will support the continuation of the existing $800,000 in state funding through the New Jersey Department of Health. We also ask for an additional $125,000 to support ongoing research initiatives and clinical services at the NJIT Tourette Syndrome Clinic at Rutgers University. The clinic provides psychological assessments and individual, group, and family therapy for children and adults with TS. As the demand for treatment increases, so do wait times for New Jersey families. The funding would help in the expansion of diagnostic assessments and counseling by allowing more doctoral students into the practicum. With your ongoing support, we will continue providing vital programs and services for families throughout the state. Thank you.
Okay, folks, we're moving to list 2 here. For those who are just joining us, members will be moving in and out. As we go to list 2, please, we still have a lot of folks who still need to testify. Not going to be asking a lot of questions as we get later into the day here. All of your testimony, please make sure you turn it in. And please make sure you speak loud and clear so it properly gets recorded. And all of your testimony will be scanned and provided to the members and staff for their deliberations in the upcoming weeks. So, I'm going to call up Harris Laufer and Thomas Michaels, representing Jewish Federations of New Jersey. They're not here, okay. Anthony Russo, Commerce Industry of New Jersey. Come on up. He'll be followed by Kate Ratner. Kate here? Yeah. Kate, and then followed by Emily Vassler. Emily here? Okay, he'll be third.
All right, well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Again, it's Tony Russo. I'm president of the Commerce and Industry Association of New Jersey. I did pass out the written testimony, so I'll just kind of highlight some of the concerns with this proposed budget by Governor Murphy. But before I do that, I just wanted to share some feedback that I received from members about last year's budget and why details are so important before the budget is finalized, because as I explained to members, you know, the governor gives his budget address, it's a wish list. Really, the hands fall into, I guess, the authority falls to the legislature in terms of finalizing the budget. And I'll give you an example, and I could highlight some of the concerns with this year's budget. We can't support the governor's corporate transit tax. We just feel that, you know, fixing our public transit system on the backs of our businesses that generate more than $10 million is just not the right approach to fixing NJ Transit. One of the questions that was asked to me, and I'm sure you've been asked, is the federal funds that have come in through the various federal programs like the American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Act. It'd be nice to see, you know, how that money's been allocated. So with that tax, we can't support it. Also, again, devil's in the details. The details are important. There was reference in the budget in detail about a truck tax or warehouse tax, $1 a truck. Not a lot more than that. We're not really sure, but I could tell you, and I know my business colleagues, you know, we've all been asked, you know, what's the detail there? And basically we said, look, you got to let the process play out, and I'm sure that the legislature will issue more details. But, you know, we're also concerned with the overall spending of the budget. I know that there's a $6 billion surplus. And it was up for about $1.5 billion from last year's budget. You know, folks say, well, what should happen with the surplus? You know, a lot of our businesses, if they're fortunate to have a surplus, they either invest it back into the company or pay off debt, and we would hope that New Jersey would do the same. So I don't want to take too much time because I know you had a long day, but again, appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony. Thank you.
Thank you to the members of the Senate Budget Committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Kate Ratner, and I reside in Monroe Township in Middlesex County. While I'm a member of the Monroe Township Board of Education, I am here today as a taxpayer and mother of 3 children, not in my capacity as a board member, and my statement is not representative of the board. I cannot speak on the board's behalf. I'm here today to express my concern regarding a lack of state aid for education and the unfair burden placed on taxpayers in Monroe Township. Due to various state housing mandates, our student enrollment spiked in the last 20 years, creating a strain on our infrastructure. In that time, Monroe Township taxpayers have footed the bill for a new elementary school and a new high school, yet our schools remain overcrowded. Because of this, our district is still unable to provide vital programs like full-day kindergarten at a time when many other districts are receiving millions of dollars in aid in this budget to create preschool programs. Some facts for your consideration. Monroe taxpayers bear the cost of 85% of our school budget. Monroe receives $0 in equalization aid since the School Funding Reform Act was passed over 15 years ago. In the last 16 years, Monroe Township has received a total of $80 million in school state aid. That averages out to $5 million per year. Our school budget this past year was about $140 million. While S2 has provided a small increase in state aid, we still receive less than similar-sized surrounding districts, such as districts that receive $48.5 million with less enrollment, which averages to $9,439 per student. Monroe last year received $11.1 million for 6,948 students, which is about $1,597 per student. Monroe Township has one of the largest percentages of senior citizens in the state, many who live on a fixed income. We've tried to address our infrastructure issues over 3 referendums, however, these have been unsuccessful. I hold 2 graduate degrees in education and worked as a teacher for 10 years. Every student should have access to a quality education. However, our minimal aid makes this challenging. We need help in order to provide new programs and invest in new infrastructure, as well as manage our current emergent facility needs. We've been advocating for many years. In 2021, our district was hopeful that Bill S354, which was the creation of a school funding formula task force, would result in a more equitable allotment of funds throughout the state. Yet this bill never came to fruition, and districts like ours have continued to suffer. We have many programs we'd love to offer, but cannot do so due to a lack of funding, and we may be forced to make cuts if we don't receive our fair share of state aid. In conclusion, we need you, our elected officials, to take immediate action so districts like Monroe Township, which have been receiving inadequate funding for many years, can finally get our fair share of state aid and provide educational experience our students deserve while reducing the heavy burden on our community. Once again, I thank you for allowing me to speak today and for all you do for the residents of New Jersey.
The next person would be Emily Vassalor.
Hello.
Emily?
Hi.
Hi.
I'll be brief today. I heard a lot of other healthcare providers here speaking on the same behalf. My name is Emily Vassler. I'm the Executive Director at Brightview in Wayne. I'm also a member of the New Jersey Assisted Living Council and the Healthcare Association of New Jersey. I'm here today representing 9 of the New Jersey Brightview communities, all of whom accept Medicaid. We have a specific request for assisted living providers, a 5% increase in the base Medicaid daily rate. Inflation combined with higher wages for our staff created a distinct challenge for the long-term care providers. Costs for every aspect of running the community have risen significantly. Inflation for the cost of supplies and food, disruptions to the supply chain have required us to identify last-minute sources, which are often at a higher expense. Brightview Senior Living accepts Medicaid reimbursement to care for the frail elders, even though these rates don't cover our costs. Healthcare is considered a fundamental human right, and accepting Medicaid residents ensures that individuals with lower income or disabilities have access to necessary medical services. These are New Jersey residents who have spent down their resources and would otherwise require care in a nursing home. It's important to note that providing care to Medicaid beneficiaries in assisted living is much less costly than providing care in a nursing home. Medicaid and assisted living saves New Jersey's taxpayers money. Therefore, today we respectfully ask for a 5% increase for assisted living residences, comprehensive personal care homes, and assisted living programs, now at $79.50 or $89.50 a day. Thank you.
Okay, the next person will be Judith Llewellyn. Is she here? Okay. April Miller, has she been on? April Miller. Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is April Miller, and I have the privilege of being the president of the Pittman Public School District's Board of Education. We're preschool through 12th grade district in Gloucester County. We have an operating budget of $24.5 million. Pittman has been one of those districts that has come out on the losing end of the funding formula for a number of years, and partly because of the equalization valuation over the last 2 years. So our district is really here to have a twofold request: to mitigate the damage done by fiscal year 25, and to evaluate the funding formula to ensure that all students have their needs met, despite the discrepancies in districts and their operating budgets. Pittman has made quite a few cuts to address the challenges of our funding deficiencies. We've cut 50% of our administration. We've reduced our certificated staff from 163 to 113, including a member who had 14 years of service in our district as a teacher. We've closed 200-year-old buildings and provided them for lease to other local educational agencies. And all of our buildings, 3 of our 5 buildings are 100 years old, and 2 are 50 years old or older, and need $88 million worth of work. We've reconfigured 3 times and packed our classrooms and facilities. Fiscal year 22 through 25 saw an equalization valuation increase for Pittman of 40%. This brought our local fair share up 29% and decreased our equalization aid by 50%. This decrease in equalization aid for a municipality that ranks in the bottom 35th percentile for median household income is not aligned with the district's ability to provide for our school system. Our taxpayers give, and they're unable to keep up with the demand. We asked the legislation to consider the legislative actions such as Senate Bill 2071, which would provide a 5-year equalization average. That valuation average would return $1 million to Pittman and create some level of stability across the board. We also ask that you look at the growth rate calculation in the dual enrollment and the extraordinary aid. Pittman spends over 12% of its operating budget on special education costs for placements, and we receive 10 cents on the dollar in extraordinary aid in return for those funds. Those students represent less than 3% of our student population, and that's such a sizable portion for a district that serves such a wide grade span. Thank you.
Chairman, may I? Chairman, Chairman, may I? Chairman. I just wanted to take a moment. April represents a school district in my legislative district. She drove 94 miles to be here today to speak to this board, and she also testified in front of Senator Gopal's committee the other day. Her district is a microcosm, gives us guidance, and reminds us that the work we have to do touches districts of various sizes. So, April, thank you for making the drive, and I'll be in touch.
Thank you, Senator Berzicelli, for your continued partnership.
Up. Followed by Dawn Miller. Dawn Miller? Dawn Miller here? Okay, no Dawn. James Parada? James? Jean Howe?
Good afternoon. My name is Nadira Brown. I guess someone wanted to just use my first
initial and my middle initial
I know,
and
they
just
went with
forgot the
N.A.
rest.
Brown.
Hey, I got the email though. So I'm supposed to be here
You're
today.
here.
And I know that I have 3 minutes. I just want to say thank you because this is my first time. I never knew about the formal meetings that we would have for the community come out. So I do ask, can we have a program where communication is in the community? I understand everyone can't come and speak. I didn't know that I would need a testimony to submit. I thank you because this is not easy to sit here to listen to the concerns of the citizens, but there's some real things going on in New Jersey that really need to be heard. I thank you for taking out the time for this budget, but there's things that I need to talk about, but I need to know where to go because 3 minutes is not going to do it. You need more than 3 minutes with Nadira Brown. Believe me, I have a lot to say because I'm in the community. And I don't want to bash things I don't fully understand. I don't have the whole budget, but I do look at words like the affordability. They want to expand it, but a lot of us are struggling to even get there. So we need to come together to find a plan because sometimes everyone doesn't understand. There are great things being done, but there's some of us that are really suffering in silence. We don't qualify for the affordable that was approved, but then I can't afford for the market. But I do work. We're struggling. And this is not something new, and I know you hear it all the time, but we're suffering. And 3 minutes is not going to give me time. But when you raise my medical over 30%, that took up half the check. But sometimes we don't understand when we make the decisions how it impacts other areas. Because we have great programs, but we do need to look into our school systems. Look at this room. I applaud those who drove far. I'm local. And it was a struggle for me to get here, and I'm local. But at the same time, locally, we don't know to be here to give you our opinion. So I need us to bring awareness for the next set of meetings. I thank you for this because it's a great opportunity. I wish I'd known I could have came a little later so I didn't have to take off, but hey, it's great to be here. I just want to take out time to know when you make these budgets and you do the things, follow up to see who did it really impact? Who did it really help? Because sometimes we don't understand when we don't have our feet in those same shoes. But I want to say thank you because this is a great opportunity to voice, but I would have liked to see more of my community here. But many people came to me when I told them where I'm going. They were like, well, how did you know? I've been blessed to be in some circles to understand, and I've talked to my local members for the past year, and it seems as though I'm being told it's not the place to be. So when I found out about this meeting, I said I'm going to be here. My apology, I didn't see the light. But thank you again, Nadira Brown.
Followed by Michael Bascom.
Good afternoon. My name is Jean Howe, and I am the Superintendent of Schools in rural Jefferson Township. Since my last testimony, there has been little positive movement on our school funding. As warned, districts negatively impacted by S2 cuts are falling off the fiscal cliff at an alarming rate. Our budget for next school year is over $3 million short. $3 million short after 6 years of cutting administrative, instructional, and support staff, closing a school, adding participation fees, and making multiple moves into, out of, and back into the state health insurance plan to take advantage of any savings. $3 million short after applying for every available grant. $3 million short after nearly emptying our capital and maintenance reserve accounts, which is still not enough to offset the crippling loss of state aid, over $11 million on an annual basis, accumulating to over $45 million in 7 years. I am here again suggesting simple solutions for all school districts, but particularly those negatively impacted by S2. Cut aid proportionally to mirror the decline in student enrollment. Jefferson's enrollment decreased by 29%, yet our state aid has been reduced by 60%. Explain proprietary geographic cost adjustments and unknown wealth and income factors that determine the local fair share. Fund special education aid based on actual enrollment. The categorical and equalization aid assume a district special education population aligns with the state average of 15.9%. Our special education population trends closer to 20%. Increase the base per pupil cost. The figure is grossly underestimated given inflation and additional costs incurred by school districts today compared to 15 years ago when the formula was first developed. This in no way can provide for a thorough and efficient education. Increase the amount provided for extraordinary aid. Provide access to the available funds for districts that lose money, as noted by the governor. And lastly, provide impact aid to districts affected by the Highlands and Pinelands Acts. With 88% of Jefferson's 42 square miles protected against development, enrollment and ratables are suppressed. While S2 has provided crucial relief to certain underfunded schools, it has also inadvertently placed districts negatively affected by the bill in the same position. I urge you to thoroughly review all outcomes of S2, both positive and negative. Governor Murphy has boasted that this is the first year New Jersey school funding formula is running as intended. We wouldn't know. We do not know how we are funded. The formula is kept secret despite numerous requests for transparency. I am here asking for fair, equitable, and transparent school funding for all of New Jersey's students. They deserve better. Thank you for your time.
Is Emily Greenfield here? Okay, Emily Sataki. Okay. Is Marion Robb? Okay, that's the order. Thank you.
Chairman Sarlo, members of the Budget Committee, thank you for taking the time to listen, and thank you for your past support of our program and EMS in general. My name is Michael Bascom. I am President and State Leader of the New Jersey Emergency Medical Services Task Force. We're the primary EMS planning and operational entity supporting the New Jersey Department of Health and the State Office of Emergency Management. We regularly respond to large-scale events and emergencies throughout our state. We're a volunteer organization made up of career and volunteer EMS providers from 60 host agencies across the state. Our members are the best EMS providers from New Jersey's best EMS agencies. At our core, we are a mass casualty emergency response organization, able to respond anywhere and anytime throughout the state. Sadly, as we have all seen in recent events, the need to remain prepared is being painfully highlighted. We were born out of the attacks on September 11th via UASI and other federal grants, and ultimately codified into New Jersey law in 2017. These grants were intended to act as a seed for states to develop and maintain their preparedness programs. Our team regularly responds to emergencies throughout our state with a level of preparedness that is not typically available within local communities. The New Jersey EMS Task Force is the state's under-recognized and underfunded hero. We're a vital resource at risk of falling apart. I'm saddened to say that we are now operating with equipment that is at or beyond the end of its lifespan and at risk of failing. Without immediate support, New Jersey's EMS and public health preparedness will begin to degrade, and timing cannot be worse with the state preparing to host the World Cup and at the same time working to address the deficiencies noted in the state's COVID response. This would be a major loss to our state. Although we were not mentioned in the state's COVID postmortem report, the New Jersey EMS Task Force has been a critical, indispensable part of New Jersey's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We evacuated healthcare facilities, we helped create the mega sites for vaccination and testing, we developed and staffed vaccination sites, we handled the delivery of more than 840,000 doses of vaccine. We boosted the capacity of hospitals, secured and distributed personal protective gear, and worked closely with the state and county partners to attack the crisis. We also managed the National Ambulance Contract, which relieved many EMS agencies who were dealing with staggering call volumes and staff shortages. Our EMS Task Force, which has been responding to New Jersey's emergencies for the past 20 years, has been a model for the creation of similar agencies throughout the country. However, most others have been supported by significant and sustainable state funding commitments. Newark, for instance, recently authorized and funded development of a New York EMS Task Force as part of a broader package to address the EMS crisis there. The state of New York has committed approximately $50 million to fund its EMS program in 24 and 25. The cost to replace our most critical equipment is around $25 million. We would ask that the state designate unutilized American Rescue Plan funds for this one-time investment. In addition to the one-time emergent capital need, we need a permanent, sustainable source of state funding to ensure that we can continue to support our state agency partners. We project a need of $2 million for 24-25 while we work with your teams to establish a long-term plan that would allow us to address many of our future operational capital needs without having to come back for large requests like this one, the one we have been pursuing for several years. No legislator can expect our nonprofit organization to raise sufficient funds to provide the state with such a critical and off-utilized service. We request the state move quickly to identify a proper funding source for EMS. As we've known for decades, providing EMS is becoming a crisis situation, and we're here to offer our support to address that crisis.
Sure. Mike, good to see you.
Good to see
Mike
you,
and I
sir.
go back a long way. Mike is from Monmouth County, but this is a statewide organization that, for those in the audience and those up here on the dais, has probably touched each and every one of our lives. These are the folks that do the training, that coordinate all of the emergency medical services, emergency response services, volunteer throughout the state. In times of crisis, these are the folks that rush in when local organizations would be overwhelmed and you just wouldn't get help. These guys show up, and I appreciate it, Mike, and we absolutely should be funding you. That $25 million should be a no-brainer, and then an ongoing funding source. Chairman, hopefully we can talk about this a little bit. But thank you and all of your members, Mike, for your dedication.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's support.
Next up, Emily Greenfield, professor at Rutgers, followed by Marion Robb. And I'm going to turn over this last third of this hearing to our vice chair, Senator Greenstein. And I'll be stepping away for a little bit, so thank you for your patience.
You're missing the best part. I'm kidding. You're excused. You're excused.
All right, I'm going to stay for your testimony.
All right. Hi.
Go ahead.
My name is Dr. Emily Greenfield. I'm a professor of social work at Rutgers, our state university, and I'm also the director of the Rutgers University Hub for Aging Collaboration. Please note that the opinions expressed here are mine alone. I appreciate state policymakers' attention to not only making New Jersey a great place to grow up, but also a great place to grow old. As I'm sure you're aware, residents ages 65 years and older are among the fastest growing groups in the Garden State. 5 years from now, 1 in 5 New Jerseyans will be ages 65 and older. We know that major federal programs are essential for the well-being of older adults in our state, but within the past few years, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, we've come to appreciate how fundamental state policy is to advance equity and progress on opportunities for aging well. So on that note, I want to say thank you for this year's proposed budget that has a number of provisions that will make New Jersey an even better place for our older adults, including property tax relief, expanded eligibility for assistance with prescription drug costs, funding for the Retire Ready New Jersey program. Sustainable funding for New Jersey Transit is also a concern of aging equity. And I'm also pleased that this year's budget includes additional funding to assist unhoused veterans, as well as measures to strengthen the nursing and behavioral health workforce. But there are other components that are missing from this year's budget, small allocations that would make a big difference to the on-the-ground advocates who are doing the hard work across New Jersey's diverse communities to make our state more equitable for aging. For example, the New Jersey Division of Deaf and Hard of Hearing under the Department of Human Services had included $700,000 in their budget proposal to support counties and municipalities in installing hearing loss technology and other related supports in public meeting spaces. The allocation currently removed from the state budget would be a modest sum to signal that our state policymakers will continue to support the efforts of local leaders and experts in their state agencies in making their communities more accessible to people with sensory loss. Another example, advocates have requested approximately $260,000 for stakeholder engagement concerning the newly mandated Medicaid benefit for community-based palliative care. These funds would support outreach in historically underserved communities to ensure that community leaders and residents themselves are able to benefit from this important state policy development. In addition to these more piecemeal components, this is an important part. I want to take this opportunity to encourage our state leaders to cultivate a longer-term vision for structural, coordinated systems change for aging in New Jersey. Without this leadership, our state is at great risk for falling further behind. Of particular note, 23 states across the United States have or are in the process of developing a statewide multi-sector plan for aging. New Jersey is not one of them yet. Such plans provide a long-range cross-sectoral vision that calls for all offices of state government to attend to issues of aging, health equity, and long lives in their planning, resource allocation, and leadership. This is essential for addressing deep and urgent, longstanding issues like our direct care workforce crisis, as well as revisiting and updating eligibility thresholds for older adults and people with disabilities receiving services through Medicaid. In summary, thank you for the elements in the planned budget that signal to older adults and aging advocates that our state government does, in fact, care about people of all ages. At the same time, please keep in mind that we can and must do much more to help New Jersey keep pace not only with our growing demographic of aging adults, but also our rapidly growing opportunities to do better by this large and diverse population group. Thank you.
I guess we called Roxanne Sutaki. Are you here? No? Not here? Okay. Miriam Robb.
Thank you, Senator, and members of the committee for allowing me to speak today at this hearing. My name is Marion Rabb, and I have been a resident of Maplewood, New Jersey for over 20 years. I am also a community activist focused on public schools and disability rights. As a parent who has had a child in the South Orange Maplewood School District for every year since 2008, my state budget concern is that New Jersey's public schools are dangerously underfunded and the state funding formula is fundamentally flawed. As you have heard from quite a few superintendents as well as school board members across the state today, I'm going to take it really local to my district, South Orange Maplewood, about 15 miles from here. Right now in the South Orange Maplewood School District, where my 17-year-old son is disabled and a junior at CHS, Columbia High School, the only working elevator at this high school of 2,000 students is so old and unreliable that it breaks down at least once a month. After a large rainstorm in December flooded the elevator shaft, our one public high school did not have a working elevator for 3 full weeks. During this time, the physically disabled students in this high school had to sit in the guidance office every day attempting to keep up with their classes virtually. Let me just say that again. For 3 full weeks, physically disabled students at Columbia High School had to sit in the guidance counselors' offices every day in a vain attempt to keep up with their classes. My son was one of the lucky disabled ones, if you can call him lucky. He has cerebral palsy and walks with a rollator, which is like a walker, but it has wheels. And he has a one-on-one paraprofessional to assist him, so he can go up and down stairs when the elevator breaks down. But his para has to carry his rollator up and down. And his para is now pregnant and unable to carry the rollator up and down the stairs. So my son's para had to be assigned a para. This is the state of funding in our school system right now. And I know changing the funding formula is going to be a Herculean task, but it needs to be done, and it needs to be in a bipartisan effort between yourselves and the Assembly. And I implore you today to start working on revising our state school funding formula. No child should have to be forced to sit in a guidance office for 3 weeks during their high school career and try to keep up with their classes. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. I will be emailing this committee copies of my testimony.
Is this your purse?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Have a good day. Hello, my name is Jacob Kaplan. I am the Director of Government Affairs and Advocacy with hi. Is that better? Sorry about that. My name is Jacob Kaplan. I am the Director of Advocacy and Government Affairs with Access New Jersey. We are a statewide nonprofit membership association that represents nearly 40 members who provide workforce development and training services for individuals with disabilities, ranging from intellectual and developmental disabilities to blind, visually impaired, deaf and hard of hearing, physical disabilities, and everything in between. We have three main budget asks for this fiscal year. The first was increased funding for the Supported Employment Program. This program provides opportunities for competitive integrated employment for individuals with primarily intellectual and developmental disabilities, and it is funded mostly through DVRS under the Department of Labor and Workforce Development, but there is also supported employment offered through the Division of Developmental Disabilities under the Department of Human Services. And currently, and confusingly, this program operates under three separate rates depending on which sub-program individuals are enrolled in. The reimbursement can be as low as $64 an hour for long-term follow-along, $74 an hour for other DVRS-funded programs, and then all DDD-funded supported employment programs are funded at $84 an hour. This rate structure introduces confusion and uncertainty for our members, and not to mention that the $64 an hour rate does simply not meet the cost of operating the program and is a substantial challenge for them. So we are asking for parity at the DDD funded level for all supported employment programs, regardless of who is funding this program. Our second main ask relates to the Extended Employment Program, authorized under Section 14C of the Fair Labor Standards Act. We were asking for this program's funding to be maintained flat at the level that was in the FY24 budget. Unfortunately, the governor's proposed budget cut funding for this program by $4.9 million. We understand the desire to have a financially responsible, fiscally responsible budget, but this should not be done at the expense of individuals with severe intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we hope the legislature will work with us to restore this funding so that this program, which serves some of our state's most vulnerable residents and giving them the dignity of work, can be funded at the level that it was in the previous fiscal year. And additionally, we also are supporting efforts to ensure that there is fairness in how funding for increased wages for direct support professionals, some of our state's most important workers and underappreciated workers, is fairly distributed across departments that fund programs for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, including those who work in DVRS-funded programs, which received an unexpected reduction in the funding that it received last fiscal year. So we would like to ensure that there is parity across the departments and fairness in how that money is distributed. Thank you so much for your time today, and we look forward to working with you on this budget.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Patrick Schumann, Student Affairs. Patrick? Okay. Okay, after that, Sam Lilia, Reverend. What is it? Oh, Sarah Lilia. Not here? Okay. Shadiah Bennett.
She is here.
Is she here? Okay. 'Cause I can't see. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Greenstein and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the fiscal year 25 state budget. Again, my name is Shadiah Bennett, Senior Legislative Analyst for the Advocates for Children of New Jersey. ACNJ commends the administration and the legislature for continued investments in programs that benefit children and families. From the state child tax credit, investment in the pre-K through 12 system, funding for programs to mitigate food insecurity, and support for maternal health initiatives, we can all agree that New Jersey is committed to investing in the development of our youngest residents. While our values are reflected in policies aimed at making New Jersey the best place to have and raise a child, it is crucial to continue building on these efforts by strategically investing in key initiatives to benefit current and future generations. One area that needs deliberate investment is childcare. New Jersey's childcare system is in a long-standing crisis, which can be characterized by a lack of accessibility, staffing shortages, and affordability challenges, making access to childcare more difficult, hindering parents' participation in the workforce, and most importantly, limiting children's access to early care and education. To strengthen the system and ensure families have access to quality options, we request the legislature's consideration in prioritizing investment in the child care infrastructure with a specific focus on supporting the workforce. Governor Murphy's proposed budget includes $3.6 million toward wages for child care providers. Provider subsidy payments will also continue to be based on enrollment through the end of the year. Although these measures are steps in the right direction, additional investments are essential to stabilize the system long term. We also recognize that sustaining the system requires efforts at both the federal and state levels, and thank champions like Senator Ruiz who continue to push for measures to ensure the system is sustained to benefit children and families. Most child care providers generate just enough revenue to keep pace with minimum wage. This limits what they can offer staff and often discourages qualified individuals from remaining in the field. The average child care worker in New Jersey makes about $3,200 a year, which are poverty wages in our state. Inadequate salaries and benefits hinder recruitment and retention efforts, and worsening economic conditions and increased burnout contribute to high turnover and staffing shortages, which compromise quality. Ultimately, the consequences of this issue extend to children, families, and our economy. Child care providers and early education professionals not only nurture and educate infants and toddlers, they also play a crucial role in New Jersey's economic ecosystem. Without this essential service, parents, most often women, are unable to engage in the workforce. Without a functioning workforce, businesses struggle to operate, which impact the overall economy. Therefore, childcare is everybody's business. In closing, included in our written testimony are other key investments in the proposed budget that we hope are supported in the final budget to impact children and families. Thank you.
I just want to thank AC&J for their commitment to a lot of the work that we've done in the legislature. And just as a reminder to some of my colleagues, at the height of the pandemic, I was getting calls from all over the place about the importance of the childcare infrastructure, which was shocking to some people. I guess they thought I was talking about babysitting the whole time prior to that. And they didn't realize how much of a variable it is in economic development for the state. We have to be sure that as we grow our preschool programs, that they are not at the expense of the current preschool structure or the child care infrastructure that already exists, that there's a pathway to do both, to look at those numbers to support extra spaces and new classrooms in new communities, but to continue intact the people who secured for so many of us an opportunity to go back to work when in fact we've ignored the industry for far too long. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Diane Williams. And when you get up, could you also say the group that you represent? Diane, are you here? Okay. I can't see without my glasses. The next person is Robin Hughes. Thank you. And just tell us the group that you represent.
Good afternoon. I'm Robin Hughes, and I'm with JBWS. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to share my testimony today. And as I said, I'm Robin Hughes, and I am the DVRT manager for a domestic violence agency in Morris County, a JBWS. I am also a survivor of domestic violence. I know firsthand what it feels like to sit in a police station scared, alone, and confused. At the time when I ran from my home, there was no DVRT program. There was no one to offer support or services. I started as a DVRT volunteer 24 years ago, because I never wanted another human being to feel that vast hopelessness that I experienced. I have been the manager of this program for almost 10 years, and I can speak directly to the numbers and the impact that this program has on communities. In the past 10 years as the DVRT manager, I have seen an increase of 263% in the number of people that I send to police stations and hospitals in Morris County alone. Of those people, more than 85% requested additional services or connection to other community resources. This is a staggering number of people looking for assistance and support. The demand on the program continues to increase, and yet the funding has not. This program offers the first opportunity for people living with domestic violence to escape to a safer life. I want to share a story that can be a template to thousands of stories if we have the funding to continue this work. A woman was seen running from her home with no shoes on her feet and bruises all over her body. Someone called 911. She was too scared to share any details with the police, and she was taken to a local hospital. After she was brought back to the police station, upon returning, an advocate was there waiting for her. After some time with the DVRT, she opened up about what had happened that night and the violence that she'd been enduring at the hands of her husband for a very long time. That night, she obtained a temporary restraining order and returned to the home. This woman had no income, no family, no support, because she was new to this country. The next day, borrowing a phone from a neighbor, she reached out to the police again to speak to that advocate. Again. At this point, the fear had grown even worse than the night before. She decided that shelter would be better than sitting in fear alone. She was in the shelter for 6 months and then moved to our transitional living facility. And during that time, she was able to get her driver's license, a certificate in IT at a community college, her work visa, a job, a car, and an apartment. All of this in the span of 2.5 years. She was given the opportunity for an entirely new life, one without fear, control, and abuse. It was possible because someone went to that police station and held space with her and offered options that she didn't even know existed. Only through increased fundings will there be more success stories, and they will be possible. One life lost and one lost opportunity for a life free from abuse is one too many. Everyone deserves an opportunity, and everyone deserves hope, and that is what this program offers to people every day. It offers safety, support, and solutions, but we need funding to continue this work and meet the demand. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Jasmine Moreno. And again, just tell us what group you're with. Is this one on? Hello? No.
Hi. Good afternoon. I'm Jasmine Moreno. I'm with City Green, and I'm here to talk about the Good Food Bucks program. Thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity, Vice Chair Greenstein. First of all, we're grateful for the opportunity to be here today, and we are the operator of Good Food Bucks. This is a fresh fruit and vegetable incentive program that actually works at the cash register to give families and individuals who use SNAP extra coupons to purchase additional fresh produce at supermarkets, retailers, farmers markets, farm stands, and CSAs in New Jersey. Today, Good Food Bucks can be found in many of your own communities like Passaic, Newark, Pennsville, Collingswood, Highland Park, Fort Lee, Wildwood, and Vineland. As of 2 weeks ago, there are 14 supermarkets in the state of New Jersey operating Good Food Bucks year-round, and we're very happy to be partnering with those retailers in order to bring this program. We couldn't have done that without an appropriation from the state of New Jersey last year in the amount of $500,000. Thank you, Senator Reeves, for championing our cause and making sure that folks in every corner of New Jersey are able to access this program. Since we received that funding, we've been able to do so many new things. In addition to bringing in new grocery stores on board in 20 counties of New Jersey now have a farmer's market or a supermarket with the Good Food Bucks program. We've been able to double down on our investment to support farmers. This year, there will be 40 farmers markets participating in the program, and last year, out of the 30 farmers markets that participated, there were 92 individual farmers who saw incomes increase and received funding from the Good Food Bucks program. Through the state appropriation now, we are able to increase reimbursements to individual farmers and farmers markets to $10,000. So any farmers market in New Jersey or farmer who wants to participate will be reimbursed that amount for any discounts they give on their produce products. And super importantly, also, the Good Food Bucks appropriation it received is going into our fund to apply to the USDA for matching awards. So this spring, we're applying to the USDA for $2 million, which is a dollar-for-dollar matching program, and $500,000 of that award came from the state of New Jersey, along with private foundations. So thank you so much for doing that for us. We're here to respectfully ask an increase to $1 million so that we can continue to build a resilient local community food system and prioritize farmers and farmers markets as we move forward on this incentive program. We know that households in the lowest, making the lowest third incomes, spend a higher proportion of their income on fresh produce and on groceries in total. Many people cannot afford the supermarket prices are high regardless, and when you make the least amount of money, unfortunately, the groceries are super expensive for you. So we ask the state of New Jersey to continue to work with us to provide funding for this program so that we can let people shop with dignity, get their families the food that they want, and support small businesses and farmers in the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is Paula White. Paula White. Not here. Okay. Her group is? What's the group? I can't see over there. Paula White.
Jersey Can.
Are people here from Jersey Can that want to speak? Okay. The next one is Rachel Harrington. I think so, yes. And tell us what group.
Sure. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Harrington, and I'm the Executive Director of the North Jersey Elks Developmental Disabilities Agency, NJIT for short, Adult Rehabilitation Program. Our mission is to provide services for individuals with complex medical conditions in their local communities. We focus on the abilities of our adult consumers to assist them in maximizing their independent functioning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak this afternoon. Let me start by saying thank you for the increases that have already been passed. The NJIT organization, as a result of being underfunded for so many years, has had to scramble and beg for donations just to keep our doors open. As it so happens, we were set to close our doors on June 30th, 2023. Within 6 days of our scheduled closure, our board decided to remain open and give us a year to build the enrollment and keep the program going. These increases, although much appreciated and needed, must be annualized in order for agencies like NJIT to continue to provide services to our most medically fragile, complex individuals. This year, we are requesting an increase of at least 3% across the board. This increase will help agencies like NJIT continue to provide the staffing and services that are very much needed by our participants. The population of individuals that NJIT serves require high medical attention and supervision, which in turn means higher numbers of staffing. This need is not one fully supported by the current rates. This increase will move us closer to reaching this goal and continue providing the higher level of care required by our medically fragile population. Transportation is another area that is significantly impacting our agency. 81% of our consumers that we transport are confined to wheelchairs. This presents with many challenges. Limited number of consumers per vehicle. Specific types of vehicles can go to our urban pickups due to the location of the wheelchair lifts and extra staffing needed on the vehicles. This then forces us to have more routes than would be needed if our consumers were physically able to walk. The other challenge is the location area of the majority of our participants. Our catchment area is 4.5 miles, which I know sounds small. However, when you are transporting participants in an urban city-like area, many challenges go along with that. For example, duration of the route tends to be longer due to traffic, one-way streets, and specific vehicles must be used in order to operate the wheelchair lifts. One route with 3 wheelchair pickups within our 4.5-mile catchment area can take us over an hour. If our drivers encounter traffic, then we are presented with yet another challenge. Traffic means that our participants are not in our center and we can't begin our rehabilitation billing. We spend approximately 74% of our revenue on transportation costs alone. Additionally, we are supporting the need for a 50% increase in habilitative service rates, which equates to approximately $2.1 million in the budget. These services include speech, OT, and PT. These services assist our consumers in maintaining a level of functioning that helps our consumers remain as independent as possible. Many of our participants are confined to wheelchairs and require these therapies to prevent regression and atrophy of muscles. The current rates do not cover what the therapists in these areas charge per hour. Thank you again for your time.
Okay, the next person is Kalina Berryman, Our Children, Our Schools, I believe. Not here. Okay, Laura Pendergast, no group listed. Laura, are you here? Okay. And Sean Pendergast, too. Okay. Is Sean here? All right. Barbara Dunn, Morris Habitat for Humanity. Barbara? Okay. Janice Relaford Afolo, Clinton Hill Community Action. Nope, okay. Jenna Mellor, New Jersey Harm Reduction Coalition. Jenna, okay. Amin Hussein El Madrasafu Afilas, I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong, Suna. Is that person here? All right. Erin Murray, Becker's School Supplies. Erin Murray, okay. Catherine Hassett, and also Andrea Brooks, New Jersey Tutoring Corps. They're here? Okay. Okay. Are they, there they come, okay.
Good afternoon, Senators. I'm Catherine Bassett, representing the New Jersey Tutoring Corps, a nonprofit organization that offers face-to-face tutoring in literacy and math to scholars grades K to 8 throughout the state of New Jersey. I am also a proud product of the New Jersey education system. I started school here in Newark at the Ivy Hill Elementary School. I went on to be New Jersey's State Teacher of the Year in the year 2000, so it is an honor to be here with you today. The New Jersey Tutoring Corps is a nonprofit organization that tutors scholars statewide. We are in 18 out of 21 counties, grades K to 8, math and literacy, infusing SEL in our work. We are here again this year. We're back, asking again for your support in reinstating in fiscal year 25, as you did in fiscal year 24, state funding to support our scholars as they grow. We also are not just, we were founded as a pandemic relief support organization. However, our scholars had gaps prior to the pandemic. They have gaps after the pandemic. If you look at our written testimony, you will see in the far right column on page 1, our scholars are far behind their peers nationally and statewide in math and literacy, and those gaps continue to grow without us. With us, they close. When I was here last year, we were piloting a school year program in 19 locations with 500 scholars and about 70 field staff. I did not have impact results for you then, but I do now. When we started our program, 16% of our scholars were grade level proficient in math and 23 were grade level proficient in literacy. At the close of that pilot program, 40% were grade level proficient in math and 40% coincidentally were grade level proficient in literacy. What we do works. We have small ratios, the same scholars working with the same tutors throughout a program cycle. We tutor 2 to 3 times a week for 30 to 60 minutes at a time. This year, we've grown. We are in 71 locations, working with 26 partners, 3,000 scholars statewide, and 300 field staff. Before I hand things over to my colleague, Andrea Brooks, I'd like to share a quote from one of our rising 5th grade scholars during our summer program this past summer. He said, "I get math now. My tutor helped me understand I'm a learner. I'm a scholar. I can succeed in math." And I'm going to turn it over to Andrea.
Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Brooks, and I am the site coordinator for the Hamilton Township School District Partnership with New Jersey Tutoring Corps, where NJTC has tutors and instructional coaches in their 17 elementary schools. I taught New Jersey public schools for 27 years. I saw firsthand the difficulties districts faced recently to educate the whole child and bridge learning gaps. COVID exacerbated those gaps and increased the teacher shortage. NJTC has the answer. Students, or scholars as NJTC calls them, get social emotional support as well as targeted high-impact tutoring experiences that help make learning fun while strengthening their academic learning. The impact these tutoring sessions have on educators and scholars is amazing. When asked, do you enjoy learning more than you did before tutoring started? 92.5% of the scholars in Hamilton receiving tutoring services from NJTC said yes. When scholars were asked, do you think you will participate more in reading, writing class now? 82.3% responded yes. And when asked that same question about math, the percentage was even higher at 86.6%. These statistics show how scholars receiving high-impact tutoring from the New Jersey Tutoring Corps feel more confident. As educators, we know if scholars feel more confident, then they are more willing to learn and challenge themselves. The partnership that New Jersey Tutoring Corps fosters between itself and 50 other educational institutions is truly that, a partnership. NJTC tutors that enter the school building quickly become part of the team of educators fostering the success of the scholars. A teacher in Hamilton Township made a point of saying, I cannot emphasize enough how we collaborate. The tutor's positive attitude and passion for her craft shine through in every interaction. The students adore her, and it's evident that she has a remarkable ability to instill confidence and a sense of success in them. The students consistently return from her sessions with newfound confidence, and it's truly heartening to witness the positive impact she has on their academic journey. I find myself wishing we could co-teach together all day, as our collaboration has been not only effective, but also enjoyable. Hamilton's Director of Curriculum and Instruction, Anthony Scotto, says, teachers, more than ever, need an extra pair of instructional hands in their classroom. New Jersey Tutoring Corps has been able to help our district meet that need. Having a trained professional in the room during the math and/or ELA block increases the opportunities for small group, targeted instruction. The district and company have formed a true partnership focusing on one goal, student success. I view the NJTC staff as members of our instructional staff. It takes a village to raise a child. It takes a team to educate them. NJTC, through its partnerships with school districts and community organizations, are that team. Please continue to fund New Jersey Tutoring Corps so that we have the ability to support the scholars who need us the most. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next person is Bridget Palmer from Bancroft. Hello.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Greenstein, members of the committee. My name is Bridget Palmer. I am Director of Government Affairs at Bancroft. If you don't know us, we are one of the state's oldest and largest nonprofit providers of supports and services for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, including autism. We serve about 2,000 people, both children and adults, throughout the state of New Jersey. I'm here today to ask for your support of two different budget requests. And that is rate increases in the two systems of care in which our services reside. We're asking for an additional $65 million investment in the children's system of care in DCF and an $84 million investment in DDD, which resides in DHS. That's about a 7% and 6.5% increase, respectively. While I know that those are big numbers, those services, systems of care support tens of thousands of people with IDD across the state. Many of our clients live with significant behavioral challenges, medical complexities, comorbid conditions, and need a high level of support that most, if not all, will need for the rest of their lives. IDD is not a condition that just gets better, right? Once you have it, you're diagnosed, it stays with you through life. And our services need to, too, in order for these individuals to access the community and live life to the fullest. But without a significant investment from the state, these systems are at risk of collapsing. And before I say anything else, I want to acknowledge that the state has made great investments in our services in the past few years, namely in the form of direct support professional wage increases. And last year, we got our first small across-the-board rate increase since 2014. So we appreciate that. But I'm going to share some realities that we face that show why more is needed. Number one, staff turnover remains a significant challenge for all of us across the industry. And while we have seen increases for DSP wages, the reality is that rates support a wage that's just $1.75 above minimum wage. And reality is we're paying $6 and $7 above minimum right now across our services. We need to do that to be able to keep up with Walmart, Chick-fil-A, higher paying and frankly less stressful jobs. We also, and this is where we need the greatest support, have faced unprecedented inflation. In just the last 3 years alone, our costs for insurance are up 14%. Food costs in our group homes are up 24%. Utility costs in our group homes and day programs are up 16%. And transportation costs, which is vehicles, fleet maintenance, fuel, staff to transport people back and forth to programs, are up 47%. And again, that's just in the last 3 years. At the same time, we're doing everything we can to be creative, use technology, stretch every dollar, and provide incentives beyond just salary to retain our staff. But when you see double-digit cost increases across the board and no increase in rates, I can feel my kids rolling their eyes when I say this because it's their favorite phrase, the math isn't mathing. So, you know, in my written testimony, there's a lot of statistic about the impact that this is having on families because that's the bottom line. If our system disappears, families will suffer, people with disabilities will suffer and are suffering. So we appreciate your consideration of our request. Again, it's $65 million for CSOC within DCF, $84 million for services within DDD. Happy to answer any questions and available for any follow-up. Thank you.
Okay, and now we're starting in that last group of the day here. Sally Jane Gellert, Lackawanna Foundation. Oh, yeah, okay. And I'll also call Vanessa Ramelho, Art Pride, New Jersey, as the next person to come up.
Hi. Yeah, that's the Lackawanna Coalition. We are a group of rail passenger advocates started in 1979 at the Town Hall of Milburn by the then Mayor Maureen Ogden. We are continually meeting there. We're celebrating our 45th anniversary this year. I won't read you exactly word for word what we've got here, but basically we have been warning about the impending fiscal cliff for a couple of years now, and it's approaching faster than ever. The proposal of a 15% fare increase and a continuing 3% fare increase is expected to fill it, but we don't see that. We see fare box revenue down. It is more than they budgeted, which is a good sign, but our biggest concern really on transit is this proposal for tickets to expire after 30 days. We see that as a real problem for people who spend a little money in advance and give New Jersey Transit float that they can use until they get around to riding. And, you know, that's a benefit for New Jersey Transit. Seeing that as saving $25 million in the budget, people will just stop buying tickets in advance, you know, and that'll mean, you know, more lines at the TVMs and more people paying cash on the train, especially the, you know, senior and disabled riders don't get a pass. So they have to buy individual tickets. And if they have mobility issues, they may buy 30, 60, 90 at a time so that they don't have to stand online, so they don't have to take that time. And they can't do that anymore. So this is a benefit that they're losing, and I don't see really a budget advantage to New Jersey Transit. I think it's short-sighted. We really ask that we ask you to ask New Jersey Transit to clarify their reasoning on a number of the bridging the gap proposals. We don't, yes, eliminating Flex Pass will save some money, and giving a discount to riders during peak periods doesn't make a whole lot of sense, even though peaks are smaller than they used to be. But bring back the off-peak fare for the volume discounts. Switch it around a little bit and say, if you buy 20 and you use it midday, you get a discount. That'll bring new riders in. That'll increase your fare box revenue. We'd like to see some creative things like that. I think that's the main things. And a kind of off-topic comment is on the Oprah bill that we're pleased to see delayed. We used Oprah just recently on this headquarters deal because we think that's, yes, they're looking at a decrease right now, but the increase over the time is ridiculous. And they took the more expensive of the two lease. So we used Oprah to look at the consultant's report. I've used Oprah on a couple of other things. So it's important for the people who are using it for the right reasons like us. So thank you. Yep.
Thanks. And now we have Vanessa Ramallo from Art Pride.
Good afternoon, Senator Greenstein and committee members. My name is Vanessa Ramallo. I'm the Director of External Relations at Art Pride, New Jersey. Art Pride represents nearly 400 arts and cultural organizations throughout the Garden State. Through the legislature and Governor Murphy's strong support of the arts, the FY24 budget included a $31.9 million appropriation for cultural projects. I ask you today to support the FY25 state budget appropriations for the arts at that level. And why? Because whether you're a child in a New Jersey public elementary school, a senior living with dementia, or a Main Street small business, frankly, everyone in this room, every single one of us in New Jersey are directly and positively impacted when government invests in arts and culture. According to the recently released Arts and Economic Prosperity 6 study for New Jersey conducted by Art Pride and Americans for the Arts, the nonprofit art and cultural sector is a significant industry that generated $532 million in total economic activity during 2022. This spending supported nearly 10,000 jobs, generated more than $432 million in household income for local residents, and delivered $116 million in tax revenues to local, state, and federal governments. The study delivers a resounding message that when government invests in arts and culture, it is investing in an industry that stimulates the economy, supports local jobs, and contributes to building healthy, vibrant, and livable communities. But arts and cultural organizations, like so many of our downtowns, are still struggling. The economic downturn caused by COVID-19 disproportionately affected New Jersey's arts industry, and both the economy and our communities have suffered as a result. Recovery is far from over, and now's the time to maintain the state's much-needed support. In addition to funds awarded through the New Jersey State Council on the Arts, the NJIT launched a pilot program called ART, Activation, Revitalization, and Transformation. Recognizing the arts as central to economic development, that program awarded $5 million last year to arts organizations to partner with businesses to restore foot traffic and transit hubs in Atlantic City and Newark. We believe the state budget offers opportunities to expand this program to other municipalities. There's few other government investments that have as far-reaching impact as the arts on the economy, education, health and wellness, and overall quality of life. Governor Murphy's message has centered on making New Jersey the best place to raise a family, and there's no better way of achieving that goal than to ensure the arts remain funded and protected as an essential pillar of our economy. I thank you all for this opportunity to offer testimony and also for your continued support of arts and culture in our state. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to call a couple of people, and the first one I call is the one to come up, and the others, if you would just come and sit along here. Okay, the first one is Vicki O'Neill, and then we have Daniel Jean, and Julia Aguilar. Is it Atahalde? Atahalde? Okay, so the first one was Vicki O'Neill. Are you here? All right, so Daniel, Jean, and just tell us where you're from.
Greetings, I'm Daniel Jean, Associate Provost for the Educational Opportunity Fund Program at Montclair State University. with oversight of the Educational Opportunity Fund Program, EOF. And this testimony is in support of increasing EOF funding by $5 million. My testimony is a personal and a professional one. Before I graduated from high school, my family moved over 12 times, and we were actually homeless, searching for stability in Newark, a few miles from where we are today. Welfare, violence, drugs, anti-intellectualism plagued my community. My saving grace was EOF providing access to college, which changed the trajectory of my family legacy forever. EOF provided the structure and resources I needed to overcome all of the aforementioned obstacles and not only graduate, but to ensure future generations of my family would not be EOF eligible. My wife, a native Pattersonian and proud EOF alumna, would not have become a registered nurse and a doctor if not for the EOF program. Neither of us could afford college, and we were both ill-prepared for the academic and social rigor of higher education. Thankfully, EOF addressed both issues. EOF provides college access and grant funding for motivated state residents who exhibit the potential for high achievement and meet a state-regulated income criteria. For example, to be financially eligible for EOF for the 2023 academic year, the gross income for a family of three cannot exceed $46,060, with $9,440 added for each additional family member. The $5 million increase to the proposed level funding will have a positive impact on the number of scholars we can enroll in our proven summer academy that prepares first-year scholars who need additional support prior to starting in the fall. On my campus, the EOF Summer Academy is a rigorous residential pre-college institute designed to assist scholars with the successful academic and social transition to the college experience. EOF scholars, many of whom have a gross family income of less than $50,000, are conducting research with faculty, leading campus organizations, spearheading community service projects, and earning accolades such as Dean List recognition. Since 1968, EOF has provided college access that adds to the diversity of the statewide formally educated populace. I reflect on how the program has changed the course of poverty for thousands of EOF graduates, including my family. As a proud EOF alumnus, I am very thankful for this opportunity. I ask that the funding for the EOF program increase by $5 million so statewide we are able to provide the EOF advantage for more motivated, under-resourced state residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Do you want to speak?
Here's the applause. Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I just want to emphasize how important education is and access to education.
Yes.
And of course, you're a product of that now.
Absolutely.
You're from, last name is Jean, or Jean?
Yes, I'm a very Americanized Haitian American.
Okay. Haitian American.
Yes.
Okay, so très bien. Okay, so I just want to say thank you for your testimony, and I support it. So
Thank you.
I realize how important it is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are you just flat funded this year, or are you cut?
It's a level funding.
Level funding,
Yes.
okay.
Very much.
Thank you
Really
all.
appreciate the testimony. Okay, so the next person to testify is going to be Joseph Lee, New Jersey Public Broadcasting, and I'll call a couple of others. Erica DeMarco, the Siegfried Group, Laura Sullivan, New Jersey Institute for Social Justice, and Melissa Acree, New Jersey 211, if you could come up front. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm Joe Lee. I'm the Vice President, General Manager of NJPBS, based here in Newark, right over in the Gateway 2 building. Please come on by, take a tour of the place if you're interested. NJPBS is New Jersey's public media network with broadcast reach that extends to all corners of our state and an unwavering commitment to educating, informing, and entertaining our residents on all things New Jersey. While our primary focus is securing private financial support, NJPBS and its viewership has benefited directly from the governor's support through an annual appropriation the past 3 years. We're asking again to preserve that appropriation in the fiscal year 25 budget. NJPBS, formerly NJTV, as many of you have known it, has a storied reputation for journalistic excellence in New Jersey, That reputation was solidified with the acquisition of the digital news outlet NJ Spotlight. Together, combined with the strength of broadcast and digital news operations, has brought innovation and technology to a public media service dedicated to multi-platform delivery of vital news that meets the information needs of Garden State residents on a daily basis. Equally important is the NJPBS mission to unite New Jersey residents around common purpose, pride of state, belonging, and a shared understanding of what it means to live, work, and play in New Jersey, one of our nation's most diverse states. State funding appropriations have been critically important in enabling NJPBS to deliver on its mission to develop and distribute strategically focused productions that concentrate on the vast cultural diversity of our communities, highlight the state's rich history and architecture, and unearth the many treasures uniquely New Jersey. Continued budget funding for FY25 for NJPBS will allow content development around NJ Revolutionary War history in preparation of the nation's 250th birthday, and to enable NJ Spotlight to serve the public by highlighting NJ's rich early American history and contribution to American independence. Funding will also support ongoing educational programming about the human threat to New Jersey's natural wonders and resources, like the Delaware watershed, the Great Swamp Wildlife Refuge, and the New Jersey Pinelands. More importantly, continued state funding will support NJPBS's mission to expand and diversify distribution and content delivery methods to ensure that the Garden State residents are able to access these educational programs in ways that best meet their technology and preferences. Let me share a few examples of the programs that you made possible with state funding that are not only award-winning, but are being distributed nationally, sharing Jersey pride of our historic and cultural distinction with the rest of the country. For example, NJPBS newly created and Emmy Award-winning series Table for All celebrated New Jersey diversity, equity, and inclusion through a food lens, from African American and Asian cultures and cuisines to the challenges new immigrants face settling into the Garden State communities. The show takes viewers into local restaurants and home kitchens to try new cuisines, meet the people preparing them, and hear the fascinating stories of how food becomes the conduit for building community. Yes. Oh. I'm going to wrap up. It's again, we're seeking level funding over past years. The investments will help us improve technology and delivery to residents around the state. Thank you. Thank you.
I am an executive on the leadership team at a national CPA firm. My name is Erica Vandel DeMarco. I am a CPA, graduated #1 in my accounting class from Rutgers Business School with a 4.0. I have 2 thriving daughters, 7 and 3, Madison and Aaliyah, and a husband that supported me for 20 years that also is thriving. I grew up as an only child in a dysfunctional, abusive home filled with anger, hate, and violence. I dated a man in my early 20s for a total of 2 years that beat me. I had a concussion because he punched me in the face. This exploded my nose and broke it. He also bit me and threatened to kill me. He severely emotionally abused me. The second man I dated that also abused me ripped my hair out, jumped on the hood of my car with an axe, held a steaming hot iron over my face, and threatened to kill me. I did not know how to fix this problem on my own, but I knew exactly where to go because the Domestic Violence Resource Team, the DVRT, was there every time I was at the police station and in the courts when I had 2 permanent restraining orders issued. I tried to lift the permanent restraining order off of the first man because he told me this could impact custody of his child and his job. And the DVRT, whom I remember their names to this day, Robbie and Joelle, they convinced me not to. I am so grateful they were there when I was not thinking clearly because I was so manipulated by this man and did not have enough confidence to keep myself safe. His brother was the chief of police in Monmouth County, a local town that I lived in. When the second man violated a permanent restraining order with a phone call, I immediately drove to the police station. Again, the DVRT also showed up. When I shared the violation, the police questioned my story and whether to proceed with the violation. I was emphatic to press charges, and the DVRT held my hand the whole way through. How could the police not want to keep me safe when I was there to do the right thing? This man had 2 other permanent restraining orders on him. I am a survivor, but I'm not only a survivor, I am a victor. Every interaction I had with the DVRT contributed to me reaching out and asking for help. They helped me push through the justice system and law enforcement for what was right and how I could be safe. I am a thriving community member and an active participant in my local church. My children thrive in private school because of the life I created for them. And this is all because of the community resources that were available to me that taught me how to make better choices for life so I could too thrive. These DV organizations are so critical to society. They saved my life and allowed me to rebuild. I show you this picture of me and Phil Murphy as I would expect the proper funding and support. When I was a client getting help, Phil Murphy was the president of the organization, 180 Turning Lives Around. This is me at his house at a gala that he hosted to raise money for DV when John Corzine was governor. He too was there, and I was the keynote. This was in 2005. And when Governor Murphy was campaigning, he also called me and asked me to make a video speaking to his character and what he did for domestic violence in the community. So I ask all of you in this room, can you go home and look in the mirror at your family, at your children's, at your friends' families, knowing this program is not properly funded? My story is only one, and there were no children involved. So please help save more lives. This program is underfunded and was cut. Thank you so much.
Laura Sullivan. Sorry.
Good afternoon, Senators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Laura Sullivan, and I'm the Director of Economic Justice at the New Jersey Institute for Social Justice. The Institute is a social and racial justice organization here in New Jersey. The Institute submits this testimony with the following requests, and you have more details in the written testimony. First, the Institute recommends that the legislature support homeownership among first-generation homebuyers by fully funding the down payment assistance program with at least $40 million in order for the first-generation program passed last year to be successfully implemented, and requests that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund be protected for its intended purpose. The Institute was pleased to see the legislature establish a first-generation down payment assistance program last year. It is crucial that this incipient program be given the funds it needs to succeed and contribute to closing New Jersey's $300,000 racial wealth gap and closing our glaring racial disparities in homeownership. In addition, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund should be fully funded and used for its intended purpose, which is the construction and rehabilitation of affordable housing units that serve people with incomes below 80% of AMI. Thus, the down payment assistance program should not be funded through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Second, the Institute supports increased funding for higher education, including fully funding New Jersey's College Promise programs, the CCOG and the Garden State Guarantee, as well as the Tuition Aid Grant Program, which we request that the funding ensure that state investments are sufficient to avoid rising tuition costs. For the promise of New Jersey's College Promise programs to be truly realized, these programs must be continually and fully funded. In addition, we urge the legislature to robustly fund higher education to prevent further tuition increases in our state, which currently has the 4th highest published tuition for in-state students in the country. Third, the Institute supports continued funding for hospital-based violence intervention programs, HVIPs like the Patterson Healing Collective, paraprofessionals who are credible messengers within their communities and who are trained in providing crisis response, trauma-informed mediation, and culturally appropriate services with individuals who have been targeted by violence. By disrupting the cycle of retaliation, these programs work to proactively prevent violence. The Institute also urges the legislature to provide $12 million to fully fund the Seabrooks Washington Community Crisis Bill. This pilot program for non-police community-based behavioral health first responder teams are separate from the Attorney General's Arrive Together program. $12 million will ensure that pilot municipalities can implement programs such as those used in Oregon and Colorado. Fifth, the Institute urges the legislature to increase funding for the Administrative Office of the Courts Services with funds dedicated to providing mental health, substance use, and other behavioral health services to individuals awaiting trial. The last two items are the Institute urges the passage and funding of the John R. Lewis Voter Empowerment Act, and the Institute supports increased funding for the statewide voter registration system, given that we are in a presidential election year. Thank you very much.
Very much, appreciate it. I'm going to call three names, and the first one, is there a Melissa Acri here? Melissa? Okay. Then I have Augusto Penaranda, New Jersey, I think this one is New Jersey Pride Chamber of Commerce. Hi. And then I'll call Joanne Murad, Bergen Volunteer Medical Initiative, and Jacqueline Stabnow, Kids in Need of Defense. If the other two people are here, if they could come sit up front. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the New Jersey Pride Chamber of Commerce. My name is Gus Penaranda. I am the executive director, and I just wanted to just mention that for the entire existence of the state of New Jersey, no administration has ever recognized the LGBTQ plus business community. That changed on May 2nd, 2022 with Executive Order 295, which recognizes LGBTQ plus owned businesses through the Treasury's Uniform Certification Service, or what's commonly called the MWBE program. And since then, the Pride Chamber created its first program, the certification program, which in part is 42 certification labs across the state of New Jersey, 2 for every county, because since we were never recognized, we have to catch up and first educate the business community and then certify the LGBTQ plus business community. It cost approximately $16,000 to put on one of these labs. We have scheduled 42 with the initial funding that we received in fiscal year 2024. Due to the efforts of Senator Teresa Ruiz, we have been able to schedule 8, and we've completed 4 of the 8 so far. The amazing thing is we now have real data for the state of New Jersey. So as of March 2024, we have 130 certified LGBTQ plus owned businesses on the Savvy list because of the initial funding that we received. And according to our partners, the New Jersey SBDC, we have approximately 1,200 applications in process. And these are because we just did 4 out of the 8 labs. So we are requesting that we continue to fund this program until we can complete the 42 certification labs. And now if you are not aware, on Monday, March 18th, the New Jersey legislature, through an incredibly bipartisan vote, codified Executive Order 295, which now makes New Jersey the only state in this entire country that recognizes LGBTQ plus owned businesses, the only one. So that means the $1.7 trillion that is estimated the LGBTQ plus community contributes to the U.S. economy needs to find its way to New Jersey. We need to bring the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the existing businesses that are being pushed out by negative legislation to New Jersey so they can then help expand and grow the economy in this great state. So we are, and we're thankful to Senator Teresa Ruiz and Senator Nellie Poe for leading the way to the codification of the executive order, and we hope that you consider renewing or increasing the funding for fiscal year 2025. We want to complete the 42 labs. We want to make sure that every LGBTQ plus business in the state knows about the certification program and is given the opportunity to apply. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry. So before I called Joanne Murad, you're not here. And Jacqueline Stabnow is not here? You are here? Okay.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Okay. Yes, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Stabnow, and I'm the Managing Director of the Newark Office of Kids in Need of Defense, or KIND. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the New Jersey Legal Representation for Children and Youth program. As the prime grantee of this program, working with 7 other community-based organizations, KIND applauds the state of New Jersey's creation of this program and commitment to funding legal and social services for unaccompanied immigrant children, or UCs, and similarly situated youth. We respectfully request that the state renew and sustain the funding for the 2024 budget at $7.5 million for fiscal year 2025. Renewed and sustained funding is necessary to continue to create a quality, ethical, and sustainable removal defense program for UCs. New Jersey is a top destination for unaccompanied children released to the community. It consistently ranks 5th in the nation in receiving the most. These children are not guaranteed attorneys in immigration court or family court, but having an attorney often means the difference between a child's safety or return to danger. When a UC has counsel, immigration judges are almost 100 times more likely to grant them relief. Fortunately, this program has already reduced barriers to UCs obtaining legal representation and provided crucial legal representation and social services coordination to children who have experienced abuse, neglect, and other forms of violence. Let me tell you about Maria, just one of the many resilient child clients whose life has improved because of this program. Maria's father abandoned her at birth, and her mother had an illness that left her unable to care for Maria. As a young teenager, Maria left her home in Central America and came to live with her grandmother in Bergen County. When Maria arrived, her grandmother realized Maria had trouble hearing, which made it very difficult for her to communicate with family, make friends, and learn at school. Luckily, Maria obtained a KIND attorney through this program. Maria's attorney helped her secure New Jersey Family Care health insurance, obtain hearing aids, and access vital medical care. As an attorney and the director of an office that has helped many child clients apply for New Jersey Family Care and provided feedback to DHS to help implement Cover All Kids for UCs, I can tell you how crucial this coverage is for Maria and other children like her. Maria's attorney also went to court and got her grandmother appointed as her custodian and applied for immigration protection for Maria. Today, Maria is enrolled in a high school program for deaf and hard of hearing students where she is thriving and has many new friends. We thank the state of New Jersey for its commitment to ensuring that all immigrant children in New Jersey, like Maria, can be healthy and achieve their full potential. We hope to see the program's funding be renewed and sustained. We are proud of New Jersey's role as a national leader in the welcome and protection of UCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next person is Ben Haygood from Isles, and after him, Teresa Vivar, Lazos America Unida, and William Byrne Ark Morris. Are any of those people here? None of them are here? No. Okay. Yep. Just say your name when you sit.
Teresa Vivar, Lazos América Unida. Dear members of the New Jersey Assembly and Senate, in this month that we celebrate women and their contributions, I stand before you as the voice of the invisible, the undervalued, and the essential. I speak in behalf of the New Jersey domestic workers, people who dedicate their hearts and souls to the work that makes the work of so many more women possible. With the passage of the New Jersey Domestic Workers' Bill of Rights, we promise a new dawn, a future in which respect, safety, and equity are not mere aspirations, but realities for all domestic workers in our state. However, a promise on paper does not automatically translate into change in the lives of more than 50,000 New Jersey domestic workers, many of whom are women of color and Native Americans, who have historically been marginalized and silenced. These resilient individuals who provide critical care and support to our families and homes continue to face significant barriers, exploitations, wage theft, and working conditions that no one should have to endure in silence. The New Jersey Domestic Workers' Bill of Rights is a monumental achievement, a beacon of hope. It dignifies and signifies the beginning of the end of the historic exclusion of domestic workers from the protections they rightfully deserve. It provides a framework for dignity, ensuring protections from discrimination, guaranteeing safe working conditions, and securing fundamental rights such as meals and rest breaks, advancing notice of termination, and clear employment contracts. However, the transformative potential of the Bill of Rights can only be realized through a strong implementation, enforcement, and education. This is where the critical role of community-based organizations like Lazos America Unida and the indispensable support of the Department of Labor come into play. The organizations that are part of the New Jersey Domestic Workers Coalition are not merely intermediaries. They are lifelines for domestic workers, providing education, support, and advocacy in languages and contexts that resonate with those they serve, including Native American workers who rely on them for translation and community support services. Our call today is clear and urgent. We call for sufficient resources and funding to ensure effective implementation of this bill, and we argue to support the partnership between the Department of Labor and trusted community organizations, empower them to expand the reach, educate domestic workers and employers about their rights and responsibilities, and ensure that the promise of this legislation becomes a lively reality for every domestic worker in the state. In doing so, you affirm the value of dignity at work, the importance of fairness at work, and the belief that every worker, regardless of the work they do, deserves to be treated with respect and fairness. This is more than investment in compliance with the law. It's an investment in the very principles of fairness and humanity that define us as a society. We thank you for your leadership, your compassion, and your commitment to making New Jersey a model of fairness in domestic workers and beyond. Thank you for your support. Receive respect for all from us, the America Unida, and also admiration and gratitude for your work.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Okay, is William Byrne here? William Byrne? Okay. I have Teresa written twice. Natalie Tung, and then after Natalie, we have Kimberly Medina and Jennifer Garcia Pelez. Who's here? I'm sorry.
Natalie Tung.
Okay. So this is Natalie Tung.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Greenstein and the Budget Committee members today. My name is Natalie, and I'm the co-founder and executive director of Homeworks Trenton. You may remember me from last year, where I had the opportunity to present in front of you at the hearings and was privileged to receive a $200,000 appropriation towards our new dormitory for Homeworks. Born and raised in Hong Kong, I had the opportunity to go to boarding school in Lawrenceville, New Jersey, and being able to live with teachers and have 24/7 support changed my relationship with learning. More importantly, living with girls made me realize the power of women and the power of community. I then went on to Princeton to receive my teaching license from the Trenton Public Schools, but realized the limitations of what we could do within an 8-hour school day. I thought, what would it look like to have the boarding school experience accessible to all girls around the world and start here in Trenton, New Jersey? In 2016, as a sophomore in college, I started Homeworks, a free community-based after-school residential program where we bring the benefits of a boarding school experience to public schools rather than replacing it. For all 4 years of high school, our scholars receive 180 days of dormitory living from Sundays to Fridays, 180 transportation trips to and from their public schools, 180 dinners, 220 hours of academic study hall and tutoring, 400 hours of academic and identity-driven leadership programming and field trips, and over 35 hours of mental health counseling. Ultimately, our model equips our scholars with the confidence and tools to achieve economic freedom and empowerment, but also to become leaders within their community, where one day they may open up a hair salon teaching their customers about the power of voting, or even sitting in your seats making important decisions for our state. Since presenting to you last year, I have some great updates. Over the last year, we have obtained our use variance, preliminary and final site plan approvals by the City of Trenton Zoning Board of Adjustment. We have received review zone development approvals received by the DRCC and completed our design development stage. We are hoping to complete our construction design developments in May 2024 and start construction by July. Additionally, Homeworks has raised approximately $1.2 million for our capital campaign, which includes the $200,000 that you all gave us last year and $100,000 from the city of Trenton. In addition, we secured a $2.075 million construction loan from TD Bank. I'm here today to respectfully request our state to include $500,000 in the appropriation to help us complete our project. And I'm grateful to be supported and sponsored by Assemblywoman Verlina Reynolds Jackson. You were all so supportive of us last year, and I'm asking for your support again. We are getting closer to achieving our goal of $4.5 million, which will allow us to start and finish renovations to allow us to achieve program sustainability and growth, fix up a building that has been unoccupied and uncared for since 2009, and become an anchor in the community. So thank you so much for your consideration, and really appreciate the time.
Thank you. Are you Kimberly?
Hi, good afternoon, Senators. My name is Kimberly Medina, and I'm a practitioner in residence at Seton Hall University School of Law, one of the only 4 legal service providers in the state of New Jersey that make up the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative. At Seton Hall, with generous state financial support, we have provided legal advice and assistance to hundreds of indigent non-citizens in New Jersey. We recently represented a Peruvian national who we'll call Jose today, who has lived and worked in New Jersey for approximately 12 years, who was wrongfully convicted of assault. Before the Elizabeth Immigration Court, we requested safeguards to protect his right to due process due to his cognitive delays. These safeguards were granted, and we continue to represent him on his applications for asylum, withholding of removal, and protection under the Convention Against Torture. The Immigration Court ultimately granted his application for protection under the Convention Against Torture, allowing him to remain in the United States alongside his family. Jose was ultimately released from ICE custody at the conclusion of his proceedings after suffering a stroke in custody and after 6 months of detention. And the criminal charges that prompted his initial detention by ICE were ultimately dismissed. Following Seton Hall's involvement and coordination of his criminal matter. Without the assistance of free legal counsel, Jose likely would have not resolved his criminal matter and likely would have been deported to a country where his life would be in danger and where he would not have family support. Jose's case is representative of the many that we handle within DDDI, yet we have not been able to keep up with the needs of our state's non-citizen population. The number of New Jersey residents facing detention and deportation have not meaningfully decreased, as the Biden administration has failed to limit the number of non-citizens placed in detention or removal proceedings and to increase the fairness of these proceedings. Statistics demonstrate that large numbers of non-citizens continue to face detention and deportation without legal representation, which significantly impacts their likelihood of success. Represented individuals are 10.5 times more likely to succeed in their cases and 3.5 times more likely to be granted bond. DDDI has been the vehicle for this life-changing legal representation for hundreds of indigent non-citizens in New Jersey, including Jose. Ultimately, providing legal counsel in detained removal proceedings preserves due process, increases the likelihood of relief and release, and ultimately saves taxpayers money by reducing the cost of detention. Therefore, today we ask that you support a $2 million budget increase to enable DDDI to maintain current staff and expand the project's capacity, as we currently do not have the ability to represent everyone who faces deportation and needs legal representation in New Jersey. Thank you.
I used to teach at Seton Hall Law School and involved with that center.
Oh, great. Well,
do they still have a disability clinic there? They used to.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, they had all kinds of topics. So.
Yeah, there have been lots of changes. I encourage you to visit our website. There are a lot of new clinics that are being developed.
It was a clinic. So.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that. Okay. Are you, I'm sorry. Do we have Jennifer Garcia Pelez? Is she here? Go ahead. Thank you. And you're with New Labor, it's called?
I'm with New Labor. Good afternoon, Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee, also Vice Chair Greenstein. I know we've seen each other all throughout last year, definitely in countless lobby days, and I'm very happy to be here with y'all. So again, my name is Jennifer Garcia. I have another long. I'm a domestic worker organizer and also a safety and outreach strategist. So I do a lot of outreach to community and also care about the safety of our members when we're out in the community. So I've been doing this for 4 years, but also New Labor, we have a membership of more than 6,000 workers, and a big chunk of that is domestic workers. So I actually work in Lakewood, New Jersey, so we're coming from Lakewood, and the workforce there is primarily domestic workers, historically from the Latin community, but also for more than 10 years now, we represent more than 300 domestic workers and have more than 300 contacts in the state. Our mission is to educate and train workers about the rights and health and safety in the workplace. Since we have educated thousands of them, we also work as an affiliate with the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and we're so proud to be part of the coalition here in New Jersey. And we're so happy that we're the 11th state to pass the Domestic Workers Bill of Rights, finally ending the exclusion of domestic workers from critical labor protections. As you know, the National Labor Relations Board since the 1930s excluded farm workers and domestic workers. Now we have the right to minimum wage. We have rest and meal breaks, a rest day, if you're a live-in domestic worker, and also a notice of termination in a work contract that delineates the work duties, pay rate, and the hours that you will work. I'm not here alone. We have the coalition behind me. I also work along with domestic workers who belong to the Committee of Domestic Workers who have spearheaded trainings about what is green cleaning, also ergonomics, and then also know about your rights. And this, we do it every year. Our goal is basically to train 75 domestic workers every year and contact 300. These trainings have been done without any funding. Imagine how broad we can go statewide, more statewide, if we had sufficient funding. So our coalition can only achieve that if we do have that funding and ensure that there is targeted enforcement if there are things that are violated. And we need to know and we need to tell domestic workers that they need to come to our office and speak up about what's going on in the workplace. A living example, just to make it short, is the education and outreach program that was done with family paid leave and sick time, where community organizations, we educated workers about the rights and also how to enforce it. So definitely we can't do this without you and also without the Department of Labor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The next three are Peter Basika, 360 Smarter Care, Mitch Schoenfeld, Bergen Family Center, Eric Cruz Morales, New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice. Are any of those folks here? Please come up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Mitch Schoenfeld. I'm the president and CEO at the Bergen Family Center, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity today. At Bergen Family Center, we touch every life in every generation in every way we can. Our population of 5,000 resides in 47 North Jersey municipalities, which is approximately 8.3% of state municipalities. The population are individuals of all ages, infants to the frailest homebound older adults, several thousand living in families. The recipients are primarily of color with incomes at or below poverty levels. In 2023, our impact was broad, deep, and substantial. For older adults, we provided 6,000 healthful meals, 4,987 case management sessions, 267 counseling sessions, 149 caregiver support groups, For adolescents, we had 1,350 students participate in the school-based youth services programs. 322 of those had individual counseling. 498 students participated in workforce ready initiatives, and 146 were employed in summer programs. We had college and SAT career support, through which 135 students received scholarships to 2- or 4-year universities. We have after-school programs for 240 students from 10 months old, pre-K, up to 5th grade. We have early learning for 45 students, and 65 children participate in our preschool partnership with the Englewood School District, which is funded by the Governor's Initiative for Pre-K Expansion. We also provide services to HIV population. 1,458 counseling units were delivered to the Ryan White population in 2023. I just wanted to point out the highly cost-effective operations that we provide with all the work we described above. The budget is only $6.5 million with a workforce of 115, and that includes 85 direct service entry-level jobs. And these are the lower-income families who are working in our community and building their financial future. Founded in 1898, Bergen Family is the oldest continually operating family service agency in New Jersey. For more than 125 years, we are a recognized leader in providing quality and comprehensive human services to all ages. Our experience and expertise enable us to deliver outstanding care and support to families who face the most significant challenges. Diversity, equity, inclusion are central to our values. We are dedicated to reducing disparities and addressing unconscious bias, ensuring fairness, and promoting equity. I want to highlight our work with older adults primarily because the funding challenges for this population are great. Most of the money is coming from the Older American Act, which is passed through from the from the federal government, state, and county, and the money is flat for the last 20 years. I understand I'm running out of time, so I just want to finish by saying, when you're considering the final budget for the coming fiscal year, please remember the tremendous impact that the Bergen Family Center provides to the entire span of ages, the impact on older adults particularly, and the job creation for entry-level and direct care employees, and the cost effectiveness of our operations. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is Eric Cruz Morales here?
Hi, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kat Fan, and I am with the New Jersey Alliance for Immigrant Justice. Eric is also in the room, too. We are the state's largest immigration coalition, comprising of over 50 members. And what I wanted to stress today is we know that New Jersey is as diverse as it's ever been. Immigrants make up over a quarter of the state, which is something that we stress every single time we're given the opportunity to speak. And first and second generation immigrants are one of the largest fast and growing populations in this state. Our members know that immigrant families are what make up New Jersey. And this is what drives our advocacy and the following recommendations that we're putting forth for the 2025 budget, all of which reflect our community members' lived experiences and their institutional experiences as well. And we're really urging you to invest $7.5 million to the Unaccompanied Children Legal Services Program to ensure that New Jersey's legal representation for children and youth program is sustained and able to meet the rising demand of young people in need of representation. To invest $10.2 million in the Detention and Deportation Defense Initiative to ensure that New Jerseyans at risk of detention or deportation receive the needed legal representation they deserve. To invest $100 million in the New Jersey Family Care Program to continue to expand the Cover All Kids program, which provides health insurance for all children regardless of immigration status. Invest $4 million in emergency hotel and motel placements to support asylum seekers and new arrivals. $1 million towards implementation of the language access law, which we're very encouraged to see, which will make our state more accessible and inclusive to all communities whose first language is not in English. Importantly, to restore full funding for groups and departments that support immigrant communities, specifically the Hispanic Women's Resource Center, Center for Hispanic Policy, Research and Development, the KIND program, and the Community Health and Poverty Reduction Department. And to continue the corporate business surcharge tax so that programs most vital to our communities are not undermined by the greed of mega corporations. I just want to stress that my family came to the United States as refugees and were able to create a dignified life because we benefited from a lot of public service programs and similar programs that were mentioned before. And I would not be able to sit here in front of you today if I didn't have that opportunity to thrive from there. So we encourage you to pursue these and really encourage you to make New Jersey affordable and accessible for all. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call a whole group of people now, and if you could come up here in the front row so we could see who's here. Okay. Next, I have Prakash Parab from Monroe. Is he here? Prakash? Okay, next is Evelyn Saz, National Domestic Workers Alliance, if you could come up here. Nadine Wright, Nassan's Place. Just sit there. Next, we have Denise Cole, if you could come up. Trudy Atkins, Bordentown Regional School District. Dr. Kevin Gilbert, South Orange and Maplewood School District. Okay. First person. Just say your names and what group.
I will be translator.
Miembros del Comité de Presupuesto y de Asignación, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Evelyn Sass, soy líder, soy organizadora principal de la Alianza Nacional de Trabajadoras del Hogar. Para mí es un placer estar con ustedes. Mi colega que está al lado mío va a traducir en inglés mi testimonio. Quiero aprovechar la oportunidad que estoy acá para extenderles una cordial invitación para nuestra celebración de la Carta de Derechos, que será este mes, el 28 de marzo. Así que nos sentimos orgullosos de que ustedes asistan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Evelyn Sass. I'm a lead organizing with the National Domestic Workers Alliance. Also, I want to take, we want to thank you to the representative of the Senate Budget Committee and Appropriation Committee. And also, I want to extend our invitation to our celebration of the New Jersey Domestic Bill of Rights. My colleague, it will be translated with you. Just for the record, my name is Virgilio Arang. I'm with the National Domestic Workers Alliance, and today I will be translated the testimony of Evelyn Sass. My name is Evelyn. I'm the lead organizing with the National Domestic Workers Alliance in New Jersey. NDWA is the leading national voice for dignity and respect for domestic workers across the United States. In New Jersey, we have been organizing domestic workers and care workers since 2018 and called it the New Jersey Domestic Workers Coalition with ADICAR, Casa Frijol, Lazo de América, New Labor, Unidad Latina en Acción, and Winter of the Spirit, and more than 106 organizations. Thanks to the support of Governor Murphy, the legislature, and people who are here in this committee, and our champion, Senator Cody, former Senator Cody, and Senator Timberlake, the New Jersey Domestic Bill of Rights became law on January 12th. Of this year. This law will improve the working condition and lives of the 50,000 domestic workers in our state by including them in key workplace protection. It also makes New Jersey the 11th state to demonstrate that domestic work is real and essential work by passing this law. The New Jersey Domestic Bill of Rights also requires the New Jersey Department of Labor and Workforce Development to establish a domestic workforce and program for community-based organization, and the department to work together to provide education and outreach services to domestic workers and their employers. A key component on ensuring a successful implementation of these new rights is providing sufficient funding to the DOL to carry out this program. There is a consensus in research on enforcement to protect low-wage workers that involvement on labor and community-based organization improve labor law compliance and enforcement for immigrant workers and other workers who may be especially vulnerable to threats of retaliation. Trust messengers from community organizations play an important role in addressing workers' fear of reporting labor violations, and providing accessible and cultural relevant information about this right. A good example of that has been the enforcement at this moment of the basic leave and family leave in New Jersey. I know that time is there. Because of this, California, Connecticut, Chicago, Miami, New York City, San Francisco, Seattle, and Washington, D.C. have all established initiative between labor enforcement agency and community-based organization to access hard-to-reach domestic workers population.
Representing Nadine.
Okay.
She called about an hour ago, or texted about an hour ago. Unfortunately, she could not be here because her son was rushed to the hospital with a seizure. So I am the communications officer working in support and for Nason's Place. So I wanted to start off with that. And just quickly, I want to share some data points, which I'm pretty sure you already know, and then some other details of Nason's Place. The rate of children identified with autism spectrum disorder is 1 in 36 children nationally and 1 in 35 in New Jersey. The CDC released its most recent report in March of 2023. Unfortunately, New Jersey is the state with the highest rate of autism. Nadine started Nason's Place because of the diagnosis of her own son at 24 months. He's 19 now, nonverbal, 300 pounds, 6'5", and she fears for his life. Nadine started Nason's Place due to the lack of accessible and affordable educational and recreational programs and other resources she needed for her own son in and around underserved inner city communities. Since its inception, Nason's Place has helped over 6,000 families with resources like sensory-friendly events, annual autism awareness days, special needs expos, turkey and holiday giveaways, annual walks in conjunction with the city of Newark, after-school programs, and so many others. If it was not for Nason's Place, these children and families would not have a safe community and resources that they depend on. And I am happy to also share, because of the foresight and partnership with Mayor Ras J. Baraka in the city of Newark, in 2019, he actually donated Nadine and Nason's Place a building. And the building, unfortunately, needs a lot of work. Specifically, it is located, and I'm going to read some specifics. The property is located in a redevelopment zone and special district, RDV, at Lincoln Park Redevelopment Zone. In September of 2022, due to his efforts in Congress, also, New Jersey Congressman Donald Payne Jr. was able to secure Nason's Place a $750,000 grant towards our $13 million goal for the building. So what does all of that mean? We need funding. Not only do we need funding for the building, we need funding for the programs that Nadine and Nason's Place provide to families. Nadine always wanted to be part of the solution and has done so by sounding the alarm, and I'm almost done, by sounding the alarm and advocating at the local, state, and federal levels for children and families who are too often overlooked in underserved inner city communities. Nason's Place was created to fulfill a need, not take over the school district, not get in the way of the school districts, but to work in conjunction with and in support of families who may need that extra help when their children are out of school, and to partner with the families on behalf of people and families affected by autism. And just from a personal note, Nadine and I have been friends for 40 years. That's my best friend. We worked together as children, and we're working together as adults. And it is critical. I'm in support of her because Nason is my godson. And I see what families and publics don't see. So he was rushed to the hospital today because of seizures. She has families calling her, mothers, saying, I want to kill myself because I can't take it. I don't have children, but I have godchildren. So I'm going to fight till the end for Nadine Wright Abubakar and Nissan's place. They need funding. We're specifically asking for $5 to $10 million to go towards the building and all of these programs, some of which she's paying for out of her pocket, taking money out of her own home to make sure these families have what they need. Autistic children can do anything other children can do. They just need the proper supports, the resources, and the funding to make sure these programs keep going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to call out all the rest of the names, and I just want everybody to come up here, please. Okay. Denise Cole. I don't have a group. Trudy Atkins, Bordentown Regional School. Dr. Kevin Gilbert, South Orange School District. Dion Brown. Susan Spears. Can't even see this. Dennis Township Schools. Yolanda Johnson. Keisha Taylor. And Jesse Young. And that would be it. So if you could all come up here and just sit in the first few rows. Thank you. And say your name if you would.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Trudy Atkins. I come before you today as the Superintendent of Schools for Bordentown Regional School District. Trudy Atkins, Bordentown Regional. If you're not sure where Bordentown is, we all say New Jersey, exit 7, and over 170 years ago is where Clara Barton opened the very first free and public school in New Jersey. This is my third year of service, and as I've done every year since I arrived, I am facing challenges in charting a sustainable fiscal future for Bordentown. Like many others across our state, Bordentown finds itself grappling with a significant reduction in state aid, a circumstance that has caught us unprepared. I'm here to emphasize my deep concern for the well-being of Bordentown Regional and the students we are dedicated to educating. Over the past 2 years, we have experienced a loss of $2.2 million in state aid. This year's $1.6 million reduction was twice what Senate Bill S2 had predicted. Bordentown's special education budget is more than 1.5 times fiscal year 24 with respect to the professional services that our students need. Just like the speaker before me, our special education students, including many autistic children, need various supports to allow them to be successful. The rising special ed costs and the need to support competitive salaries in the current market of what I term teacher-free agency, and I mean no respect by that. There are not enough teachers in the state, and when I try to fill a teaching position, I must fill it at much greater than the base level, which causes quite a strain on the budget. This has resulted in a budgetary gap of $5.3 million, approximately 10% of our annual budget. My intent today is not to simply offer an impassioned plea for additional funding, which thankfully Bordentown received in fiscal year 24, though I would certainly welcome it. Rather, I am here to implore you to demand the release of the school funding formula and its accompanying data, enabling every district to understand precisely how and why they are receiving or not receiving the funding they believe they are entitled to. Despite assurances from Governor Murphy's budget speech that every school district is fully funded, it remains unclear why the school funding formula and its inner workings are not transparently shared with school districts. The short timeline between state aid notice and budget submission, just a matter of weeks this year, significantly increases the difficulty in creating a thoughtfully proposed school budget, especially when an unexpected reduction in aid must be accounted for. Let me be clear, from my perspective, New Jersey schools are not fully funded. I urge you to consider the importance of transparency and equity in funding allocation, not only for Bordentown, but for all districts across the state. by fostering greater understanding and accountability in our funding mechanisms, such as extraordinary aid and the local fair share being based on values that are true and not inflated by market volatility, we can work towards ensuring continued success and prosperity of our educational institutions and the communities they serve. Bordentown is proud of its tradition of educational achievement, from Clara Barton to Reverend Walter A. Rice, from Bordentown Military Institute to the Bordentown Female College. We have always been a community in pursuit of educational excellence. Today, Bordentown's administrators, faculty, and staff carry on this proud and meaningful endeavor. Losing $1.6 million, the equivalent of at least 16 teachers' salaries and health benefits for fiscal year 25, will put this proud tradition in jeopardy. Class size will increase and programs will undoubtedly be cut. Please help us serve the students of Bordentown and all of New Jersey in a way that will keep New Jersey as the state where students of this country receive the best education possible. Publish the school funding formula so that districts have the tools they need to support our students. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Kevin F. Gilbert. I am the acting superintendent of schools for the school district of South Orange and Maplewood. Thank you, Vice Chair and other senators, for allowing me to speak to you this afternoon. It is my privilege to be leading one of New Jersey's most dynamic and diverse districts. We serve 6,800 students, pre-K to 12, and a multitude of caring and involved parents and guardians. Our diversity is defined by our families, different ethnicities, as well as the wide range of socioeconomic situations, including some who are among the most economically challenged families in the state and those who are newcomers to this country. Together, we are working to make our district a leader in integration efforts through our district's Intentional Integration Initiative and the recommendations of the Rutgers University Disproportionality and Equity Lab. We are making progress towards our goal of closing all the performance gaps by making opportunities to achieve academic excellence available to every student beginning in our younger grades. In the midst of this progress, we face significant budgetary challenges. Last week, my administration announced a $2.7 million deficit that will result in the elimination of 30 to 40 positions in the 24-25 school year. This loss of those positions will surely impact our ability to meet the needs of our students and their families, but the budget deficit only tells a part of the story of our district's challenges. While we greatly appreciate the $1 million increase in the state aid we received, it does not offset the $3.7 million drop in total aid, including the federal, we will face next year. The impact of our deficit will be exacerbated by our increase in special education costs, including a $1.6 million increase for paraprofessionals and a nearly $500,000 increase for related services costs. Meanwhile, our out-of-district transportation costs have climbed to over $500,000. We have done everything we can to reduce this deficit, which started at $10 million, and we got it down to $2.7 million. We have cut $700,000 from our facilities budget, eliminated permanent substitutes to save $600,000 on our payroll, and reduced spending on supplies by nearly $600,000. We have combed through every one of our departments, including our central office, to try to close the deficit and keep people in their jobs. We will continue to do so, but I must admit that at this point, we are well beyond trimming the fat of our budget. We are cutting it to the bone. This is why I'm respectfully asking this committee to increase our district state aid by an additional $4.2 million. Increasing our state aid allocation will help us keep positions filled for the benefit of our students and families and assist in the maintenance of the aging infrastructure of our buildings. It will also help ensure that our district becomes a model in integrating schools and promoting greater access and equity among students. And the success that we hope to achieve in closing these performance gaps has benefited the rest far and beyond the South Orange and Maplewood School District. They truly benefit for the future and the state of New Jersey. Thank you. Yeah. Do I have a card? I don't have many cards, but I'll give you, yes.
Okay. Who's next? Come on up. I'm standing in. We're giving our chairwoman a break here. A little break.
Good afternoon,
Senate Budget and Appropriations Committee. My name is Susan Spears. I am the superintendent of Dennis Township Schools in Cape May County. I have with me Terry Weeks, who is our school business administrator. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you the impact the state of New Jersey's educational funding formula has had on our students. We are a rural community of 61 square miles that reaches from the Atlantic Ocean to the Delaware Bay. We educate approximately 650 students in our K-8 facilities. We also fund the education of our district's 219 high school students who attend either Middle Township High School or Cape May County Vocational School. Our free lunch population is currently 28%, and 17.7% of our students receive special education services. As a result of S2, our school district has lost over $3.7 million. This is from a previous budget of just over $17 million. Cumulatively, we have lost 70% of our state aid. I repeat, we have lost 70% of our state aid. Because of this, we have annually reduced our school spending. We have cut back in all areas, including maintenance of our facilities, essential technology, administration, transportation, and staffing. Over the many years of S2, we have had a reduction in force of at least 9 teachers, including those who teach basic skills, a school counselor, and school administrators. In a small district such as ours, this has decimated our programs. These reductions have resulted in class sizes of up to 35 students. In the most formative grades of kindergarten to grade 5, we now provide less mental health and counseling services for our children, and will be unable to keep up with the needs of our students as our funding outlook continues to dwindle. Heading into the 24-25 school year, the outlook is even worse. We are facing a $3.5 million deficit in budget appropriations over available funding resources. Because of this, we will need to make additional cuts to our teacher ranks. In addition, our school district will no longer fund any clubs or sports. We are also looking at the elimination of courtesy busing for all students pre-K through 8th grade. I'd like to take a minute to explain the impact these cuts will have on our student body. With over 30 students in our classes today, individual attention and assistance for needy students is greatly impacted. Remember, we had to reduce our number of basic skills teachers. Therefore, we have minimal extra support for struggling students. As a result, their progress is negatively affected, and educationally meaningful outcomes for all Dennis Township students are in jeopardy. For the 24-25 school year, with additional teacher reductions anticipated, we will not have enough staffing to adequately educate our students. With no funding for sports or clubs, we are once again impacting some of our neediest children. Students with greater family resources are able to pursue community sports. However, our students with family challenges are unable to afford community activities and are unable to be transported to those activities. As a result, they will have no extracurricular opportunities. Courtesy busing references busing within 2 miles of a school, which is not required. We can no longer afford to offer this to our students. Dennis Township is a rural community made up of mostly country roads and no sidewalks, on which drivers typically go between 40 and 60 miles an hour. Through this cut, we will once again impact our neediest students. Those with greater resources will have rides to school. However, we have families with no car, and some with only one family car, which the working parent uses during the day. This will force students as young as preschool to walk up to 2 miles to and from school, or miss school, which will have additional negative impacts on their educational progress. Transportation costs continue to skyrocket. Transportation aid has remained level over the past several years and is currently less than half of our transportation budget. Since the inception of S2, Dennis Township School District has been approaching the current fiscal cliff and is now at the apex, where all fund balance and reserves have been stripped for the future. And yet, we are unable to fund the 24-25 budget at anywhere near a thorough and efficient educational level. Equalized property values for our community have increased over 33% since the 2018-2019 state aid funding year. Yet our district income has only increased 7.5% from the same funding year calculations. This has disproportionately placed the financial burden on local taxpayers who cannot afford the over 20% increase in local fair share. Compounding the district's fiscal crisis, this increase in local fair share cannot be reached due to the 2% cap on tax levy. As you can hear from this testimony, Dennis Township is no longer able to provide a thorough and efficient education for our students. The state of New Jersey's educational funding formula has failed our school district and our community. We ask you to take the necessary measures to review and revise the formula. We must take care of all of New Jersey's students in a way that provides them with the proper support to gain the knowledge and skills they need and deserve to become productive and contributing citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. What county are you like?
Cape May.
Okay. Oh.
First and foremost, thank you for being here. I was actually texting with one of your school board members, Joe Berg,
Yes.
as you were testifying. I know he is, deeply involved in trying to resolve this issue. He's also one of my close friends personally, before he was on your school board. And, we were discussing how it's potentially going to cost $1,000 per student to bus in Dennis Township. So, he's really apprised me of all of the issues. And I just want to echo the sentiments of Senator O'Scanlan, who earlier said, in certain areas, S2 has made some sense, but in areas like Dennis Township, Wildwood, Down Township in Cumberland County, where I also represent, there's been such severe cuts that there's no possible way that a school can effectively budget, nor are they able to provide really what I believe are not luxuries, are necessities, like extracurricular activities such as music. Some sports are being cut. I can tell you that, I take my job very seriously, as all of us do up here. If we're sitting here this late in the afternoon after having, especially myself, I know how long you drove. I pretty much have a similar drive to you to be here today. We take our job seriously. This isn't what S2 intended. And there's no possible way for any school board to be able to properly budget for each year when they're going to face massive cuts. Hey, 8% maybe, 40%? No, they can't prepare for that. It's impossible. And Dennis Township and Wildwood are two examples of what S2 is, the unintended consequences of potentially very good intentions, but as a famous poet once said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We have to do something with our school funding formula so that this doesn't happen, especially in underserved communities. And something, in my 4+ years now sitting on the budget committee and being in the state Senate, under the Gold Dome, it's not really understood what our rural poverty is. And that's what we have in portions of our legislative district, District 1. And it's something that we really need to take a hard, long look at and fix the problem. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. A long drive, but we hear you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Who's next? What's the old saying? We save the best for last?
I think maybe we
Okay.
need a new tradition. The last person to go, because you didn't design it that way, gets whatever he wants. I think that should be, you should,
Okay, well then in that case, let me
yeah,
update
you
my
could
testimony
upgrade
a
the,
little
no, but
bit.
you already
Hold
submitted your
on.
testimony, so you're locked in.
All in favor?
Aye. Hello, everyone. Jesse Young, New Jersey School Boards Association. Appreciate the chance to close us out. I know that means it's extra important for me to be brief, so I'm going to just give the Cliff Notes version of the written testimony that we emailed earlier. And I'm glad we're ending on education and on S2, because I'm going to echo a lot of the concerns that some of the previous speakers mentioned. So I'll start with just a few points that we appreciate in the governor's proposed budget and that we hope that the legislature will maintain or expand on, and then I'll provide some suggestions for how we think the proposed budget could be improved. So some things we appreciate. Number one, the fact that this budget proposal would achieve the long-awaited milestone of fully funding K-12 formula aid per the schedule set forth in S2. Fully funding the formula is an important component of the resources that districts need to sustain high-quality programs that meet their students' needs. But we also recognize that it's not perfect and it's not the end-all be-all, and we also appreciate that the administration has said explicitly that they plan to review the funding formula now that we have reached full funding to try to ensure that it is as aligned as possible to school districts' actual current funding needs. So we do appreciate that review of the formula that the administration has committed to. Next thing we support in the proposal includes line items aligned to a number of our priorities. Addressing the school staff shortage. We appreciate that the budget includes $10 million for a student teacher stipend program. Expanding access to free school meals. The budget includes $30 million for districts to implement the recently signed amendments to the Working Class Families Anti-Hunger Act. So we hope that the legislature will maintain or expand on those provisions. And then some suggestions for how the proposal could be improved. Number one, increasing the appropriation for extraordinary special education aid. Extraordinary special education aid is a program that reimburses districts for the actual eligible costs that they incur educating our most vulnerable students. That's students with disabilities with the costliest interventions and accommodations. So because it's a reimbursement program, as actual costs rise, which they have been significantly in recent years, if the state doesn't increase that appropriation, it's going to fall further from its goal, from its commitment of reimbursing 100% of those costs. And the data bears that out. 2 years ago, the state appropriated enough to reimburse 90% of the costs that districts were entitled to. Last year, that fell to 84%. This year, it fell to 72%. So because that line item has been flat funded in recent years, the state is falling further from that goal. So we encourage increasing that appropriation. Next, a transportation line item. You've heard from previous speakers, transportation costs are one of the most significant obstacles districts face in developing sound budgets. So we recommend a line item that would help offset those costs. That can look a number of ways. It could be a grant program. It could be reimbursement for certain costs. We're not wedded to a certain mechanism. Any line item that would help with transportation costs would be appreciated. And I'll end with school district tax levy growth cap flexibility. As you've heard, the school funding law and the 2% property tax levy growth cap create an awkward and sometimes unworkable dynamic, where the funding law, in many cases, says, oh, school districts, your property values are increasing or your income is increasing. You can afford to contribute more locally to your education budget. But then the 2% cap prevents the district from actually increasing its tax levy to the level that the formula is envisioning. So to resolve that tension in these two laws, we do recommend a tax levy cap flexibility to allow the district to get up to that local share, that formula measure of what the community can afford to contribute to its education budget. And there are some bills that have been moving recently that would do just that, S2434 in the Senate and A3452 in the Assembly. So I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's it? I'm going to close this out. Well, thank you for your testimony. And I guess I'd like to thank all those who participated and came here to make their case. I guess we're closing out this committee meeting. My colleagues and friends on the right side, the R's and the D's are over here, but we're working together for you, for sure. So we realize that there's nothing more important than educating or access to education and educating our young people in this state. So thank you for coming. And we're closed. All right. This meeting is adjourned.